Are we ready to start? Yay. Okay. We're streaming and we're finally on, so we can start now. Good morning and welcome to the Brain Health Collective. You're applauding, I haven't said yet anything, but I take it as a positive sign. My name is Helen Laretsky, and I'm chair of the organizing committee for this event. That was a long journey, 18 months long, but led to a beautiful white wedding that we're at. So all the contentious in-laws are satisfied and happy that it's happening. So I want to welcome you to this unique event. It's really collaborative, and it's really a collective of multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary presence whose perspective on brain health and brain economy is welcome, because we're dealing really with still quite an empty canvas to put our signatures and our vision for the future on. And so it represents, on the part of UCLA, it represents an effort of 9 departments and units, which is also unprecedented because we're breaking silos that exist in the academic system to work together toward a common goal. It's a grassroots movement overall, globally. So it's really up to us to write the future of this movement. There are several unique features to this conference because it's a collaboration between basic scientists, translational and clinical experts in the field of brain health and brain economy, but also it is distributed across lifespan, and that never happens. I'm a geriatric psychiatrist, integrative psychiatrist by training. I never talk to pediatric neurologists or child psychiatrists, and they never talk to us. We don't attend each other's conference. We don't share the common language to communicate about brain health. And the concept of brain health really provides this medium, that language that we all could share. It becomes a DSM sort of statistical manual of psychiatric disorders. It becomes that language that we could share and base our communication, but also progress on. We rarely, as academics in Ivory Tower, we rarely talk to the representatives from community organizations who are here, or industry, tech, and pharma, and don't talk to educators, and they're here. And of course, family members and patients and caregivers are also here. So it's really a multidisciplinary collective that can invest in brain health economy. It will be a working conference because our goal is to develop that common understanding and common language and establish some kind of understanding of how to measure brain health. So we're hoping to produce some papers as a result of that and welcome your input. Brain health means different things to different people, and we're going to gather your opinions about what it means to you. This concept and work started about 20 years ago. And since then, it was slow in the beginning, but it really is accelerated by multiple factors. First of all, aging of the global population. That was the first push for this movement to find ways of trying to resolve and prevent dementia and neurodegenerative disorders of aging. But very shortly, with the pandemic and other mass disasters du jour that are still prevailing and overwhelming us, global stress, chronic stress, became another factor that promoted interest of the public in mental health and brain health. And everybody's sort of, because the system is tapped, it's not sufficient to provide for needs of everybody. Everybody is interested in self-regulation. That's another concept that is common. And brain health language provides that content for people who are seeking it. Here at UCLA, we had our own experience with mass disasters during LA fires, and we're still dealing with the fallout in students and faculty, and trying to find ways to teach resilience tools to all of them. And again, it's a grassroots sort of, nobody really knows how to operate in this new world. The other disasters that's happening is reduction in funding to science and neuroscience. And that's another new territory that we've never dealt with, and we're trying to navigate it. We'll have discussions here from the industry point of view, how to fund neuroscience. And again, top-down approach is no longer working. So grassroots movement and everybody's working together, unity, consciousness is settling in. And I think that's what will ultimately lead to progress. So for me personally, it's a cherry on the top, this meeting, because my journey also started 20 years ago from a very small study that became sort of a gold standard in mind-body research. So I did this brief yogic meditation called Kirtan Kriya study in stress dementia caregivers about 18 years ago. And it really changed my career trajectory, but also career trajectories of many others, because 11-minute meditation showed capacity to change neurobiology of stress and aging. It reversed cellular aging markers, but also rewired the brain. And in caregivers, also promoted cognition. And that led me to the further studies of mind-body practices reversing aging and reducing a burden of neurodegenerative disease in those with mild cognitive impairment and early dementia. And that field sort of exploded. Some of you in the audience were partners in that journey. Harris Iyer and I have written numerous papers on that particular study, but also statements on statements. Yes, Harris was locked in the room, and he was producing papers for a year, 20 papers, and but that what started our interest in brain health, and produced many more papers, and led to global success of this movement. And Linda Erkley as well, who is now an interim director of the Longevity Center, helped along. So for us, it's really gratifying to see the growing interest of the field, but also people coming together to decide the future of the success. Our ambition is to promote interest in brain economy in the state of California, especially with the upcoming voting in November. And Harris will speak about that as well. This meeting is really one of many that are happening in California, but also around the world, in the US, and the state of Texas will have a word here too, with their success of assuring $3 billion move toward prevention of dementia and brain health. So thank you all for being here and helping making it happen. So we'll have logistics here today. We're discussing this global view first, bird view first of brain health and brain economy, and then dissecting how we measure brain health. We're focusing on normative experiences today. We'll end today with a discussion of art, creativity, and brain health. And tomorrow we'll go into a more detailed dissection of innovation in the field, and also by specialty, pediatric neurology, pediatric neurology, child psychiatry, I always confused. We'll be speaking, and then neurological diseases, mental illness, and so forth. And the final panel of the conference will be on innovation looking forward. So we're hoping to project future trends, but also ask for your participation, your input, how you see, how you view the future of brain health. So let me just do one last thing. Who's present here in terms of universities? Yes, UCLA and others. Industry? Yeah, okay, very nice. Education? Yay? Okay, a couple. Anybody's missing? Philanthropy, yes. Okay, good news. And again, we're streaming, so we'll have a lot more input. Didi, are you here? Didi is a manager for the conference, so if you have any logistical issues, please ask her. We also have a overflow room or a second room where people who want to network could go to legacy room on the second floor. She could direct you. Networking is encouraged during breaks and lunch and also outside hours. Thank you so much. So it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Smale, Stephen Smale, who's the Vice Dean for Research at the David Geffen School of Medicine. He's also Sherry L. and Donald G. Morrison Chair of Molecular Immunology, is Distinguished Professor of Microbiology, Immunology, and Molecular Genetics at UCLA, and a former Harvard Hughes Medical Institute investigator. Welcome, Dr. Smale.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. On behalf of the David Geffen School of Medicine, I'm representing the Dean's Office, and I would like to join Dr. Lavrensky, Dr. Kalsia, Dr. Subramanian, and welcoming you to the UCLA Brain Health Summit. So the program over the next 2 days is truly impressive and is certain to inspire invaluable discussions and interactions that are relevant to science, to clinical care, and also to policy. The objectives of the summit are ambitious and are aimed at advancing a coherent vision for brain health innovation within the state of California and across the country. My understanding is that in the coming months, this group is planning to work together to try to produce policy documents that are related to policy, research priorities, workforce development, and innovation. Now, I'm not a neurobiologist. I'm a fundamental molecular biologist and immunologist. But I've really been fascinated to follow the advancement of the neuroscience field over the past 4 decades. Early in my career, I and many others made an intentional decision to avoid neurobiology, largely because at that time it seemed to be intractable and due to its complexity and really faced with insurmountable technological challenges that made it seem like how long is it going to take to really make advances in fundamental science and really the understanding that everyone desired. It therefore has really been amazing to follow the continual technological advances and innovations that have occurred over the last decades that have served to drive major conceptual advances that have then subsequently are leading to improvements in patient care. In fact, as from at least my perspective, these innovations and advances seem to be rapidly escalating every year. The future of the field is clearly very, very bright. We all know that the scientific community is facing enormous challenges at the time. But I think we're optimistic that the advances will continue through this time and through our perseverance and our efforts to address those challenges that will ultimately emerge at a better place. So I'd like to just end by thanking all the sponsors for the summits for their support and also the organizers and the organizing committee for the efforts in preparing the program. I congratulate all of you for these achievements and look forward to observing the outcome. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Terrible omission, not just simply because I don't see my slides. So many slides are here. Okay. Yes, this is the omission. I want to project and thank the sponsors for the event, Catalyte and Luskin and the UCLA Healthcare and Longevity Center, but also organizing committee, And my co-chairs, Indus Armenian and Saib Khalsa, and the entire committee that worked on this conference, but also external advisory committee, Harry Sayer, who I mentioned, and Steve Carnevale, Toby Ewing, George Radenburg, and Rodrigo Mas, and Alice Clayton, Kelly O'Brien, Cara Altimus, and Mitch Elkins, and High Lantern Group. Many of them are going to be speaking today. And let me also ask the chair of our department, Dr. Helena Hansen, to say a few words.
It is truly an honor to be here with you. The concept of brain health and brain economy is new, but it's gaining popularity and strength and financial support also around the world. The concept of brain health and brain economy is collaborative and interdisciplinary by nature, as Dr. Lavretsky just mentioned. And it's inspired the work of large transdisciplinary committees at UCLA over the past year. I can attest to that. There has been so much work that has led up to this meeting. It's really remarkable. It's also invited participation of many other universities and organizations in California, around the US, and internationally. So this is also unique and important, especially during this time of uncertainty about federal funding for neuroscience. All participating faculty today are stellar, world-class experts in their field, and they come together to generate new understandings of brain health and brain economy, and to develop new language and new collaborative approaches to brain research. This effort is resonant with upcoming challenges with the future of DSM-6 classification of psychiatric disorders, and it's going to start a dialogue about this. We are going to start a dialogue about this during the conference. The Brain Health Collective is a unique and revolutionary grassroots social movement, as Helen Lavretsky just outlined, that is changing the way that we understand and deal with psychiatric and neurological disorders. And it also is leading to developing preventive approaches, something that I can speak personally from the mental health field is very much in need of development. Preventative approaches for a wide variety of brain disorders across the lifespan, breaking existing silos. So for example, we now have in my field of psychiatry, child psychiatrists speaking to geriatric psychiatrists. It's a very unique arrangement. So it's breaking silos and barriers, and these new approaches of funding science will benefit us for a long time into the future. So I just wanted to end by maybe going back to, if I can, the slide that Dr. Lavretsky had projected. Okay, there it is. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. So I want to, again, ask for a round of applause for Dr. Helen Lavretsky and her co-chairs, Indra Subramanian, Said Khalsa, and the internal and external advisory committees. This is kind of a who's who in the world of brain health and brain economy. Thanks again for putting on this groundbreaking conference.
Thank you. And Dr. Carmichael, the chair of the Department of Neurology. Dr. Carmichael is a professor and chair of the Department of Neurology, director of the UCLA Stroke Center, and vice chair for faculty development in the Department of Neurology. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for my 2 minutes. I just wanted to welcome everyone. I wanted to really acknowledge the work of Helen and the organizing committee. The pace was so frenetic, so many emails, so many meetings that I confess I was overwhelmed at times and dropped off some of the furious planning. But it's a great summit, and I'm glad to see all the group here. Oops, and I put my arm. Oh, there we go. Good. So this is precisely the right time for this kind of meeting. We're in an era now where we recognize that brain disorders are really the defining grand challenges of American medicine and society. For those of us who care for the aging brain, we recognize that they're not just on the margins anymore, but they really have moved to the center. the center of American medicine, society, and really the future of aging in general. When we care for Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, Parkinson's disease, stroke, late life depression, normal cognitive decline with aging, or in neurology, the neurologic complications of metabolic and vascular disease, we see them no longer at the rim, but now moving to the center. And it's a focus on the center of these diseases that starts us off. But an important aspect is this is not disease alone. We go beyond that in this summit. You can see it in the structures. We go beyond treating the aftermath of a disease and thinking instead about engaging in measurement, in protection, and in restoring brain function. We think about engaging with the kinds of disability, the kinds of impairments that occur, and then forming larger coalitions to deal with these. An important thing from the neurology perspective is that this is more than just treating even the diseases I outlined. It's a focus on the kind of integrative and cross-disciplinary efforts that are emerging as we think about brain aging. It doesn't come out of a memory clinic or a neurology ward. It comes out of psychiatry, geriatric medicine, caregiver voices, patient voices, and other things. In particular, we're looking at predictive genomics. We're looking at AI and integrating the electronic health record with digital and blood-based biomarkers. We're looking at understanding how caregivers can be better supported and integrated into this. We're looking at precision aging, understanding how different organs in the body age differentially, and even with recent data, how different parts of the brain age. Using the science then to understand how we deliver the right therapy for the right aging area. But this is really not about the clinic, about science, or about policy. It's really about a team. And I think that's one of the really interesting things that we see developed in the summit over the next 2 days. A team of people that extend from basic and clinical scientists, clinicians, health system leaders, technologists, economists, policy experts, foundation representatives, governmental and philanthropy representatives. It's really an interesting aspect that healthy brain aging from the neurology perspective, but brain development, as we'll see, and brain health throughout the lifespan is really this team approach that comes out of this meeting. So thank you for joining us. I look forward to the interactions over the next couple of days.
So two other facts. We have 55 speakers, which is a lot for a 2-day conference, which means brilliant minds were forced to speak for 10, 15 minutes, and it's a challenge for them. So let's appreciate the challenge. And also, we're going to be speaking very fast, leaving enough time for discussion. So we're more interested in discussions. But of course, you'll know what our speakers will have to say. And now it's my pleasure to introduce my co-chairs, Dr. Kalsa and Duran.
Speak from here. So, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm Saib Khalsa. I'm a psychiatrist.
And my name is Indu Subramanian. I'm a neurologist.
So we're very pleased to be your co-hosts today, and you'll see us running about trying to keep everybody on time a little bit. But we wanted to sort of start out this meeting with a little bit of a reflection. What exactly is brain health? We've been working on this for months and months, and I still find myself sometimes wondering, what the heck is it? I think we'll all know a lot better by the end of this meeting, but we thought it would be helpful starting out to just provide maybe a little bit of context, a little bit of definitional frame to get us all thinking as we dive in.
And maybe you want to just yourselves think about things. We're so happy to be here, and we're so excited to be partnering on this. Sahib and I have worked together for a number of years, crossing that sort of neurology psychiatry interface, which we've really enjoyed. So we bring to you some definitions. Maybe you can think about what your definitions are as well. So we start with the American Academy of Neurology definition, which is a continuous state of attaining and maintaining the optimal neurological function that best supports one's physical, mental, and social well-being through every stage of life. So you see this sort of the life continuum, the sort of physical, mental, and social well-being. I just wrote a paper on spirituality. Some people would include spirituality in this as well. And then we have the World Health Organization's definition, which is the state of brain functioning across cognitive, sensory, social, emotional, behavioral, and motor domains, allowing a person to realize their full potential over the life course, irrespective of the presence or absence of disorders. And so I think we have that sort of, if you think about the World Health Organization's definition of health, they talk about presence or absence of disease. So we're seeing that this really is not about disorders, it's really through the life continuum. And Sahib, you'll bring us a little bit of the psychiatry perspective now, right?
Sure. And one thing I would add, this is just a couple of the definitions that are out there. One observation, we were talking about brain health, but it's not just the brain, obviously. You can see in the AAN definition, attaining and maintaining optimal neurological function. So the nervous system. And when you think about the nervous system and everything that it's connected to, you begin to see how you have to expand.
So we see this continuum, right? So starting at fetal childhood development. So even when the child is in utero, the mother carrying this pregnancy, making sure that we give the best possible foundation, allowing that child to grow, be surrounded by education, safe environment, not have adverse events and things like that. Then going into adulthood, so preventing injury, maximizing potential, allowing a person to thrive, and really understanding, what they were meant to be on this earth for. So meaning, purpose, allowing them to really establish that. And then, as they go into maturity and senescence, providing an effective way to intervene if there's disease, a rehab sort of ability, and recovery so that the brain is malleable. We have modifiable factors that can really influence how people do, even if they get disordered. And then as people age into end of life, making sure that we're enhancing quality of life, putting that person's independence sort of in the center and making sure that they can live a full, happy life from birth to end of life.
And so what you can see in the psychiatry perspective is a lot of similarity, but you see sort of concepts like a dynamic balance, which elicits the notion of homeostasis. And for those of you who've learned about allostasis and allostatic load, how do you prevent allostatic load? How do you treat it, of course, when it's present? And we have hundreds of years of wonderful reductionistic science that has gotten us to the point of identifying disease mechanisms. But the point is, how do you step back and put it all together, not only for treating, ideally curing disease when it manifests, but even preventing illness in the first place? And so it does take a genetic and an early life perspective all the way through senescence. One of the wonderful things that comes from psychiatry is a tremendous number of interventions that go far beyond these days just medication and just psychotherapy. So there's really an exciting amount of interventions, and we're beginning to see a combination of those interventions in psychiatry and neurology. So the beginnings of maybe a more convergence of the two fields back together again.
Yeah, so, and just to tell you a little secret, so Sahib and I, he's a psychiatrist, I'm a neurologist, but we also have a very strong background in contemplative worlds. And so you'll be hearing a little bit about some of that through this meeting as well. So what are the types of things that can really help people live holistically? And so when we look at something like dementia, which is really something that has exploded, there's a lot of attention here. We think about, I love this, we started calling it the snail diagram, I think, Sahib and I, but what are the modifiable variables? So something as simple as hearing loss. This is an 8% sort of variable that is modifiable. So can we screen people for hearing loss and treat them with hearing aids and possibly prevent the dementia from happening or the progression once a person's diagnosed? Things like traumatic brain injury, smoking, depression, which is technically a psychiatry sort of disease, right? Psychiatric disease. But
it shows up in many, many neurologic conditions.
Yes, 100%. I'm a Parkinson's doc, and we'll be talking a little bit about that. So, and my passion recently has been social isolation and loneliness, 4%. It's amazing. So these are things that actually outweigh even things like diabetes or obesity in some of these diseases. So something that's very screenable and something that's highly treatable, I think. And so we really want to be thinking about these modifiable variables.
Yeah. And the World Health Organization has a wonderful position paper that you can see that emphasizes how brain health, again, moving into prevention, which you'll hear in some wonderful panels later today, looking at things like the effects of the environment, physical health, safety and security, learning and social connection, really with the aim of optimizing brain structure and function and doing something that we typically pay lip service to in allopathic medicine, which is enhancing health and well-being, but actually sort of living that talk in terms of making it happen.
So this is my little baby. This is our wellness. We took this from the VA's sort of wellness, the sort of whole health model. And so we have the patient in the middle with these modifiable variables that you'll be hearing about. So things like sleep, exercise, diet, mind-body approaches, and social connection. These have become part of these petals of our Parkinson's tulip, which is the flower that represents Parkinson's. And so we're thinking about all the things that we can modify with the patient in the center and their caregiver, and then thinking also in these petals and the sort of leaves about all the people that are important in touching that patient, from a psychiatrist to a neurologist, nature, faith-based resources, community groups, all kinds of things. So we came up with the 6 Ps, right, Sahib? So what are these 6 Ps that may be involved in
Person-centered, proactive screening and care, prevention, participation and engagement, public promotion and awareness, and policy making. We're going to hear a lot more about that very shortly.
So we really, again, want to welcome you all. Think about, the concept of brain health, what it includes for you, things like resilience, homeostasis, thinking about the patient and their caregiver and really helping to empower them. And really, at the end of the day, it's about improving health and quality of life for everyone living on the planet, right? From a brain and mental health perspective. So we're just excited to be here, and just our last slide here.
Last slide. So as we get into sort of the policy related component of this, I want you to just sort of take a moment and think about what we're doing here today and what we're doing tomorrow and where we might be headed with the concept of brain health. Is it, do we actually walk the talk in terms of a unifying framework in medicine and public health? Are we going to truly understand how it spans the entire lifespan, how we go beyond disease-based models, how we integrate not just neurology and psychiatry, many other health disciplines, neurosurgery, medicine. It's really all comes together in brain health to provide these dynamic and modifiable interventions across the lifespan. So the next step really is in translating this framework into coordinated population level action is to see, can we align, in fact, science, healthcare systems, and policy to advance brain health? Again, not just at the level of the individual, but across populations and regions. So with that, we thank you, and just want to take one moment to acknowledge Helen's incredible leadership in conceptualizing this conference and bringing us to this moment. Thank you.
Time of the first panel. All right, let me just see. I want to welcome our first speaker, Steve Carnavale. Stephen is a venture capitalist and founding partner of Blue Ash Ventures, a social impact accelerator advancing brain health and human flourishing. He was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom, serves as on the California Commission for Behavioral Health. He's the executive director of the Science Philanthropy Accelerator for Research and Collaboration Foundation, a human-centered research and design nonprofit embedded at Penn State University, and the founder and chair of the UCSF Dyslexia Center Advisory Board. So the other thing is, everybody is so accomplished, it would take us 2 days to read everybody's bios. We have a QR code if you'd like in-depth knowledge of all the bios. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm sit uniquely because I sit in these 4 sectors across public, private, philanthropic, and research partnerships. And what I've found in my work is it requires all 4 of those sectors to come together if we're going to make a social impact change that is required for the world today. And we're certainly under siege and need to make that. I love what I've heard so far here at UCLA. You have a bunch of really enlightened people who get brain health, and I'm really excited to hear that. My work began really as a circuitous, accidental journey. I was doing regular business, venture capital investing, and then I had a son who was diagnosed as a dyslexic learner. And I came to UCSF and I said, we need to start a UCSF dyslexia center. And actually, the roots of that center go all the way back to UCLA, because I ended up connecting with Dr. Bruce Miller, who runs the Memory and Aging Center. He moved from UCLA in the late 90s to start that center, and still has deep collaborations here. And in fact, his father was the head of Harbor or chair of Harbor UCLA. So he talks very fondly of UCLA and the power here, and very proud of all of his cross collaborations, having done what he's done in the aging disease world. And he taught me everything I know about neurology. And we started phenotyping dyslexia in the same way that he was phenotyping aging patients with aging diseases. And we started looking across the lifespan. So I'm steeped in the neurology, even though I don't have a neurology background. And I started there, and just serendipitously, I reached out to then Mayor of San Francisco, Gavin Newsom, who's a dyslexic learner, and we got him involved early on. And then he became governor. I started getting involved more at a state level. He appointed me to the California Mental Health Commission as his representative, and we oversee a $12 billion a year state mental health system, which has its opportunities and challenges, just like any other complex, large governmental agency, which would require its own hour to talk about, that I won't bore you with today. But it is important, because the California, being the fourth largest economy in the world, has its own massive system to try to address these issues, and sometimes it does it well, and sometimes not so well. But the core of that, starts with research, and I know that from my work at UCSF. In addition to that, I have this venture firm which is investing in companies to action the brain economy. And then I have a philanthropic arm as well, which happens to be at Penn State, but I hope one day we'll have a version of that here at UCLA. But the brain economy is this extraordinary opportunity, and I've now been deeply involved with brain-related things for 20 years, and I realize we're just at this moment now where we there's still so much we don't know, but there's a lot we do know that we can start to action this in very practical ways, and that's where the opportunity is. And until you it's great to have the research, but still you translate it to the economy, the system doesn't really move. And now we have this opportunity. McKinsey has identified this massive economic opportunity. And so Harris Ayer, I've been with him basically since the beginning. We met at UCSF, and he's created this global phenom where we are showing up at the UN and at Davos and the G20 and the G7. And now we're actioning it in local regions. I've been involved with him in Texas, and Texas is making a big bet in the state of Texas. And Houston, the Houston Futures, is engaging with the energy sector to try to bring them into the brain economy, which 5 years ago wouldn't have even made sense. And now those of us who are Harris has taught us all to be brain health advocates. We now understand that the brain is the center of everything, and it connects to all aspects of the economy, and it isn't just about health. And we are now harnessing those same energies to launch a California initiative. And, the governor's view on all of this is that, of course, he's trying to bring it all together to solve the social determinants of health. And I was involved with him in his early campaigns, and he said to me, one of the most important things to him was the incarceration population. He understood that the very basic issues that we were not addressing were leading to all of these negative social outcomes. And so he's invested more in these programs and in youth programs, which are really our version of prevention and early intervention, more than any other governor in the state of California. And so we have this opportunity. The governor, having been the lieutenant governor and sitting on over the UC system, understands the power of the UC system. And individually, UCLA or Berkeley or UCSF is very powerful on its own, but collectively, we have an unrivaled ability here to take on anything that we want to take on. And so we intend to unleash the brain economy through all four sectors, but starting with the research sector and at the university level. And we're in deep conversations with UC Berkeley, who's agreed to anchor it. We have this conference and another one coming up at UCLA, and we're engaging the UC system to play their role in all of this. And I promise you, this is going to be very important to the state, and it's going to be very important to our citizens who are depending on us to resolve issues that they're struggling with every day. And most of you in this room know what a struggle it is, and we're not really well set up to deal with it. And just to leave you on this note, because it's the problem and the opportunity, anything you think you know about the world today, just throw it away, because it's about to change so rapidly. We have a tsunami that's hitting us, this thing about AI, and everybody's talking about it, but I don't think people really understand what it is and how it's going to challenge our mental health system. My best analogy I want you to think about is self-driving cars. Today, we're seeing these cars emerging to the point where, we're debating, can we turn over our responsibility for driving to these cars, or do we want to keep control? And that's an interesting debate until you think about cars which are moving at 400 miles an hour. When they can move at that level, they've radically changed transportation as a fundamental part of our ecosystem, and we no longer can control that. We've moved from control to influence, and we're now no longer doing, but we're sensing and governing, and it changes radically how we participate in the transportation. That is exactly what's about to happen in every sector of our society, but AI is not moving at 400 miles an hour, it's moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And it's going to fundamentally change what everybody does, how they do it, how they make a living. And I'm somebody who does not think it's going to eliminate all jobs, but it's going to eliminate the things that we do today and require us to create things that we do tomorrow. And many of you know the brain is not great at addressing uncertainty, and we're entering this crazy world of uncertainty, just like when we moved from a rural agricultural to an urban industrialization. When we moved, I grew up in Detroit, we moved from horses to automobiles. We are literally on the cusp of that. You'll see in the next 10 to 24 months to 5 years, the future is now, and that's going to really challenge this audience here to try to remake the mental health system in a way that can address people's brain health. But it also creates this extraordinary opportunity of the economy, and we intend in California to unleash that economy and yet again be a leader in the world in brain health. Thank you very much.
Okay, that is very depressing, Steve, the last portion. Who is not talking to ChatGPT about personal issues? Okay, so the majority are. Okay, that is now my pleasure to introduce Harry Sayer. He's a Harry Z. Yan and Wyman Gao Senior Fellow for Brain Health and Society at Rice University. He's also Senior Fellow for the Brain Economy at the University of Texas Medical Branch. And he leads the Global Brain Economy Initiative, which is a global action platform hosted at Rice University in partnership with UTMB and Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative. Okay.
Thank you, Helen. It's good to be back here. I'm originally from Australia, from the Great Barrier Reef part of Australia. I came to America through UCLA. Oh yeah, thanks. Who would have thought a guy from the Great Barrier Reef could function enough? But anyway, UCLA was very, very formative for me, so I'm delighted to be back here. I want to share more about this brain economy construct. I'm going to say that this is a dangerous idea, and so I'm here to bring this dangerous idea. It means many things, and I think consider the brain economy sort of like a rolling smorgasbord for discussion over the next couple of days. Exactly where this goes, this California brain economy strategy, let's figure it out together. No one of us can figure this out. As Steve said, there's like 4 different sort of industrial groups or sectors that need to come together. So let's co-create and have some fun. I lead the Global Brain Economy Initiative. The website is there if anyone's interested. Whilst I live between San Francisco and Houston, Texas, most of my academic positions these days are actually in Texas. So I'm a professor at Rice University. I'm at UTMB as well. So I have a joint position there, but also work with MD Anderson. I would just say that one of the themes in the next couple of days is coming from Texas with love. We have this $3 billion Dementia Prevention Research Institute of Texas that's just been approved by voters. It was for various reasons because of the $20 billion surplus that the Texas government had. So let's talk with Texans in the room. Jochen Reiser, the president of UTMB, will be here tomorrow. So let's talk about what lessons we can learn from Texas to apply to try to get success with this $23 billion Wiener bill, Senate bill. What is it, Chris? Senate bill 5, 6? Okay, that one, 895. Okay, all right. We'll get a tattoo about that. But anyway, so just talk to us as we can be helpful. To Steve's point about AI and the human brain, and then connecting back to some points about Davos, this is a big report that we launched in January with the World Economic Forum and the McKinsey Health Institute. And Kana Enomoto from the McKinsey Health Institute will be here later today. But this report is all about the brain and AI in the context of modern society. The human advantage, that's what this is about. How do we keep humans in the loop, in control of AI, keep our humanity? There's a lot of humanities professors here. How do we do that? And so what is the pathway to stronger brains in the age of AI? This was World Economic Forum, so it's all about brain economy. And I just say, put your hand up if you're in Davos. Okay, so keep a look around the room and talk to folks. Davos is useful for us, I think, as a brain and mind constituency. Davos is about how do we position ourselves in the engine room of the global economy. So I consider myself a vehicle for all of you guys to put you closer up into the positions of power in politics and philanthropy and business. That's what the brain economy is about. It's about, metaphorically, how do we put ourselves into the engine room so that we're taken seriously, so that we're infusing our science into the way that society operates. So here is some simple ways of describing the brain economy. And again, this is probably new to many of you. So forgive me, this is strategic simplification in many ways, the brain economy, and that's where it starts. How do we convince politicians, business leaders to take us seriously? And then from the strategic simplification, these messages like brains or infrastructure, that's when we get into detailed global economic strategy. And so I can bore you, anyone who's interested, with a lot of economic strategy, but it all starts with brains or infrastructure. The modern economy runs on brain capital. Brain capital is the health of the brain and the skills of the brain. It's two things. If there's only one thing you remember, it's that brain capital is brain health and brain skills. So we invest more in roads and bridges, in data centers. We don't invest in the human brain, do we? When you think about it at a national level, at a state level, at a city level. But of course, we know if we invest in the brain, it's good for citizens, but it's also good for economic growth. So one of the unlocks in recent couple of years with brain economy is that this is about economic growth. What do politicians and business leaders mostly care about is economic growth. The humanity, the ethics, the morals is all critical, but they mostly care about economic growth. And unfortunately, the stability of democracies is often linked to economic productivity and economic growth. So I'll let that settle in. And Alice, I think next will talk a bit about what are on-ramps for all of us into brain economy, into the science of the brain economy in particular, because I'm pretty radical these days. I'm not so much an MD, PhD in psychiatry and neuroscience and neurology. I'm more of an economic strategist. So I speak maybe a little bit detached from the real world of sort of academic medical centers and universities. But today, in the next couple of days, you'll get a sense of the on-ramp for how we all can engage. I'm not going to talk about the lifespan issues that we have across brain health and brain skills because you've covered that very well. Suffice to say, in addition to the brain health realities, brain skills, we have stagnant or declining literacy and numeracy globally. So this is not just about the health of the brain, this is about the skills of the brain. And as Steve said, as AI comes on board with the workforce, the skills that we need are changing. We need more critical thinking, more AI literacy, more creativity, more emotional intelligence. So the building blocks of the brain economy: brain health, brain skills again. What are those skills to survive and thrive in the modern economy, in the world of work, being good, being good parents, good, family members? It's about brain capital, and it's about transitioning from brain negative society and economy, which we're in, and I'll show a graph in a second, to brain positive. That's the transition, brain negative to brain positive. So it's very simple, even a politician can understand it, right? Like, that's the point. This is strategic simplification, because many of the, what's that statistic about politicians in the Congress and Senate? How much time do they actually read each day, the newspaper or any new information? I think it's like 7 minutes, right? So we got to keep it simple. For them. God bless them. So we have a brain capital index globally, and I'm sure you'll pepper me with thousands of questions about this index. We launched it in Davos. You can see here over time, the brain capital index was rising. Now then it's stalled, and now it's declining. So right when AI is challenging us the most, when AI is taking away the skills that were uniquely human, we're in a brain capital decline, or a brain capital vulnerability volatility period. So this is the statistic that is getting the attention of all of the big newspapers, the Financial Times, for example, the politicians, the business leaders, the philanthropists in Davos, and they're coming back to us and saying, how did you measure it? And what do we do about it? And what does it mean, not just globally? What does it mean in America, in Canada, in Chile? What does it mean in the city of Los Angeles? We don't know the answer to what the measure is like in the city of LA. We got to figure out a group to do that. And we have a measurement group coming up soon. But this is sobering, right? Like, this is the first time that we've seen this sort of measure. This is beyond human capital. It's brain capital. Human capital in the age of neuroscience. That's really concerning. And you can imagine how we measure it. It's brain health, it's brain skills, and it's the enablers or degraders from an environmental exposomic context. The brain economy is managed in pieces. We have education doing things, we have healthcare doing things, policy, business. I think that point is made already. So we need a shared framework to figure out, how do we drive human progress in the age of neuroscience? We were very grateful that a bunch of different strategy firms came together to help us figure out this strategy for how to build a shared framework. So this is global. I would say anything that we did globally, you could apply it to UCLA. You could apply it to the campus of UCLA, the city of Los Angeles, for example. So that's my gift to you. This is not about anyone sort of owning this. This is about, how do we devolve and support structures of grassroots. It's about, how do we take global and down to place, and then how does place go up to global, as you'll see a little bit more. So the vision for this entity, this global entity, is knowledge development, it's thought leadership and communication, it's cross-sector coordination, and it's mobilizing resources. So that's very simple, as you can imagine, what we're doing, and this will be clear. We have 5 work groups and a bunch of goals and outputs for the next 12 months. We actually launched this Global Brain Economy Initiative in Davos like in late January. So this is all new stuff. We have a research agenda, and Alice will talk more about that. We have a new Nature Medicine Commission on brain economy science. We have a place-based working group where we have cities engaging in the brain economy. We have a finance strategy. How do we change global public pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, asset managers to channel more money into brain positive pursuits, brain positive real estate, reforming food systems, brain positive companies, etc., brain positive venture capital. How do we strengthen health systems? And what is the role for the brain economy in transforming organizations, energy companies that have like 70,000 employees? What are we doing for energy companies to help them make their employees more brain healthy? And then there's a university alliance that we're considering. So if UCLA is interested in such a university alliance of global universities, we'd love to talk. We're in conversations with UC Berkeley, Rice, UTMB, Florida Atlantic University, EPFL. We're thinking about, this needs to be a global movement where universities mobilize and fire up. Universities do good education, research. Many of them have health systems, they have employees. So universities are an ecosystem for change. The momentum of what we're doing is absolutely accelerating at a global level. Each year now, it's like the World Economic Forum, the G7, the World Health Assembly, the G20, the UN General Assembly, the UN COP. Where in all of these things, we're sort of like a sidecar to all these big head of state forums, and we're slowly but surely influencing them. Who is Sandy here? Who was at dinner last night? Put your hand up, Sandy. No, she's not here yet. Anyway, so people were saying that this brain economy thing in Davos was like a global phenom. We had no idea, but there's something in the zeitgeist of global society, global economics, that this brain economy message is sinking through, because it's all about humanity, supporting humans in the age of AI. So there's something special. I know our Hollywood thinkers and storytelling experts are thinking through what is going on and how do we tell this story. And we have some friends that are going to talk more about storytelling. So anyway, we have an org structure for this entity, which I'm not going to go into. That's a bit dry. We have a nature commission, Project Metis on the place-based side. So these are sort of case examples of what we're doing. Project Metis is this wonderful Houston Chamber of Commerce, the 4th largest chamber of commerce in the country, city brain economy transition initiative with 7 different working groups across life, across science, across storytelling, across innovation and commercialization. That is a great model for what we could do in LA. We have different groups investing already in the brain economy in terms of funding products and services, which is Grand Challenges Canada. And we have an organization like UTMB, which is going through an actual brain economy transition. And let me just see if that slide is there. Okay, I want to say, so Jochen Reiser, the president of UTMB, is going to speak tomorrow. He's literally said, my 18,000 person organization, we're going to go through a brain economy transition. It's not just our research that's going to change, it's our innovation, it's our clinical care pathways, it's our community engagement, and it's the way we treat our workers. So talk to Jochen about why did you decide to do this, and how are you doing it? His whole presentation is about that. So the question, does UCLA, to any other universities, want to go through a transition like this, like a holistic transformation in a sense of, as we know our good management consulting colleagues do? Like, that's what this is about. How do we think differently about the way that organizations operate? So, but let's leave the world of sort of high economic development, UN, all these things, and come back to science. I'm glad to say that we have had approved this Nature Medicine Commission. It's around brain health for economic resilience. A lot of it is around taxonomy, about the brain economy. It's about making that brain capital index robust and defensible for peer review. We have a 100-page technical file on that index, but we need to take it through peer review. So we're in the process of establishing a 25-person commission with experts from around the world. It has to be global South, global North. But just to tell you that this brain economy thing I'm talking about, because you're all hard, serious scientists, we are also committed to that too. And again, the model for what we do here could be replicated to UCLA, for example, as Helen is thinking. It could be replicated to California. You could imagine like a UC statewide brain economy science commission or something like that. Here's a graphic about, we're interested with this commission in influencing the SDGs. The SDGs are not doing so well, we know. The model perhaps is a little broken. The SDGs will be sunset in 2030. So what comes next? Well, we propose it should be the brain economy decade from 2030 to 2040. This is a model, as we all know about, of a new way of thinking about human development. Human development is not doing well at a global level. So this is a call to action for all of us. How do we rethink human development at a global level? That means engaging with neuroscience. You see in this pinwheel, the neuroscience of real estate. That's a whole interesting area. The neuroscience of music and the arts, which is unpacked. The neuroscience of finance, the neuroscience of food systems, on and on. Like, we need to think about neuroscience not just in the four walls of a hospital, which is important, arguably the most important, but what is the neuroscience of a cityscape? That's the challenge that we need to think about. So we have this timeline for the Science Commission, but Alice will talk more about it. This is a 2-year commission, and we'll be again taking this and welcoming you to go with us to, you know, whether we're commissioners or not, but how do we reinforce these points at these different global forums? That's really what we're doing, and we're having a lot of fun on the way. So thank you. The rallying call here is strong brains mean stronger businesses, economies, and societies, and it's time to invest accordingly. And I think let's figure out the plan in the next couple of days. Thank you, and I look forward to talking more. And I want to say to Helen, just a sincere thank you. Helen's talked about me, but now's my turn to talk about Helen. Helen had been transformational for my career. I came from Australia, which is signified by this dingo. And Helen not only taught me, as I've been reflecting on the plane on the way here, about deep science, but also about thinking laterally. And so Helen actually, as we were cranking out 20 papers a year, we actually also edited this book volume, which is about transdisciplinarity and what that means to neuroscience. Transdisciplinarity is about how do you take every known discipline of human knowledge and push them together slowly with the pursuit of improving people's brains and minds. And that, Helen allowed me to not just be on campus, but speaking to diplomats, and I would go to see Tom Insel and talk to him and et cetera. So thank you, Helen. And now Helen and I were in Davos, so it was great personally, but now we're back here to support Helen. So anyway, thanks, Helen.
I have to say, thank you. I have to say that Harris has this ability. Within 3 months, he learned everything I had to teach him. And on the 4th month, he started running into billionaires on the street. And it was never ending, you know, like, where do you find those billionaires?
Everyone is a friend.
Okay, very good.
Is there questions, or we go to Alice?
Do you have any questions for Harris? Because it was very complex. Oh, yeah, co-chairs are saying no time. So all questions to Harris are in the break, or maybe we'll have a few minutes. So this is now my pleasure to introduce Alice Lowe Clayton. She is a Chief Executive Officer of the McKnight Brain Research Foundation, whose mission is to solve the mysteries of the aging brain and help people achieve a lifetime of cognitive health. As CEO, Dr. Lowe Clayton provides strategic vision and dynamic scientific leadership. She oversees organizations' programs, finances, marketing, and grant distribution. So welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the organizers, to Helen, to Harris. I think it's pretty obvious how Harris is able to inspire so many of us and to sort of get on this movement that I think really is changing the way we think about things and changing how we structure our societies in a really fresh way that will have meaningful change. And so what I see as my talk, and I'll keep it very, very brief, is really sort of a little bit of an add-on and sort of unpacking just one piece of what Harris talked about, which was sort of introducing you to the brain economy. There are all these different sectors that are involved. And one of the ones that I think are, obviously, since we're at UCLA and near and dear to my heart, is the science of the brain economy. And so I wanted to start kind of talking about how we might be able to sort of scratch the surface, unpack that, and think about how we can use science as sort of the fuel for powering the brain economy. So Harris has beautifully shown this powerful framework. How can we now turn it into a strategy? Brain health plus brain skills equals brain capital. It gives us a compelling vision, investing in how people think, feel, and adapt in an economic and social imperative. But the gap the concept of a brain capital science, it doesn't exist. It's very nascent. There is no single interdisciplinary research agenda. But what's wonderful is that Harris and colleagues have now developed and gotten this Nature Medicine Commission. So it's almost sort of this protected time where folks can come together, and it creates this sandbox where you can have a discussion and actually develop the roadmap for how to measure, model, and test the science of brain capital. But in order to do this, we need a new mindset. We need a new mindset for what science purpose is and what science impact can be. We can start with our strengths and widen the lens. So I am a neuroscientist by training, so I think a lot about basic neuroscience, what it can do in the translational pipeline. And particularly, and I also, before I transitioned to the McKnight Brain Foundation, I was at the NIH Brain Initiative. And it was absolutely transformational, particularly in systems neuroscience, and really illuminating how we sense, process, and engage with the world. The neuroscience has changed fundamentally over the last 10 years. And so for brain economy science, we must widen that lens beyond just looking at disease etiology and treatment. Those will remain front burner. But now we can also think about how we apply it to workplace engagement, adaptability, and productivity. Now is the time to do it. And I argue that there are two major reasons why. One is that the technologies are here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in other sessions, including the one on the Brain Health Index. There are technologies now that allow us to have continuous objective levels at the level of the individual. And from my view, some of the coolest research areas include the idea of embodied intelligence, embodied cognition, social and ecological in neuroscience. These subfields really take into account how not just we think with our brain, but how we interact with our body, how we sense it, how we interact with the world. And it's not just sort of conditional, situational factors, but in fact, the fact that we are connected to a body and that we're in context actually contributes to our fundamental nature of cognition. And those emerging areas that have now leveraged the tools and technologies used to measure and model are changing the way we understand decision-making processes, cognitive adaptability, and empathy. So if we take those constructs of decision-making, adaptability, and empathy, take those now out of just looking at it from a medical lens and think about if you were to actually develop them into strategies for upskilling and reskilling the workforce. As has been said before, AI is changing the very nature of work, how we interact with it. And the way we can utilize our brains the best and our bodies is by leveraging the understanding of how we make decisions, how we adapt, how we interact with each other, and doing this through also the lifespan perspective. It's not just, all doom and gloom as you age, but really it's this evolving landscape from birth through the end of life. So if we were to be able to understand our cognitive features at different times of life, we can then actually utilize them. And it moves us beyond deficit science. It moves us towards capacity science, understanding what the brain can do and designing the conditions to support it. And I just want to end by making a sort of call to action about all of our different sectors. And it's been talked about already. There's been a seismic shift in the R&D ecosystem. The ground is moving. Take that challenge and turn it into an opportunity. Federal science, long the bedrock assumption for research planning, can no longer be counted on as it once was. Every sector needs to look honestly at its role and ask, what must we step into that we didn't do before? And so what's very exciting for California, and last week I was in Texas, is that states can move where federal funding retreats. California has the scale, the research infrastructure, and the population to lead if the science is compelling and the partnerships are right. Philanthropy, which is what I'm a part of, can continue to fund at crucial gap points where catalytic support can make an outsized impact. And I'm particularly interested in seeing industry step up. They have long been the recipients of this feeder system from government to philanthropy. It gains directly when prevention science works through longevity markets, workforce productivity, and reduced healthcare costs. But it needs to now think about how it can contribute to the upstream part of that feeder system. And frankly, for science, I think we need a public, well, PR campaign. The value of science has been questioned, even weaponized over the last few years. And I think in part of that is that we have been talking past each other. And so if we are able to use our fundamental curiosity about understanding our brain, our body, and how we interact with the world to address not just our curiosity, not just medical issues, but in fact our economic resilience and our ability to promote a flourishing society, that is the kind of thing that brings people to the table and keeps them there. So in summary, science is the fuel, not the footnote. The brain economy needs a rigorous science strategy, not just a compelling framework. We, as the scientific community, need to widen the lens. We need to frame neuroscience research questions beyond just disease impact, but how they can also build economic resilience. We have a great opportunity right now. The first example is this Nature Medicine Commission. It's the sandbox. Use it to develop that roadmap for how we can measure, model, and test the science of brain capital. And the time is now. There's new tools and fields that make this achievable. Continuous individual level measurement lets us study brain capital as it actually unfolds in the real world. New research fields that rigorously measure that brain, body, environment interaction are redefining our understanding of what cognition is and what it means to be human. The ecosystem is shifting, so let's step it up. Government, philanthropy, and industry each have a role. And science is what earns the trust to lead. Thank you so much.
So awesome. This is great. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Stephen Lewis, who is the president of the World Federation of Neurology. Dr. Lewis is the physician-in-chief and endowed chair of neurology at the Lehigh Valley Fleming Neuroscience Institute of Jefferson Health in Pennsylvania. And he's flown all the way here. He's also the adjunct professor of neurology at Thomas Jefferson University. And we're just so excited to have him. He's a world expert in things like global health, access, helping to really take some of these ideas and make a change for everyone living on the planet with neurologic and psychiatric disease. So welcome, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subramanian, and thank you, Dr. Lavretsky and the rest of the organizing committee for this wonderful opportunity and invitation to present among such esteemed panelists, and for this really very, very important event. What's happening here in California is unusual. I think it's a very great start. I mean, many states have not gotten into the brain health world yet, and you're way ahead of schedule, which is really terrific. We can talk to you about a organization that many people in the United States are not aware of. We're much more well-known globally than in the U.S., but we have been involved in brain health for a number of years. The WFN, the World Federation of Neurology, is a federation of neurological societies. It was formed on July 22nd, 1957 in Brussels. It's based in London. We're a UK charity. And the mission, this is defined about 20 years ago. I think we were relatively early in the brain health world, if you will. The explicit mission is to foster quality neurology and brain health worldwide. with the emphasis placed firmly on under-resourced areas of the world. For those who are interested, this is a book from Oxford University Press outlining the history of the World Federation from a previous president of the WFN, Professor Arley. There are currently 126 member societies. These are member neurological societies, so the American Academy of Neurology is one of the 126. They're all over the world and generally we characterize them into 6 major areas of the world, roughly corresponding to the WHO regions. And each area also has its own independent regional organization: the African Academy of Neurology, the Asian Oceanian Association of Neurology, the Pan American Federation, the European Academy of Neurology, the AAN, American Academy, and the Pan Arab Union of Neurological Societies. You've already seen this brain health definition, one of many, and we're also working with other organizations to help sort of redefine the brain health. I also want to mention that I'm a previous chair of the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, so I'm very aware of the importance of psychiatry and neurology in particular, among other neurological health and basic science organizations, to communicate with each other. My talk today is a little bit more neurologically biased, but it's really impossible and inappropriate, frankly, to disentangle what we call brain health from mental health. This was a book put out in 2017 as a cooperation between the World Federation of Neurology and the World Health Organization, called the Atlas of Country Resources for Neurological Disorders. And this is sort of one of my favorite tables from the book. The top, which is hard to read, is the how many neurologists there are per 100,000 population, and the very left of that is Africa, and the other small one, about 5 bars down to the right, is Southeast Asia. So in Africa, less than 0.1 neurologists per 100,000, and in many countries less than 0 neurologists per 100,000. On the table below, you see it organized by World Bank criteria, the left being low-income countries, also less than 0.1 neurologists per 100,000 population. That's almost 10 years ago, but it hasn't changed a whole lot. It's getting better, but it hasn't changed a whole lot, not qualitatively at least. I think most of us probably know that the Global Burden of Disease study published in The Lancet just last year showed that neurological disorders are the leading cause of disease burden in the world, morbidity and mortality. And a recent sort of reanalysis of that showed that in the United States, 1 in 2 people in the US is affected by neurologic disease. It is worth mentioning that tension headaches is one of those diseases. So we have to take some of this with a grain of salt, but nonetheless, we are very, very, very high. Neurologic disorders are very impactful in the world. IGAP, I don't think it's been mentioned yet today, but IGAP is the Intersectoral Global Action Plan on Epilepsy and Other Neurologic Disorders. The reason epilepsy is specified here is this was an International League Against Epilepsy, originated with the ILAE, but then broadened to include all other neurological disorders. This is a 10-year plan, which began in 2022, trying to improve brain health throughout the world through improvements in structure and access and advocacy and so on. How are we doing now? 4 years into the IGAP? Well, not too well. The Greens are the countries that have responded to the World Health Organization regarding what are their plans. That was only about half of the countries so far. And those who did responded made it clear that we aren't doing too well yet in improving certainly the number of qualified healthcare professionals and other infrastructure important for brain health. So the World Federation of Neurology has been really instrumental in trying to push the agenda of brain health worldwide. This is one of our many publications in the last few years related to brain health. I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes talking about some World Federation of Neurology initiatives, all meant to improve brain health. Most of our initiatives specifically relate to education as well as advocacy. We sponsor what we call department visits, which are very short observerships for trainees from low and low middle income countries. We're very thankful to our member societies throughout the world who help sponsor these short but very impactful events. We have organized training centers. We have 4 training centers in Africa and 1 in Mexico City. The ones in Africa are specifically to train young neurologists from sub-Saharan Africa, and the one in Mexico City is to train neurologists from South America who don't have opportunities for such training. We sponsor both 4-year training and 1-year fellowship training. And on the bottom left, you see one of our trainees from Rwanda. She was the fifth neurologist in Rwanda. The top right, that's Dr. Coffey, who trained in South Africa as one of the very few neurologists in Ghana. And the bottom right is a young neurologist from Guatemala who did a stroke fellowship in Mexico City. So these are individual neurologists, but in some cases doubling or perhaps even tripling the number of neurologists in their country based upon our training programs. And so every little bit makes a difference here. This past year, we had a program with the American Academy of Neurology, collaborating with the World Federation of Neurology and training 17 young neurologists from low middle income countries, from Africa, Asia, and from South America. These are young, very brilliant neurologists who had very well-defined advocacy programs that just needed to be honed. We taught them advocacy skills over the last year and a half, both virtually and in person. And now they're able to take those advocacy projects back to their home country to improve brain health on the ground. We also sponsor research and travel grants. The travel grants are $1,000 for up to 30 people per year to present their research internationally. And our research grants are seed funding for important projects, again, in low middle income countries. We also sponsor Continuum, which is a CME program, a CME publication for the American Academy of Neurology. And through the World Federation, we now distribute this program both virtually and in hard copy form to low and low middle income countries, where they were able to use this publication to really improve education and training on the ground and point of care access. One of our claims to fame is these e-learning days, which are free educational programs which we do regionally. So we have regional programs for Asia and Africa, typically related to a particular subspecialty, such as stroke or movement disorders, but they're accessible to really anyone around the world, and they're also available online forever on YouTube and then through our what we call e-learning hub. And these are remarkable ways. We have really world-class speakers who come speak to people, people who really wouldn't be able to get such a high-level training, again, to improve brain health throughout the world. So I mentioned advocacy. One of our strongest programs is our presence at the World Health Organization, at the UN Economic and Social Council. We are a non-state actor in both settings. In the bottom picture, you'll see Professor Ala Gwecht, who's a previous trustee of the World Federation, currently the president of the International League Against Epilepsy. She's functioned as our main person on the ground at the UN and at the World Health Organization. She's personally training me to take over in that role. So it's very, very important that we have a neurology really on the ground at the UN and WHO to promote brain health. Most recently, we've been working with the World Health Organization on helping implement IGAP, the Intersectoral Global Action Plan, in Ethiopia, and developing specific programs related to implementation there. This is just one of many countries, but we're using it as a model for other low middle-income countries. July 22nd of 1957 was when the World Federation of Neurology was born, if you will. July 22nd of every year is World Brain Day. For the last 5 years, it's been devoted specifically to brain health. Last year, it was Brain Health for All Ages, which is the title of one of our upcoming talks today. This year, we haven't announced it officially yet, but within the next week or two, the announcement is that the new World Brain Day will be devoted to access for all. So World Brain Day is really important, again, to advocate for brain health, and we hope that UCLA and many other organizations throughout the world will continue to pile on to World Brain Day. We're very pleased to participate in other brain health events. Here's a picture at the bottom of Professor Morris Friedman, one of our World Federation of Neurology trustees at Davos, and we'll be working next couple of weeks at the International Alliance of Brain Health in Argentina through the Lancet Commission on Brain Health. For those who have not been to a World Congress of Neurology, I encourage you to go. It's biennial until our South African Congress, and it will be annual after that. And I think this is my last slide. We have 3 publications: World Neurology, which is distributed free around the world and available to anyone, particularly neurologists, but it's available really if you just Google worldneurologyonline.com. And I would love for there to be an article in World Neurology about this event, which would be very, very instructive to other states in the United States and throughout the world. The Journal of Neurological Sciences is our research journal. We have lots of articles related to brain health locally and globally, and ENS is our open access journal. So in summary, the World Federation of Neurology celebrates its 70th year this year, or 2027. We have a 70-year history of education, advocacy, and many other programs. We have 126 member societies in 6 global regions. And we're pleased to collaborate with other global organizations such as the World Psychiatric Association, the World Federation of Neurosurgical Societies, and others, all to promote and improve brain health. And as I think the theme of today shows, the future is really promising in the new era of global attention to brain health. Thank you again.
Great. My takeaway message from the whole panel: it takes a village, all of us, to solve the problem, but also a lot of PR and public education about brain health, trickling down to families raising children. That's where prevention would start. Alice alluded to that, and a lot of education about brain health, importance of brain health around the world. So this is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Geschwind here. Are you managing that? Yes. Next slide, Geschwind talk. Okay, so we've known each other since our careers began. Dr. Daniel Geschwind is the Gordon and Virginia McDonald Distinguished Professor of Neurology, Psychiatry, and Human Genetics at UCLA. In his capacity as Senior Associate Dean and Associate Vice Chancellor of Precision Health, he leads the Institute for Precision Health at UCLA. And he is one of the very, very few people on the planet who can link neurodevelopment to neurodegeneration, which he is going to try to do right now.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Helen. No, really, I was thinking back to our residency training and consulting with each other and stuff. It's really kind of amazing, kind of the arc of life, which is a fitting metaphor for what I'm going to talk about today. And so thank you really for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. I'm going to kind of start in on some science, but I'm going to be, I hope that this is very provocative. And, you know, basically, I have 2 major points that I want to make that I'll make in the next 2 slides and then go through some of that. So why do specific circuits fail? When we get neurodegenerative conditions, it's usually specific brain regions and cells and circuits. And so the classic paradigm is that neurodegeneration is a disease of aging, which it is, but that it has something to do, you know, again, I'm just hand waving, protein misfolding, energetic failure, synaptic loss, strikes a mature brain at random or through late life environmental insults or kind of genetic susceptibility. But emerging evidence is that circuit selectivity is not random. The same circuits most vulnerable in neurodegeneration may show atypical development, atypical structure, or genetic vulnerability decades earlier. So, point 1, neurodevelopmental conditions share causal mechanisms with neurodegeneration, operating, you could say, silently or in a latent way throughout the lifespan, consuming developmental reserve until a threshold is crossed. The second point Oh, and I guess I would say the key concept is developmental reserve that's set by genetic structure, early environment. Now, if you think about it this way, and again, my metaphor is, if you want to understand a story, you have to begin at the beginning. So the second point is we have to accept heterogeneity, genomic medicine, and this notion of precision health. The classic paradigm is that we treat all of these conditions of the brain as diseases rather than the heterogeneous syndromes that they are. We treat every patient almost essentially the same. The emerging paradigm is that causal genetic and environmental susceptibility and resilience differ across individuals. By measuring genetic risk, we can actually identify distinct disorders within the broad syndromic diagnosis. This makes it incredibly clear that these are actually different from an etiologic standpoint, causal standpoint, distinct. We can also identify factors mediating progression, which is also very important. So again, second point for this talk, we must genetically characterize individuals to identify major risk factors, including those impacting progression when possible. We stratify patients by disease risk factors, which of course includes social determinants and environment, to understand longitudinal health trajectories and the natural history of disease. So now I'll just give you a few vignettes to kind of hopefully give you a little evidence behind what I've just told you. Down syndrome, trisomy 21, an extra chromosome 21. 90% of Down syndrome individuals develop amyloid pathology by age 40, which is one of the signatures of Alzheimer's disease, and more than 60% develop clinical Alzheimer's by age 65. Clinical dementia is seen in the majority. And some of the same genetic factors that influence Alzheimer's risk in the general population, such as ApoE4 homozygosity, accelerates amyloid onset in Down syndrome. It's a kind of very similar mechanism. Autism. Now my laboratory works on both ends of this. We work in autism and we work in neurodegeneration. And so it's been kind of a remarkable trajectory. Over the last 5 years, it's become pretty clear from some good epidemiology that there is an increased risk of Parkinsonism and potentially other neurodegenerative conditions broadly in those with autism. And I cite several studies here. Why Parkinson's? It's not known. It's probably not across the entire autism spectrum. Autism itself is not a single condition. It's a syndrome that with many, many rare conditions as well as common conditions, all called autism across this spectrum. So it's likely that there are going to be specific subtypes that have increased risk, and we can define that genetically. So one idea is maybe, it might be the development of dopaminergic neurons or things involved in protein homeostasis, such as autophagy, that are also involved in Parkinson's, or ubiquitin and mitochondrial function, which are also disrupted in Parkinson's disease as well. And some of the same genes that actually cause rare forms of autism are implicated in these pathways. So just again, I'm just throwing this up here just to make a few points. I'm not going to go through all of these in detail because my talk is short, but things like DYRK1A, that's a high confidence autism risk gene. It's also a potential Parkinson's risk gene. It's in the Down syndrome locus and actually has been shown to accelerate tau pathology, which is another key component of multiple neurodegenerative syndromes, including Alzheimer's. Again, the mTOR pathway with protein homeostasis and autophagy. PTEN, so both TSC1, tuberous sclerosis, and TSC2 are involved in that pathway, but so is the gene PTEN, which causes a developmental syndrome with a high prevalence of autism, etc. Here's another locus. It's called the 17q locus. And on the developmental end, the 17q21.31 deletion which causes a loss of one copy of this gene cancel 1, causes a really profound neurodevelopmental syndrome. As it turns out, this locus also encompasses several factors that cause neurodegeneration, including the tau protein, which is mutated in familial forms of frontotemporal dementia. There's an inversion in Europeans, and this haplotype is called H1. It's just a name. You either have H1 or H2. H1 is very common in Europeans. It's almost a full million base pairs of an inversion that doesn't recombine. So it's a very, very interesting area from a genetic standpoint. The cognitive phenotype in Cullen-de Vries overlaps with autism in about 30% of cases. There are a whole bunch of disorders involving tau, including frontotemporal dementia and progressive supranuclear palsy, which are pure tauopathies, where this single haplotype is the single largest risk factor for that disorder. Again, a pure tauopathy with a specific form, genetic form of the tau locus that increases the risk 5 to 6-fold. I could go on and on. Of course, this same region is the region that was initially mapped for frontotemporal dementia, called frontotemporal dementia with Parkinson's on chromosome 17. Now I'm going to go back in a little bit of history. This is one of my first papers, actually, and it was a collaboration with one of my closest friends and mentors, Bruce Miller, who has been mentioned already, who was here. We had an idea that there'd be some kind of developmental predisposition in frontotemporal dementia. Now, frontotemporal dementia is different from Alzheimer's and has several different genetic causes. So this syndrome, again, that's called frontotemporal dementia itself is not a single thing. And so we had identified a large kindred, a family with a MAP tau mutation very, very early on, many years ago. This is in the late 90s. The mean age of dementia onset was 52, and it was a very, very narrow window. So we studied people in the family who were in their teens and 20s and early 30s, several decades before the predicted onset, to ask, did they have any symptoms? And what we found is they showed significant frontal executive dysfunction on neuropsychological testing, despite being clinically unaffected at a very gross level. The implication is that frontal hypofunction is not an early symptom of frontotemporal dementia. It was a pre-existing neurodevelopmental substrate on which neurodegeneration occurred. So the notion is it's not necessary that the gene or the mutation or the developmental predisposition is what is causing the neurodegeneration. It may, but it also is the substrate on which neurodegeneration occurs, leading to focal signs and the symptomatology. And this is supported by other work from Marcel Mesolom, as well as Bruce Miller and other colleagues, where they had shown, when I published this family, Marcel Mesolom contacted me and said, this is amazing that our patients who have a form of frontotemporal dementia called primary progressive aphasia, it's been in the news recently because Bruce Willis has this. This form is a left-sided focal neurodegeneration. And what we had noticed is that in families, when one person had left-sided, it wasn't a random asymmetry. Most of the people showed a similar left-sided neurodegeneration. And so Mesolom showed that almost 15% of patients had a learning disability, which was double in other dementias. But when you really looked carefully, it was developmental dyslexia. So PPA is selective neurodegeneration of language-dominant left hemisphere, and there's a high prevalence of developmental dyslexia. It was almost fourfold in a study that he did in the patients that had this left-sided. And more evidence for this comes from these papers below there. You could have, there are all these developmental disorders. This is hemiocranial synostosis, 2 patients. a left temporal abscess. And the unifying principle here is that there's structural compromise of the left language network in early life, compensated through adulthood, exposed under neurodegenerative load. More evidence, autopsy of 3 PPA patients with premorbid dyslexia. That's my dyslexia, sorry. Cerebrocortical microdysgenesis. What does that mean? It's a clear developmental migration abnormality. Neurons are born and they migrate in the cortex, and it co-localized with the maximum pathology. In other words, they had this, you could see on the autopsy, evidence of a developmental phenomena that was seated in the area of primary vulnerability. And again, I just put the evidence up there. We probably don't have time to go over all of it. The critical overlap, though, is that neuronal loss was most severe precisely where developmental anomalies were most pronounced. So kind of one way of thinking about this is a lifespan story again, this notion of a story, from fetal cortex to progressive aphasia, cortical microdysgenesis, abnormal lamination, heterotopias. It affects phonological processing as a core feature of reading. Language compensation can be achieved. No clinical language complaints, perhaps, in adulthood, or people figure out alternative strategies. Our brain is very good at that. And then later, there's a degenerative proteinopathy that occurs and that hits the selectively vulnerable or less resilient area. Much more recently, there have been some very elegant studies using neuroimaging to look at folks who carry different mutations for frontotemporal dementia. So there's one gene called C9orf. They have smaller total brain volume and thalamic volumes, decades before they're going to have neurodegeneration and reduced cortical thickness in frontal and parietal regions. Again, likely developmental. Same thing with people who have tau mutations. So these are different mutations that cause the same syndrome. And then granulin, progranulin, is another form of frontotemporal dementia, and they have larger intracranial volume at baseline. There's another disorder called Huntington's disease that is a genetic disorder, and the gene is expressed from conception in the brain. And we now know that it's essential for development of the cerebral cortex, and that it mislocalizes if it's mutated during cortical development. And in human fetal tissue, if you can see the mislocalized Huntington and pathology. There's a study in children, an imaging study that shows abnormal striatal and globus pallidus growth trajectories. They're 35 years before the onset of the condition, and even in pre-symptomatic individuals. So in summary, there are multiple conditions that we already know about that likely are connected in some way to some neurodegenerative outcome. And one kind of unifying idea is that to understand the story, we have to begin at the beginning, that there's a developmental susceptibility. There's also a possibility in some of these cases that the gene that's mutated has multiple functions. So it's important in development, creates vulnerability, and then later in life creates neurodegeneration. There are a lot of different models here, but it's hardly been studied. And it's very clear that there's convergent biology across developmental and neurodegenerative axes, that we can point to very specific pathways whose mechanisms are understood, autophagy, which is protein homeostasis, and numerous genes involved in this that are mutated in autism and other neurodevelopmental syndromes. The same thing with tau regulation, the DYRK1A gene, which is mutated in rare forms of autism and is triplicated in Down syndrome, leads to increased tau hyperphosphorylation. Again, I could go through this ad nauseum. There are a lot of interesting details, but synaptic function, which is one of the first things to actually decline in neurodegenerative disease, even before there's pathology, RNA processing, and as well as neuroinflammation, which is likely to be an environment, one of the connectivities to environment. So let me go through what the model is, and then I'll end. Each individual is born with a genetically and developmentally determined circuit reserve. Aging stressors and environment consume reserve throughout life. When reserve crosses a disease-specific threshold, clinical neurodegeneration becomes manifest. Lower reserve, earlier threshold; higher reserve, delayed. This is nothing new. This is supported by the Aging Nun study, and there are dozens of studies supporting this. But the implications are critical, and really I don't think have been realized or put into practice. Pre-symptomatic surveillance in neurodevelopmental disorder populations can identify low reserve individuals and potentially even new therapeutics. Interventions that build reserve early may delay degenerative threshold crossing. And gene-disease relationships in neurodevelopmental diseases and neurodegeneration are not coincidence, they are mechanism. Now I'm going to put on my precision health hat for the last minute and a half or so. Genetic architecture actually matters. Different brain disorders have fundamentally different genetic architectures, which may inform how we study, stratify, and treat them. So you have things that are syndromic or Mendelian, dominant Alzheimer's, frontotemporal dementia, and syndromic autism. One gene is sufficient to give risk. Then you have things across the spectrum, and most conditions are polygenic. That is, it's an additive effect of common small effect size variants that we all carry. And as we move across this continuum, we have increasing environmental contribution and increasing age dependence. So thinking this way, it's necessary to redefine brain disorders as biologically stratified syndromes, move from diagnostic categories to biological subtypes, move from symptom clusters to genomic signatures and molecular networks, using other molecular and physiologic biomarkers as well as genetics. We need to understand longitudinal trajectories, which is something that we can do in our medical systems. And so this is just something from a paper that Jonathan Flint and I wrote, if you're interested in more detail, looking at psychiatric diseases and using neurobiology and genetics to redefine them. Genetic characterization is challenged since genetic findings actually blur some of these disease boundaries and boundaries between disease states and normal variation. And so we have numerous, I'll call it, examples of genes that are dominant that cause disease in a family and yet may have reduced penetrance or variable expressivity. And I think this is part of the mechanism, and we need to understand this. What are the modifiers? Environment, epigenetics, etc. This is an opportunity for us to understand resilience. And one of the last scientific points I'm going to make is that genes don't act alone. It's not single genes. Genes act within networks, just like we do. We're here in our social networks, all connected to each other today. Reduced penetrance is not a statistical inconvenience. It's a biological signal. And we can only understand that by understanding these gene networks. And the point is, genes don't act alone. What I'm showing up above is a regulatory network that we published in Science in 2022 that shows how common genetic variation might act in progressive supranuclear palsy. And on the right is a rare mutation network from autism, actually showing that although autism is a collection of hundreds of rare disorders on the on the major gene side, that these genes aren't random. They actually act together in gene networks. They work with each other. So nervous system diseases can be framed as network failures. And again, I won't go into all the gory details, but I'm happy to discuss it. The key point is what this framework demands of us. Surveillance. Begin biomarker surveillance early. Comprehensive genetic characterization, longitudinal lifespan cohorts, and pre-symptomatic study. We need to prioritize shared biology. We now have models like human-induced pluripotent stem cells that we can actually take from patients or modify and study. And we can investigate whether structural brain differences at birth predict later vulnerability. We need to develop primary prevention strategies that are evidence-based, reserve building interventions, and consider repurposing things that are involved in neurodevelopmental disorders, potentially for prevention. Conceptually, I think we need to dissolve the silo between developmental neuroscience and neurodegeneration. We need to ask, when did this disease begin, rather than when did symptoms start? Or what led to reduced resilience in some and increased in other? And again, I'm going to put on my genomics hat because I am a cheerleader for this. How does diagnosis, prevention, and patient subgrouping change when whole genome sequence is less than $100? Right now in my laboratory, I do it for $150, okay? We're moving to a point in the next 5 years where this is going to be the price, whole genome characterization of a normal blood test that you would normally get. And so the reason to do it is not because it gives us everything, but because it gives us a lot. It's probably, as a single test, the most predictive. So it's going to become a ubiquitous part of standard of care. Every patient will be molecular characterized, and we need to use that. So a couple other points. We'll be stratifying by genetic risk and gene networks, not symptoms. We need inclusion of diverse populations to permit interpretation and for health equity. And so the bottleneck will no longer be whole genome and these data, but integration and modeling. So when does neurodegeneration begin? In some cases, sometimes before birth. The implications are dissolve the silo between developmental neuroscience and neurodegeneration, surveillance, longitudinal studies, and think about shared therapeutic targets. So I have to thank my laboratory, which is shown there outside the Gonda building, where we study neurodevelopment and neurodegeneration using genetic methods. And I want to leave you with one last slide. This is from Degeneration, who is one of the greatest biologists of the last century, who said nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. And I'm not trying to make a parallel here, but I do want to say nothing in brain health and aging makes sense except in the context of development. Thank you.
Any questions for them? Yeah, over here.
So I saw that you were looking for inhibitors of mTOR. So are you suggesting rapamycin?
No, these are analogies, right? I'm just showing that I'm not suggesting, because we don't know exactly what the mechanisms are. It hasn't been studied carefully enough, but there's too much overlap for it to be just a coincidence. That's what, yeah. So I'm not suggesting any particular drug here.
You want to?
Yes, thank you for that really wonderful lecture or presentation. I was really struck by your slide about the connection between autism and Parkinson's. And as we know, at least for the male, autism is the Fragile X. And my personal interest is sex differences in Alzheimer's disease. So I was wondering if you could comment on the sex differences in that connection, if there's any.
Yeah, it's not known. I mean, there are about 4 studies that use different methods. One of them is very small, and the others are more kind of Medicare, medical records based. So they're a little bit more population that show a range of risk of Parkinson's disease from 3 to 10-fold in autism. So we're at the beginning. That's all we know. My suspicion is that it's going to be specific subtypes with specific forms of vulnerability that are going to be giving that risk. And again, it's why we need to characterize everybody to kind of understand our own individual risk, which differs, right? We all differ. And so rather than just calling somebody by their diagnosis, which is really a syndrome, we need to understand more about that person. And the genetics is just a starting point. Obviously, understanding all of the environmental and other things would be important, but the genetics is kind of a lot easier now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I had a question regarding, there was a graph displayed stating the point that brain capital is on the decrease, and that brain capital is both brain health and brain skills. And I was wondering how are each of those related to that decline? Are they both contributing? Is one thought to be more of a contributor to the overall decline of capital? Oh, yeah, maybe it was, yeah. Is it possible to ask that?
Yes,
Okay.
over there.
This is the last question before we go to coffee break.
I wanted to ask a question about if there's been a correlation or a study on Graves' disease, Hashimoto's, and mast cell activation syndrome correlated with dementia, because I have a personal experience with that. My mother has dementia, Hashimoto's, mast cell activation syndrome. So I'm just curious where you're at on that, or if it's even being looked at.
Well, thank you for bringing up that point. The point is that these things really haven't been looked at fundamentally, in populations, many of them. I mean, for Alzheimer's disease, there's been a ton of kind of epidemiology work, and I'm not aware of the literature that would connect those to, for example, Alzheimer's. But there's a lot of evidence now that Alzheimer's has a very strong neural immune component, and one can actually see peripheral immunologic markers as well. And so it wouldn't be surprising for there to be, that there might be something there, but, there's nothing I could really hang my hat on at this point. It's a question worth asking, though.
I'll ask you one question about how to proceed. This is the picture that you painted. At this point, I'm trying to connect with neurodevelopmental experts in neurodevelopmental disorders. They just don't have the same awareness of brain health and what's involved. It's like having completely separate agendas, separate concepts, separate language. And it's very difficult. I work with American Heart Association, and they would like to own brain health at this point. And that's where we meet because it combines all the ends of age spectrum, but it's still a trouble. Where would you start this conversation and movement?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, I'll just start with something very, very concrete. There's this recognition that there might be some neurodegenerative conditions increased in autism. And so we've created Blair Braden at Arizona and other people have created kind of a national network that's beginning to pull things together to start to characterize patients and follow them longitudinally throughout the lifespan and understand that better. There's somebody here, Abigail Dickinson, who is actually studying aging. She uses the methylation clock, the epigenetic clock, to study aging in autism and other, so I think there are ways to do this, and there are people who are thinking across the lifespan. There is a practical issue if you're a parent, let's say with a 3 or 5-year-old who's just diagnosed with autism. You're not thinking about what they're going to be. You might think about it, but your main concern is what's in front of you over the next decade. And so, from that standpoint, I don't want to overemphasize what I've said. But I think from our perspective, as academic researchers, as people who are interested in public policy, as funders of research, we have to be thinking this way. We have to understand how the beginning of the story fits into the end of the story, right? If we're really going to understand it. And so we need to have a more open mind, I think, and we need to be able to, I think from a molecular standpoint, the question about mTOR and rapamycin is really interesting. What it really raised to me is not that that's what we should use, but that's the question. We see these overlaps. What does it mean from a mechanistic standpoint? And how can we utilize that to develop preventative strategies that actually might work? So I think, research, at some level is the answer, but, being, open-minded in a way.
Okay, thank you very much. Coffee break? Thank you.
Please come back at We're eating into our coffee break time a little, so come back at 10:15 so we can get started. We'll have a long lunch break.
So there will be times when all the families will be on there, but how many mics total do you have? So we could do two up here, and then if there's questions, we just take the other two. That's helpful because
So do you want to leave the two labels off the side?
I mean, I think
You guys kind of just went with it, so I didn't have a chance to go out to it.
I think we can. Why don't we keep them up here for now? So more than
That's fine. And no worries.
Yeah. Are you dealing with the live stream as well?
I'm the audio guy, but yeah, we're all on.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It worked out.
It won't, right? There's no like pull-out drawer or anything.
Yeah. And does your iPad have the case stand or?
Yeah, but I can also hold it because it's little. But I don't think I can. I don't know whether they were holding a laptop. But I was trying to work out whether you could have a laptop here with notes. But there's really nowhere to sit it. I have a little mini iPad I can use.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be hard to.
I think it is too. I just. Saw
unless you put the. I mean, it also there's stuff that comes up there.
Yeah, no, these are just my additional notes. Yeah. But I was going to use my mini iPad, so that's cool. I can hold that.
I mean, if you need to see the slides and then you put your iPad here, like you could cover this and then still see the slides off there. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, because we basically were sort of like 5 hours ago. We ended up. I didn't realize that was there, but it is very clear. Sometimes you have that and you can't even see anything. So yeah, you can put your iPad there, or even hold it, I guess, depending. Because you can use, or you can even, I guess, the series. I mean, I don't. It just matters how you want to present. But if you want to be at the podium, I would say you can put your iPad there and then see off of there for the slides. Does that work? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank
Perfect.
you so much.
Okay.
right, I guess he can just grab them still, so I can still change them, you think?
I don't know.
I don't want to mess with it anymore. It's okay.
We just had them up. We really just had them up because we were.
Yeah, it's this one. So.
They'll probably play them from.
Oh, it's not.
You can ask
working.
the. No, I mean, I think they were.
Oh, he's got the control.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I've already.
You want? Do you want to just go talk to them?
I already did.
Okay.
He knows the order. It's just that this is.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I already fixed all the misspelled names, but there's just no spacers between people.
Oh, I think you're fine.
Yeah,
you're fine.
exactly.
Yeah, don't
so
worry.
I don't think it's like that.
And they may just put this up as the thing
in the back.
Yeah. That wouldn't work. Yeah, yeah. She was just saying that the spacer slides were taken out, and then she had to fix the names because they were spelled wrong. So I don't know. And I told Helen to get people to sit down when they can't find us.
Okay. Alex, it's really nice to meet you. I really enjoyed your talk. No, it was fantastic. I want to chat with you more after this is all done.
I thought it actually went well with Dan.
Yeah.
Because it was sort of got that whole lifespan.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
His is like part of it.
Yeah. Well, I resonated with the brain body stuff.
I know. I was thinking about you.
I was like,
Everybody has a little different piece that they
and
like.
I'm going to bring that back in when we talk later.
Should we call people in?
Yeah.
So I'll call you and then you'll just go straight to your response. Yeah, because
Howdy, sorry.
Oh, here you are.
In the bathroom.
How are you?
Nice to see you. Pleasure, good to see you again.
You'll go last.
Oh, last.
You'll go
Okay.
last. Okay. You're gonna
All right.
feel like reflection, community reflection.
Okay, so a little bit more summative. So I'll sit on this.
I don't need to hear all of this. My name is Tina. IHME. It's doing metrics and evaluation. We're actually, I would love to get some insights on the philanthropy perspective. So if you have some time. I know we're about to like. Do you want to shuffle everybody from there?
Yeah, our lunch break is going to be shorter because this guy is going to show their 9-minute demo.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Make sure you announce that.
Yeah, okay. They didn't go with my 3-minute version. Okay, come back. We're gonna start the next panel.
You have someone else? Just the 4 of us? Or? I know I'm going last. That's why I took the boost.
Javier, so I'm pronouncing your name Javier Cajigas.
Javier Cajigas. Yeah, the first G is like a, Cajigas. Javier, yes.
Hello, everybody. Could you settle down? We're gonna start to be on time for our lunch break. We're gonna start this panel.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Elaine. Hi, nice to meet you. This is Xiao. Yeah.
Nice to meet you. First is Javier. We've met before, I think.
Yeah.
This is always
Okay. Are we ready to start over there? Okay. So the next panel will be the longest panel discussing measuring brain health, developing a brain health index. A moderator is Alice Lowe Clayton. I will present first just the overall concept and challenges, followed by Ola Ajalori, Elaine Zhao, Bijan Najafi, Christine Ramirez, not Christian, and Javier Caquigas in the end. So so brain health is not the concept for all ages. It has some nuances at each age, and mostly risk and resilience factors. What we're looking for is an overlap. In order to develop commonalities, common understanding of what brain health is, we have to look for commonalities rather than differences. And the best way to organize it probably is risk and resilience factors that could be fostered to promote brain health. For instance, in early life, it would be maternal nutrition, responsive caregiving, environmental factors, or exposure to environmental factors. In childhood, cognitive stimulation, mind-body training that could promote self-awareness, self-regulation. In adolescence, peer and adult mentoring, physical activity, sleep hygiene, extending to adulthood, sleep hygiene, nutrition, mind-body training continues on. And me, as a trained and certified yoga teacher, I'm all for it. Train our 2-year-olds how to self-regulate by breathing. And we'll expand on that in a later panel. And then senescence, cognitive retraining, digital technologies, AI, and so forth. So when we're talking about constructing brain health index domains, from the neuroscience perspective or lens on brain health, we would like to measure cognitive function, which could include memory, attention, processing speed, executive functioning, and reaction time. From the mental health perspective, stress levels, anxiety, depression, emotion regulation, and resilience. Lifestyle factors, sleep quality, physical activity, nutrition, social engagement, alcohol and tobacco and other substance use. Biological and physical markers could be very useful, documenting the overall whole person health and metabolic health, blood pressure, blood sugar levels, cholesterol, BMI, body mass index, inflammatory markers. From the brain imaging perspective, structure and function, that's where I live, documenting those. And then other factors, social determinants of health, exposome, exposure to any toxic events, climate pollution, climate change, chemical exposures, neurodevelopmental and neurodegenerative processes. As we learned, it's actually a continuum. And then resilience factors such as creativity, finding meaning and purpose, social connectedness, leading to human flourishing. And so this is the first one is World Health Organization brain health definition that you've seen a number of times already. What we're proposing is to look at tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 components of brain health indices. And the core would be a low-cost, scalable, population-based, community-based metrics suitable for community organizations, public health, surveillance. And enhanced tier 2 adds clinical biomarkers, imaging, digital cognitive testing for research and clinical settings. And then policy dashboard, which is aggregated equity adjustments, geospatial aggregation, and trends analytics. Again, domains would be cognitive function with variations, brain structure and function only in tier 2, mental health, lifestyle factors, biological markers, and social determinants of health. And this cognitive function just gives you the screening instruments that we operate with, like drawing a clock, which is a common screening tool, a MOCA or a 5-minute digital battery to assess global cognition. And that could be used on a population or larger scale. Brain structure and function, again, is more complicated, available in neuroscience environments. Mental health, things like depression screening or anxiety or stress screening could be 1 or 2 questions to ask. Lifestyle factors, and that's quite common in anything that belongs to brain health. How good are you with lifestyle factors? Your diet, your exercise, your sleep. Wearable technology can contribute to the precision measures, and then biological markers are available as needed. Again, wearable technology allows us to expand that. And then social determinants of health, like median years of education, social isolation index, and area of deprivation. We are talking, Ola Jaluri will continue this conversation, and future consideration for inclusion of such measures into DSM.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. So I have the fortune and the privilege of being part of the future DSM steering committee. I'm also part of a subcommittee looking at the role of biomarkers and biological factors in the future of the DSM. And what I'm going to talk about briefly is the structure of the proposed diagnostic framework that we're thinking about for the future DSM, and to talk a little bit about how these concepts of brain health that Helen talked about might be integrated into this new framework. Just in terms of nomenclature, I think the DSM-6 was referred to earlier, and we don't talk about the DSM-6, we talk about it as the future DSM, with the idea that the next version of the DSM will actually be a living document that will be continuously updated as we gather more information about psychiatric diagnoses. But to talk about this diagnostic model, I wanted to highlight that it's made up of 4 domains. The first domain on the right in green refers to diagnoses, and that's the typical domain that we think about when thinking about DSM-based diagnoses. And then we also have transdiagnostic features in the blue box, and that's to capture a more dimensional aspect of psychiatric diagnoses, thinking about what we've learned from things like the research domain criteria, where we look at transdiagnostic features, which may be really important clinically, but cut across traditional diagnostic categories. And then what I think will be really interesting to think about when thinking about measures related to brain health are contextual factors. A lot of these are the ones that Helen referred to, like socioeconomic and cultural and environmental determinants of health, lifespan factors that we heard about from Dr. Geschwin, comorbid diagnoses, which can impact psychiatric diagnosis, quality of life, how well people are functioning, will be important things to consider when coming up with a new diagnostic formulation according to the future DSM. And then importantly, we're thinking about how to include candidate biomarkers or biological factors. Currently, there are no sort of well-established, validated biomarkers that we could include in a current version of the DSM, but we want to create a framework by which, as we learn more information, those candidate biomarkers could be included into a diagnostic model. And one of the things I wanted to highlight is traditionally we've always considered these things, even in the old version of the DSM. If you recall, the DSM-3 had a multi-axial system where we would include some of these factors. What's different here is we're thinking more about the intersectionality of these different domains, how they interact and influence each other to create a more holistic diagnostic picture. And then I just wanted to show an example of how this might be applied. So looking at some of the contextual factors, that might include things like housing status. It might include educational status that we saw was an important risk factor for the developing of dementia later on in life. And then medical comorbidities would include things like hypertension, diabetes, and then quality of life could be measured by existing scales like the HUDAC scale. And functioning might be it could be a qualitative or it could be a numeric measure, but this might be the area where a brain health index could be included in a diagnostic framework. And then the idea is, again, that all of these domains interact with each other, whether it's biological, whether it's these contextual factors or transdiagnostic features, things like anxiety, things like anhedonia that cut across different diagnoses. And then I just want to end by talking about how specifically the contextual factors and the biological factors map onto existing concepts that Helen talked about related to brain health. So like the exposome. You know, what are the things in our environment that can impact our mental health, whether it's, you know, environmental pollutants, particulate matter, allostatic load, how much chronic life stress have we had to deal with across the lifespan, and how that can contribute to these contextual factors. And then also thinking about the importance of metabolic, immune, cardiovascular comorbidities that can impact brain health. So I will stop there. Thanks.
Hi, I was going to introduce her. Oh, yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Oh, okay. I'll sit
Okay.
down.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Elaine Shao. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Integrative Biology and Physiology. I was mentioning to a few people earlier, I feel a bit like a wild card on this very esteemed panel. But what I'd like to share with you is my interest in the microbiome, why we care about it in general, why we care about it in terms of interactions with the brain, and whether or not it might be useful in considering a brain health index. So I'll start with a rapid fire of a few things that makes the microbiome interesting to us. So why do we care about the microbiome? At the heels of the Human Genome Project was the Human Microbiome Project in 2012. It was the first time there was sequencing of the human microbiome and really defining who's there, how many, and what's the genomic content. And the results were really striking. You know, thousands of different microbes, the vast majority that have never been studied historically in the whole history of microbiology, about 300 times more unique genes than the human genome, and really unique chemistries that our biology, our bodies rely on. Things like digesting fibers that our cells can't do, but we rely on microbes to do. Things like making secondary bile acids, which our bodies also don't do, but microbes do, are really important for lipid metabolism. And so with this also came the really intriguing finding that the microbiome is vertically transmitted during the birthing process. So early on, we all get it from our mothers if we were born vaginally, and from the environment if it was a C-section birth. And the microbiome matures over the first 3 years of life and achieves stability, something that looks more like an adult microbiome by age 3. So then there's this unique aspect of at least early heritability, but still this, modifiability through our environment and our lifestyle. So with the sequencing effort, there was also this realization of all of these genes that were found, and kind of this realization from the chemistry side of things where natural product discovery was usually looking to microbes in the ocean and the soil for unique molecules that form the basis of many modern medicines that we all use. And what about all of these new microbes that we haven't studied that are normally part of our bodies, and what can they do to affect health and disease? So over the past decade, then people have really found that microbes regulate thousands of metabolites in the body, not just locally within the gut, but also in distal organs. And some of these can reach the brain directly, or access the brain through neuronal, humoral, or immune routes. And so now bringing it back to brain health, it was mentioned earlier by fantastic talk by Dr. Geschwind that genomics is easier, but environment is important. And so how do we capture environmental influences without having to quantify everybody's whole exposome throughout their life? And so there's this idea that microbes cover every environmental interface. They respond to environment, but they also affect our biology. And so maybe that's the hub of the exposomes, at least some of our exposures. And so my lab and many others have been really intrigued by how the microbiome can directly signal to the nervous system or indirectly. And so the field really started with this lower hanging fruit, that in the gut, there's lots of immune cells. This blue layer is the epithelium. About 75% of the body's immune cells are in the lamina propria in this site. And at every second, even now, they're reaching their dendrites out and capturing and surveilling microbes that are in the lumen and kind of processing the microbes themselves and the products that they make. And so people find that the microbiome is really impactful for shaping the immune system, the immune response, and even the brain immune system. So resident immune cells like microglia in the brain are shaped by the microbiome. These gut-trained immune cells also infiltrate the brain in neuroinflammatory states. There's also this increasing interest in integrating microbes to sensory systems. And so there's lots of microbes that are in the gut here. We have experience with this kind of notion by our exposures to things like salmonella when we get food poisoning. As few as 12 cells of salmonella can engage immune and neuronal responses to make us sick within a few hours. But what about the trillions of microbes that are normally there and shifts in those types of processes? So the field is finding that microbial products can activate vagal neurons that enter the brain directly, or dorsal root neurons through spinal paths that can affect the brain. And so with all of this together, there's this interest in how microbes and their metabolites can really inform neuroinflammation, trajectories for stress reactivity, cognitive function, and ultimately risk for neurological diseases. And so this is meant to be a bit provocative, but this raises a really interesting question. If many drivers of brain conditions, let's take, for example, cognitive decline, can act years or decades before the actual condition is measurable, can we use the microbiome to offer an upstream, earlier indicator of the biological trajectories that affect these outcomes? And so this is more contributing to the shift of moving beyond what's the state of the brain right now to what's the state or what are the conditions that shape the brain's future. So many conditions, neurological conditions, have been linked to the microbiome. The directionality of kind of these relationships are under active study. But there are some really interesting examples where the microbiome may contribute to risk, or at least be biomarkers for risk. And so here's one study from the Dantes group at Washington University, St. Louis. It's a recent one where they looked at microbiomes in individuals with preclinical Alzheimer's disease. So very early on, before they even had any symptoms. And so they found differences in the microbiome. And then they asked whether these differences in the microbiome, if they pick out these key features, could better predict preclinical Alzheimer's disease than existing biomarkers or clinical covariates. And so what they found was ultimately, if they combine the microbiome with these other kind of diagnostic tools that are more conventionally used now, that the microbiome could increase prediction by about, in this case, like 12%. So that may sound very modest, but I think if it were me, I would like to be in that 12%, especially when it comes to kind of this very accessible and non-invasive way of measuring the microbiome. So in thinking about potentially a microbiome-informed brain health index, we can draw some parallels to what's being done in the field of childhood malnutrition. And so Jeffrey Gordon's group, he's considered a pioneer of microbiome research, has done a lot of work on childhood malnutrition in countries across the world, and really finding that ready-to-use therapeutic foods in malnourished kids don't work persistently, that they work maybe initially and it's a temporary fix, but then after that, it kind of reverts. And they really find that if they actually replace the microbiome or modify it in tandem, then they can actually confer long-term benefit. And so this led them to think, can they develop a microbiome score? So right now, for anyone who has kids, you know that you take them to the pediatrician, they really just measure weight and height, maybe head circumference. And that was really gross measures of growth and not of function. And so they asked in this case, could they sample, because they are interested in nutrition, kind of optimally nourished kids, kind of identify features of the microbiome over these different ages, and then create a clear microbiome metric, microbiome for age Z-score, with nutrition as the kind of main outcome. And so they did, and they found that it was a better predictor of more functional outcomes like immune status, metabolic factors, and also susceptibility to infection. And so I think this knowledge will really supplement and complement more the gross measures like weight and height. So can we adopt, this is pie in the sky, but can we adopt these types of ideas for brain health rather than latching things onto nutrition only, as their study has? But what if we do normative modeling, kind of identifying microbiomes by age, maybe past the 3 years of life, but even extending to older ages, and then anchor them to brain outcomes that we really care about, and assess critically whether these microbiome measures are really good predictors of normative or not normal neurodevelopment or brain aging. And so that's kind of a pie in the sky type idea. And it was also mentioned earlier that sequencing is getting really affordable. And also methods for non-invasive sampling are also advancing. As funny as this may sound, this technology is actually here at the cusp of being able to non-invasively kind of measure and at home measure the microbiome. And so what if one day this could be as easy as, taking your usual bio break to get a sense of how the microbiome is doing. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, good morning. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for having me here. I'm engineer, even though that my title is Professor of Surgery at UCLA. May I ask, how many engineers do we have in the room? Oh, great. We have 2 engineers, it seems. Amazing. So let's start here. So I'm consider myself one of the luckiest engineers because last 20 years, my primary appointment was with School of Medicine. At that time, I started working with wearable technology, remote patient monitoring. I remember that when I tried to talk to my colleagues, clinician, geriatrician, surgeon, and I say that using that technology to capture mobility, sleep, stress, and other metrics that we can track the outcomes, they told me that, you know what, my patient is not tech savvy, this is too complex, it's not scalable. And then we came today, actually, I have a couple of months ago, a class in the UCLA extension, and we have a group of older adults, older than 60 years old, and they're listening to the talk, and I asked that how many of you have a smartphone? Everyone raised their hands. How many of you wearing a smartwatch? Almost half, or even more. They say that you're using a smartwatch. And I asked them, how many of you are using AI? Majority, they said that you are using some sort of the AI. So really has been changed the way that now we all look at the medicine. And now I'm closely collaborating with the doctors. I'm going to the OR. We are using all sorts of the technology here. And that's coming with the vision that I summarize here. So we are seeing a lot of milestones in medicine that transform the modern medicine. Probably if you look at earlier modern medicine that I'm calling the bedside art era, or the era of Dr. William Osler, who introduced residency program to medical school. At that time, physicians' primary tools were observation, listening, and clinical judgment. Care was deeply personal, but it was also limited by a lack of objective data, scalability when it comes to understanding a patient day-to-day function outside the clinic. And then it came to genome and sequencing biomarkers It transformed the medicine. So finally, medicine moved from its current larger reactive to one that could be predictive, personalized, preventive, and participatory. And now we are entering on the third era that is still is infancy, but is fast growing. This is the era that now the technology transformed the way that we are collecting the data and is not anymore a snapshot measurement in clinic. It could be continuous and could be multimodal. We can collect the tons of the data from the environment of the individual, the pollution, the air quality, and the activity behavior, how well they walk, how many steps they take per day, how well they sleep, what is the level of the stress that they have, social interaction, the speech, and many more. And then, yes, we have massive amount of the data, but we have AI that can provide contextual information and augmented the care. This is the future that I truly believe that can shape the way that we can promote proactive care and personalized care. And if we combine those metrics with other measurement that Helen mentioned, maybe that would be brain health index that has dynamic granularity and can be personalized and can be tracking over time. So this is our vision. Actually, my team is working that how we can transform some simple, low-cost, commercially available, scalable technology like a smartwatch to determine brain health. It looks like science fiction, but actually the science was there. About 20 years ago, Verghese in New England Journal of Medicine recommended that by look at the pattern of the walking of someone, we can predict incidence of dementia with 20 years lead time. That was earlier stage. And then there were other measurements that emerged, and it shows that, yes, it seems that we can track them. And Helen mentioned about the sleep, the stress, mobility. Those are some of the metrics that is relevant. So we're starting to explore them. At the beginning, we have a complex technology, but then we said that, okay, let's using a simple smartwatch, a Garmin watch. At that time, we purchased them $90 and we provide to the individual. But of course, those are commercial gadgets. It still doesn't provide the clinically graded information. So we're lucky that we have a grant from NIA. It's a precision aging network. Is led by University of Arizona, but there are 4 sites that involved with it. And I'm honored to leading a core for that precision aging network that is called non-invasive technology. So at that core, we said that, okay, let's look at the simple and low-cost technology that we can extract some metrics that could be digital biomarker of brain health. And we focus on mobility, sleep, stress, that we said that we may try to capture them with a smartwatch. Then it was speech. We said, okay, we can capturing our telemedicine or simple an app that they can read a lot. And the third one was biomarker about the sweat. We can capturing easy sweat, sending something to the individual and then collecting the sweat samples and collecting some information there. So the results are starting to publish. The target is reaching 3,000 individual that has deep phenotype of everything from fMRI, from all the questionnaires, from blood samples, from and many, many more. Of course, for cognitive screening, the idea is collecting data from 1 million Americans. But I have the data of the first 1,000 cohort, that now recently the data become publicly available. Everyone that they would like to explore that data, they can have access to it. But a simple API, an application that extracted very high resolution information. Basically, every second or every minute, depend on the type of activity we're extracting the data remotely. The patient doesn't need to do anything. So automatically through their smartphone, we capture those data and we transfer them. Some of them that they didn't have a smartphone, we collect the data in the memory of the watch. As soon as they came to the clinic for the follow-up, we download all of those data. But for mobility, we have resolution of 10 minutes. For sleep, we have resolution of 1 minute. For stress, we capture them every 3 minutes. And for heart rate at rest, we have resolution of 15 seconds. And ultimately, from the same watch over 7 days, we capture the data about mobility, like steps, intensity activities. Of course, you can extract many other information like how long they can walk without a stop. Then we look at the sleep, like sleep efficiency, wake up after the sleep onset. That means when you fell asleep, how quickly they wake up again. And total sleep time, we achieve to having some information about the REM and deep sleep. And stress, we look at the average stress, higher stress bouts, and heart rate at rest. And then the very simple way is that how we can crunch all of those data to identify the metrics that related to cognitive function. So this graph that you are seeing here is a diagram, basically link the significant correlation with actually different domain that we have about the domain of mobility, the red one, the domain of sleep metrics, and domain of the stress. As you see here, majority of them, we find out that's significantly correlated with the MoCA score. And when we look at the mild cognitive impairment, the combination of those metrics, we achieve to distinguish actually mild cognitive impairment just through the watch. It's at the earliest stage. We know that this single domain of the metric, and now the next step that we did, we combine those information combined with the speech of a person that they talk, and we also develop a simple telemedicine control functional metrics like a repetitive elbow flex extension that help us to identify the metric of the frailty, like slowness, weakness, exhaustion, that can be captured easily remotely over telemedicine. So what is the goal? The goal is adding some simple objective metrics that represent the daily functioning of the individual beyond of the clinic. The walking test in the clinic could be helpful, but our team and others shows that that may not necessarily replicate the daily functioning of the individual in daily life. So those are some of the additional metrics that we can capture, and we are hoping that it would be selected for the maybe brain health index down the road. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Christina Ramirez. I am a professor of biostatistics at UCLA and promise no equations. All right, so what is a brain health index? So we want to be able to encompass cognitive, emotional, physical, and social functioning. And we want to be able to quantify this, and it's a very complex construct. So we want things that will have like an overall score, some domain-specific subscores, a signal that indicates trajectory. Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? Is it staying stable? We need it to be interpretable and most of all, reproducible. And so let's start with a simpler problem. Let's look at IQ. So we have access with Ellen to rich multimodal brain data. So we have things like structural imaging, functional imaging, and behavioral measures, reaction time, age. And from a statistical perspective, this is complex data. It is high dimensional. We have high correlation. And most so I specialize in machine learning and high dimensional problems. And machine learning can produce unstable feature importance. So we need to have a notion of robustness and reproducibility. And so instead of asking what is important, because we need to have interpretable machine learning, because if we don't know how it's being predicted, we can't figure out the mechanism and act upon it. So instead of asking, oh, what are the important features, we ask, what are reproducibly selected across all resampling? So no matter what we do, across all our tuning parameters, we get the same signal. So across data sets, so we get generalizability. But we need to respect the network structure. This data live as a network. And if we look at it just univariately, we are missing important things. And most machine learning, in most statistics, we assume everything is independent, and this is highly correlated. And so we need to respect this network. We need to take a systems approach. And so we do this using unsupervised learning, so a correlation-based network analysis, followed by supervised learning, which we have our algorithms, which are what we call fuzzy forest and Shapley forest. So we have interpretable things, because our key output is reproducible inclusion probability. So what is the probability that a feature is selected given resampling? Okay, I lied. So there's one sort of equation right here. Okay. And so, so this one is just for fluid IQ. So once we restrict to highly stable predictors, and by that we say that no matter what we do, and this is across thousands upon thousands of replicates, that these come up 80% of the time. In fact, my group is like the single largest user of the Hoffman 2 cluster here at UCLA. So we have, it's pretty intensive. But we want to restrict our attention to highly stable predictors. And when we look at this, something interesting emerges. We see signals from motor performance, reaction time, age, parietal and cortical thickness, caudate nucleus involvement. And so if you don't take a step back, these may look like different domains, but when you look at it, it's capturing processing speed and executive efficacy. And so motor speed, could be measuring, how quickly the system executes. Reaction time could be cognitive processing speed, and then we also have things with executive control and parietal integration. And so we do this, and we find that this pattern is stable. Oh no. And we find that this is stable across all of our runs. And so we are seeing a reproducible multimodal signal. And so this suggests that we can do a brain health index. And so this leads us to the next step. If fluid cognition reflects system level architecture, then the brain health must be also measured at the systems level, as our previous talk was suggesting. And so a brain health index will be constructed by one, selecting stable features. We need to make sure that no matter what we do, these features are selected. We want to remove redundancy, we need to standardize, and then we want to weight by both stability and predictive contribution. So the index must be grounded in reproducible signals. So because we need more than a predictive model, it needs to be tracked longitudinally. It needs to be used to detect change and translated into a clinically meaningful score. And so the stability transforms predictive modeling into a foundation for measuring brain health. Thank you.
Okay, everyone take a deep breath. I'm last. So my name is Javier Cajigas. I'm a professor, an associate professor here in the Department of Psychiatry, and also a new chief psychologist for the Department of Mental Health in the County of Los Angeles. And I want to start with a brief anecdote and just tip my hat to my late colleague and one-time mentor, Bob Bilder, who was a real luminary in this area. He was talking about brain health and brain health management, created a course for our undergrads and all kinds of different things. I just know that he would be incredibly happy to see us here today. I want to start by talking about what or who is a brain health index for. You know, this is a schematic. Hopefully you can all see it. I think it's big enough to where folks can read. As a neuropsychologist by training, mental health for me is brain health. And I think we're in the midst of a tremendous shift that we all recognize. And I just like to ask you all to pause for a moment and reflect as to who we will center in this evolving discourse and what will be our North Star and guiding post as we move through the evolution of what we're here to do today. You can see here, my colleagues on the panel have talked about various different components of a brain index and how they all will center and crystallize together to give us new insights. I wish I had talent to be able to create animations and shift this, right? But I think that mental health and brain health is a spiral, right? And so we're in the midst of this paradigmatic shift. And I think that we need to center community in this discourse. You know, brain health extends beyond clinical settings. It affects education, work and life balance, daily life. That's where we live in our brains. And of course, our long-term cognitive function across the lifespan and development, as we have already heard. My first experience, what led me to neuropsychology, was a physiological psychology class in which I held a brain in my hands for the first time. My professor rolled up his sleeves, took off his watch, reached into a vat, pulled out a human brain, and said, if anyone wants to, come and, you know, put your gloves on and hold it with me. And I remember looking at this sticky, smelly thing and thinking to myself, wow, I can't tell if this is a man or a woman, or I can't tell if this person is white or black or Latinx, if they were rich, if they were poor, etc. And I was very naive. You know, I remember as a cognitive science student thinking these brain in the vat experiments, you know, and trying to extrapolate concepts. But sometimes we forget that brains live inside of people, and people live inside of broader systems, and we're not all treated the same. And we don't all treat one another the same. And so I think it's important from the very get-go to center the social and structural factors that shape health outcomes in how we translate our brain indices into true practice and transformation, one could argue, liberation of our communities. So community engagement really is essential to translate research into real-world benefits for people. And being here in Los Angeles, I think we have in Los Angeles, we have a unique opportunity. Yeah, it's actually Nuestra Señora de Reina de Los Angeles de la Porciúncula, but we just call it LA. I think we have an opportunity to really lead the way, not only as scientists in these various different levels of what Bob Bilder used to call phenomics. He would call it the final frontier with a PH. But that we really begin to center the translation of that science into real world impact for everyone, right? And so there's this break in our pipeline from measurement to impact. I think a brain health index has an opportunity to measure all the different things that we've talked about. Technology is taking it to a whole other level. Again, to channel Bob, if you ever went into his office, he had EEG helmets and wearables 20 years ago, right? Saw this coming. And the challenge then really is, how do we translate metrics into meaningful community outcomes? How do we bring community into this room? We have some empty seats, right? To co-create something that can truly be transformational, transform our economic markets, our sense of health, our sense of global community and social justice. At the Department of Mental Health, I spent 20 years almost here at UCLA, and now I've entered a new, even bigger bureaucratic system in the county. And I am finding that in the county system, we're not sheltered in the way that we are in the academy. And that's why I think that the public partnership with universities, with our university, and with community mental health settings, community brain health settings, will be critically important for this to really be able to take off and move and change the culture and the mindset. Local partnerships, it all starts local. And we talk about community, but it's actually communities, right, with different origins that are characterized in different ways. Even the microbiome folks, you know, I'd love to do a study of the gastronomy of Los Angeles, right, and how that impacts our overall brain health. Tremendous variability and diversity in our foods and what we eat in LA. There's a need to have continuity with programs that focus on translational science, implementation science, that these metrics and everything, we see it all the way through. Because too many times we assume that if we do something upstream, everything else will flow. But in that flow, there's a lot of leaks. And it doesn't always get to everyone, especially those that need it most. And so I envision, bridging metrics and action in a way where we could have neuroprotective activities being led in public spaces, not just Tai Chi in the park, although that'll probably be there, and it demonstrates the wisdom of certain cultures that have had longevity for a long time that we don't study and that we don't completely understand. I think Helen's been a real pioneer in that area. But really thinking about what would it look like? One of the other commentators mentioned the built-out environment. What does it mean to think about brain health in terms of the built-out environment? The environment that we live and that our brains live and move and traffic through all of the time. And it's not just about what we choose to do that is about building out brain health. It is also openly and courageously acknowledging what happens to people without their choosing and how that impacts their brain health. We're here in Los Angeles. The idea that science is apolitical, I think, we got to be past that. There is a lot of stress. There is a lot of strain. This is having a tremendous impact on people's brain health. And so whatever we come to here today in our discourse and dialogue, I hope that we think about the practical, real-world applications of our work. And that we not armchair it, but that we invite communities to the table with us so that they can help us refine and improve our science and our metrics for brain health and their translation to real-world activities. I'm going to close, the key message, metrics matter only when communities understand and act on them. It's so empowering for people to learn about how they are experiencing the world and that their brain has something to do with it, and to be able to see it and see pictures and models of brains. And so I hope that we can shift that lens to really put this science at the service of our communities. I'll end with this quote from an article which I really recommend to everyone, written just last year by Daly. It says, "The right to brain health." I think this is gonna shift, and we're gonna have to bring in our attorney friends too, like it or not. Any lawyers in the room? Right? No one wants to raise their hands. Okay. But I think that brain rights is on the horizon. It's already being talked about, right? And so the right to brain health is a necessary condition of human dignity that recognizes the inalienable right of each person across the entire lifetime to live, grow, and work in a safe and stimulating physical and social environment that favors access to adequate education, healthcare, dignified work and leisure, and full participation in society, while ensuring the absence of harmful elements such as pollution and poverty. We have a microcosm of the whole world in Los Angeles, and there is no better place, and I say this confidently, to do these types of studies that we're going to be embarking on, to engage with communities that will have generalizability in our science. And I want to end just by tipping my hat to another colleague who I was able, thanks to Helen, to invite here today. Her name is Maria Garay Cerrato. She's sitting right here, if you can wave, Maria. She is one of our colleagues in the academy, but also is the daughter of a mother who suffered, who is a survivor of domestic violence here in the United States. And domestic violence is a silent epidemic, to use Maria's term, a sleeping giant. Her mother's brain was the first brain to document CTE, or chronic traumatic encephalopathy in the brain of a domestic violence sufferer. And the pathologists that did this work demonstrated that the CTE in this courageous woman who lived with and through domestic violence was worse than any other case that she had seen. And she's a neuropathologist that works with the military, with the NFL, and with the Boxing Association. And so when I talk about centering community and the things that we don't talk about, but that are uber represented in our communities, this is one of them. We need to shift our gaze to begin to look at brain health in ways that are more socially responsive, and that, you know, if we think we have a lot of CTE cases in sports, the epidemiology that my colleague cites really dwarfs the prevalence of CTE, secondary to domestic violence, is much more prevalent than anything we could possibly imagine. So this has real world implications. The last, making brain health real, I think we need measurement. I think we need a focus on implementation, but we also need a focus on brain health equity. And hopefully we can move toward a public brain health agenda that really involves and centers our communities so that our science is better science and much more meaningful. Thank you so much.
Hello? Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Well, I'm back up here. My name is Alice Will Clayton, and I have the privilege of moderating this outstanding session. We had some amazing speakers today, and one of the, as I was listening to all of your talks, a recurring theme was that you're all looking at the human in context, whether it's at the community level, through their external movements and sleep, or their internal measures and their cohabitation with microbes. I think what we've all appreciated that in fact the human is always in context. But I think until recently, we haven't really been able to tackle this area of science. And I think that makes the idea of developing a brain health index much more tractable and real and implementable. So I'd love to ask all of you, in thinking about the human in context and the ability to measure brain, body, experience, and environment, how do you think about the relationship among the signals that you measure? Are we measuring sort of the different facets of the same thing, or are they at fundamentally different dimensions? And this is for anyone.
I don't know if this is on. I would say that it's multimodal. And you have to look at things as a community, whether it's a community of microbes, a community of people, a community of the density in the brain and the brain network. Everything is a community, and we need to model it as a system and as a community, because if not, you're missing something vitally important.
Yeah, I agree with that. That I think they are independent but interacting, right? So for example, if I'm trying to monitor a patient and look at their physical activity and their mobility, it might be limited because they live in an unsafe environment, right? So being able to capture that in addition to what we're getting from a wearable, I think is really important to get the bigger picture.
I'll just say that I think it's so important to keep in mind that when we're talking about the brain, we're talking about an open system that is alive and constantly changing, in a state of development that is either positive or negative, or even sustained at times. We all have ups and downs. Even our EEGs go up and down, right? So I think that methods that allow us to capture these dynamics in vivo and in real time with rapid feedback, that rapid feedback is also important for eliciting change within those systems in more healthy ways. And so I think we just want to keep that in mind. We're talking about an open living system.
That's great. I think, one of the profound things that all of you are doing is just, we're able to measure in so many new ways now. The data are almost just overwhelming. And there's a real need to say, from that data, where do we find meaning in how to chart our path forward? From a very sort of maybe statistical standpoint or an analysis standpoint, how do we ensure that we're not just following red herrings because we're measuring a lot of things and the same thing kind of shows up over and over again, but that it's the relationship that we predict or that matters to the level of the individual, matters to how they operate in their environment, and is respectful of the experience that they've had before them.
Right. So that's why we have this notion of stability and robustness, because it is so important, because traditional machine learning has biased variable importance, especially under correlation. And so we need to model these things as networks, as systems, and we need to have robust metrics. So meaning no matter what we're doing, because I don't know if anybody here works in machine learning or AI, there are a million different tuning parameters. And we need to be able to generalize this across very diverse populations. So we need to have these notions of robustness. And so for my group, that is what we specialize in, making sure that we are not getting red herrings, that this makes sense. And we work with other investigators that are true domain experts to try and figure out these signals, but also why we need what we call interpretable AI, because without interpretation, it is a ghost in the machine and we cannot act on any mechanisms. We need to have mechanisms so we can actually enact change.
So I echo my colleagues. So basically, we can't manage what we can measure. But of course, as you mentioned, we have so many measurements. But if we don't add those measurements in the context and add into the AI, may get something that may less actionable. Let's give you an example on another project that I'm working on is about limb amputation, about people with diabetes. And we collected also some very useful measurement using variable like the inflammation on the bottom of the feet, the mobility, whether they are doing exercise, nutrition, etc. But we realized that by those metrics, we cannot predict who may develop foot ulcer. But then when you look at it, some of the other metrics like geographic location, interestingly, we find out that someone who is living more than 50 miles from an experienced hospital, that person, even with the lower risk factors, has high likelihood of having limb amputation compared to someone who is living closer to an experienced hospital. So those are the factors that we are considering as the context, that if you are putting on the AI, we need to describe them and we need to impose them, and then those measurements become more meaningful and actionable.
I think I'm seeing Ken pace back and forth. And, we have experts here I'm sure we're going to hear from. But I think that something that can help us guard against those types of dead ends or red herrings is engaging with community early. Community-based participatory research models, engaged or co-created models, rapid feedback and accountability to community members, to stakeholders, and having a dialogue with us as trained scientists, but making sure that our research questions have applicability out the gate with our community members. I think that's a way to gauge against following a red herring.
So coming back to some of the discussion that Helen raised in terms of sort of iterative development of a brain health index, and Alohu in terms of how DSM is shaping this. We know these are continuous, dynamic, individual level, individual variability. But at the end of the day, we have to make pragmatic, often categorical decisions when it comes to clinical decision making, policy thresholds. How do you see both the tension and a potential path forward in terms of this exciting science that has such interesting and intriguing ways of being applied, but also runs up against the natural needs of practical implementation and policy setting?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something that we've been talking about a lot internally within our committees for the future DSM, especially as we think about, dimensional constructs, right, where we think about things across a spectrum. You're right, in order to make clinical decisions, we often have to have some kind of thresholds or cutoffs, right, for making a binary yes/no decision. And that's something we're talking about, or what would be the appropriate thresholds if we come up with a dimensional measure like a brain health index. It's where I defer to my statistician colleagues and AI experts, where there might be some data-driven ways to come up with these thresholds, especially if you have, if you're trying to tie them to outcomes that matter, and tying into what Javier said about those outcomes that matter being defined by the communities that are impacted by these measures, I think is really important.
Great. I think we have time to take some questions from the audience.
One thing I find missing from the discussion, I mean, as a scientist, more data is good, and I think what you're doing is great. But there are lots of things that are actionable now that we know can be effective across public health. We knew, for example, when cigarette smoking caused lung cancer, there was a big public health campaign and a great reduction in lung cancer. We know a lot of things now are contributing to problems in brain health as well as general health. And why don't we have a bigger effort with respect to a more aggressive public message to get more people to adopt habits that are going to improve their lifestyle? You know, everyone should be exercising. They shouldn't be eating ultra-processed food and so on. This is, I think, well established. And we don't need second and third order to get to this. So why don't we have a better public health effort?
Nick? I don't know about the why, but I will say that I think we need to do a better job in our translation of science for policymakers. We need to engage as scientists more directly with the systems that actually guide implementation. And we need to bring implementation science to the forefront. We don't do a good job. You know, I was a neuropsychologist practicing here at UCLA for about 20 years. And I was always struck by all this wonderful research that I was seeing with my colleagues. And then I was like, when is that going to get to the clinic? It's right across the street at UCLA Health, right? So how can we do a better job? I think by engaging and by scientists taking more of an advocacy role, maybe getting formalized training in advocacy to be able to go to those tables so that we're at the table and not on the menu, like they say.
I also wanted to actually add in, I think we also, at least in this country, we put the burden entirely on the individual. And so I think what this panel really beautifully does is that you have to think about the human in context, which means you also have to think about the shared responsibility. And so translating, I think, what we're finding from science and the lived experience into tangible policy changes and organization may help to encourage the science and behavioral change, because behavioral change is probably harder than, I will go out the limb and say, harder than any of these, some of the math that's being done up here. We've struggled with it for decades.
I think if we adopt mixed methods approach, also, good science can inform good narratives. Stories are what change policy, not science. And so we need our science to inform those narratives in more intentional and deliberate ways.
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight the importance of translating these things to policy, because you used the example of smoking, right? And I'm thinking about all of the laws about, you know, you can't smoke here, you can't smoke on a plane. I mean, there are concrete things that were done at the policy level to change, you know, human behavior in a way to promote health.
Next question. Hi there. First of all, I got in my first fMRI across the street. I'm a UCLA Bruin, so at the turn of the century, I followed Dr. Matthew Lieberman, and I was at college students signing up for every, because you need $30 here, $60 there, and so they would need us to, so I was in fMRIs here. Didn't know I'd be back 25 years later advocating for exactly what you spoke about. I'm an educator by trade. I taught 15 years and then left the classroom and now just talking about brain health and brain skills. But we believe, this is Keely and she was on So You Think You Can Dance and Dancing with the Stars. We believe that the arts could be a carrier of brain health and brain content. So with that, I just wrote my first white paper, and it says brain capital justice, positioning brain capital as a human right. So exactly what you said. But hear my heart. We're trying to get this out here, and I feel so alone because we have answers, we have the stuff, we have the data, we are following your work, your academic work, but we see that it takes a decade to get into the communities. We're trying, we just don't have funding, we don't have big corps, orgs. It's just us and my 8-year-old kid who write books for families to learn about brain health. How can we get help who we think we have a part of the solution, but we don't have any resources. I've spoken to Harris and who's helped. We've spoken to UN, United Nations, but we can only do so much. How do we take what you know and bring it to the children, the kids, and the people who are in systems where ultra-processed foods are being thrown down their food? They don't know to take brain breaks. They don't know to use music to reset their brain states. We can do this. We just need you.
First off, thank you. And we see you. I think that what you're sharing so passionately with us is the need for science to adopt a more advocacy type stance, rather than just letting science trickle down and move along incrementally and everything. It isn't apolitical. And so that's why we need to center community, so that your voice is there, right? The voice of others is there and informs the science. And then I think the coalitions between community and science, again, community and academic partnerships, to then move for policy change. That's where it's going to change. It's at that level that resources are allocated, that systematic changes are made population-wide. So let's talk, right? And everyone else, let's talk, right? That's how change comes, I think. And we have a lot of experts in the room. I'm looking around at a lot of my colleagues that do a lot of beautiful community work and are centered in a more equitable lens that way. I think that it's about making the connections and holding one another accountable.
Another question here.
Yeah, this question is, I think, for Helen. You mentioned, as far as the Brain Health Index, the importance, you talked a lot about the importance of stability. One thing I didn't hear is like the importance of modifiability, and I'm just wondering where do you think that falls in terms of the characteristics of the Brain Health Index?
Yeah, so this is why we try to do interpretable. So we look at things that can be modified. So grip strength was one of our biggest ones. And so this really talks about the necessity for, especially grip strength in your non-dominant hand. And so what we think this is, it's not just exercise. And so you can't just like, oh, I'm right-handed, I'm just going to increase my left hand because this is my non-dominant hand and I'm gonna like live forever. No, it really shows to the whole person, because if you are actually exercising and have enough mobility to exercise, it will flow down to your non-dominant hand. And so we're finding lots of multimodal ones. And then, once we can figure out in our hugely high dimensional space, what are the key predictors of these, then we can look for things that we can modify. And, talking about red herrings, so in other work we did, we looked at sepsis, and one of our biggest predictors was time of a lab test. And we're thinking like, okay, that's really weird. Why would time matter? Because we put in everything. And so this is sepsis in the hospital. And what we found out is that, when doctors round, they have all the labs at the same time. When the lab was taken at a different time, this was hugely predictive. And so this means, for those who are worried about AI taking over, no. So that means a doctor went in, noticed something was wrong, and ordered a lab test. And so that was our key indicator for this. So it's not just letting the machine like, oh, here's our predictor things. We still have a role for thinking and being able to figure out what is the mechanism behind why is this machine predicting that. And that's where we can implement change. So I hope that answers your question.
Add something.
Oh, yeah. Hi, my name is James Keach. Hi. I just wanted to answer the lady's comment of how to change policy. I'm going to say it's film. We've done several films over the years on things like Alzheimer's, and we presented it in the Library of Congress. It was hundreds of millions of dollars, and then it became billions of dollars because they became very aware. And we use public figures, people who suffer these diseases, these stories, as you said, Xavier. Stories are the key. Emotion is film. So that's what I would say to you all. Make movies.
Oh, I wanted to add one thing on the modifiable factors, and also on the translatability note that was mentioned earlier, like how do you get things quickly to people? I think there's some promise of that through the microbiome. That's another feature that people are really interested in. I think this reminds me of back in 2015, there was a National Microbiome Initiative, and Joe Handelsman at the OSTP made a statement. She said, the microbiome is the only organ that you can transplant and modify without any surgery. And it's really easy and easily controlled. And you can really introduce sophisticated chemistry into what you're doing. And I think, I was hearing about, why things aren't getting to the clinic faster or why they're not getting adopted. In the microbiome field, it's a little bit different. There's actually a lot of hype around, probiotics and yogurt, but it's conflated with what we're doing in the lab, where existing probiotics are like the same 5 strains that you get from a fermented food, and it's not the same as what we're doing with the native human microbiome. And so I think, at least in LA and select places, there's a huge interest for next generation kind of probiotics that really work, that are based on the native microbiome. And the science is just not kept up with that speed.
Okay, we have 2 questions. Let's just finish the questions.
Okay, my name is Bill Preston. I'm with the Rosa Raymond Parks Institute for Self-Development that was founded by Mrs. Parks. And gentlemen, I want to thank you for that comment about storytelling. Mrs. Parks, many of you are not aware of, she had Alzheimer's, and she would all want us to be in the fight that we're fighting right now, because we got to get there. It's going to break healthcare systems globally. So that's why I always wear my I Love Rosa Parks button, to drive a narrative discussion, to storytell. But back to faith-based sites, sir, thank you for addressing that, Javier. My church partners with you guys with the food bank. What other roles can faith-based initiatives work with? I've seen it in HIV and sickle cell as I travel the world, and different things I've done globally with my company, Roots Worldwide. Can you just talk more about that? I just think there's missing window opportunities to drive the narrative discussion around stigma as well, which I do at Howard University in our annual stigma conference. Thank you.
I think faith traditions have a wealth of practices that are good for our brains that we don't realize. Not the ideology, not that, right, but the actual practices that people engage in that give them longevity, help them to weather storms in life, and right. So I think that more dialogue, more science faith dialogue within the lens of brain health may be productive, may be fruitful. I also think that there's a need, and especially during COVID. So I was involved in working with faith-based organizations, or FBOs, and getting psychological first aid and other types of crisis interventions out there to community. Pastors, priests, rabbis, imams, they didn't necessarily have that skill set. It was all within the lens of spirituality or faith, rather than evidence-based practice that can help people through these particular crisis moments. And so I think greater dialogue, again, I'm big on sort of dialogic methods. I think that we need to engage in dialogue, but then not get stuck at dialogue and have action plans, right? And there are opportunities, there are grant-making mechanisms that are specific to academic and community partnerships. I think leveraging those types of things will be very transformative. But I agree with you that faith-based perspectives have a lot to teach us. There's yoga, there's beads, and there's focusing attention, all kinds of things that are good for our brains. But we get stuck on the ideology rather than the practice.
Last question.
There's actually just one more over there. And just one comment on that. I just wrote a paper on the spiritual history of a neurologic patient, basically. And we are, as neurologists, coming together and realizing how important faith is. And I think one other thing is that you guys are so important for disease awareness, because we are not able to even teach people in African-American communities that they're at risk for Parkinson's, for example. So we need to partner with you. Yes, question here.
I commend what you're doing with brain health. I am a 28-year brain tumor survivor, and I knew nothing about my brain and my body. And I learned over time about integrative whole person health and healing and integrative cancer care for the whole person. That's the physical body, mind-body connection, spiritual vitality, social support, and a cleaner environment. And that improves quality of life, survival, prevention. Everything you're doing for brain health. I commend you, and I look forward to more in the future.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's
We have
the
to
right
move. Last
way
comment.
to
We
wrap
have to
up.
move.
I think
One
that's
last comment.
Yeah, I think
We
you
have
just
to
dropped
move.
the mic on that
All right,
one. We
so-
want to
One last-
thank our panel.
What?
Okay,
Oh.
I'm going for it
Oh.
here. My name's Yael Swerdlow, and my company is focused on the brain economy. We are a music intervention using virtual reality. And there's a tremendous amount of, obviously, of research from Dan Levitin's This Is Your Brain on Music to his new book, Music is Medicine. But there's also the Sound Health Network, which is headquartered at UCSF and unfortunately was doged, which is now a verb. But it was started by Renee Fleming, the NIH, the NEA, and the Kennedy Center. But the Sound Health Network is the repository now and the archive for all of the music, for all the research on music, on not only the brain, but on health, on community, and everything else. There's also something called the Neuro Arts Blueprint, which is an offshoot from the Sound Health Network. And then there's also something called social prescribing, and there's International Mind and Health Lab out of Johns Hopkins. So there's all of these resources. The thing that needs to change is it has to go from STEM to STEAM. And then when arts programs, especially music programs, are cut from inner city schools, we have to be in the streets. It's not enough to protest. California passed a $1 billion bond measure to bring music education across schools in California. And it was completely corrupted to the point where LA Unified misappropriated over $70 million of it. So there has to be accountability when these music programs and these arts programs get funded to be able to fight back and stop the cutting of them and the gutting of them in the streets, basically. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
talk more about art and brain and creativity this afternoon, but we'll thank our panel for the discussion. It's very productive. And we'll finish, you could leave, guys. And we'll finish with watching a movie, a very brief movie as recommended by James from the Catalyte Foundation.
Hello, everyone. Rodrigo Mas. I'm with the Catalyte Group. We're just going to share a preview of a short documentary that was recorded at Davos this year on the transformative power of value-based care in brain health. And this is a collaborative that was produced in collaboration with the Davos Alzheimer's Group, the World Health Organization, the Kennedy Forum, Roche, UTMB, Kaiser Permanente, and others. And this will air on CNBC next week, so you're seeing it first here.
Around the world, behavioral health systems are under growing strain. Too often, the support people need is out of reach, and many countries are struggling to keep up with rising demand. The cost of that gap is enormous. By 2030, brain disorders are projected to cost the global economy $16 trillion every year. And yet, experts estimate that tackling brain health challenges could restore 130 million years of higher quality life to people around the world. This pressure has made one thing clear: brain health is not a side issue. It sits at the heart of how we live, work, and thrive. Here in Davos, we're speaking with some of the world's most influential leaders about their concerns and their hopes for what behavioral health could look like if it were built around people, not systems. Together, their voices point toward a future where brain health is recognized for what it truly is: deeply human, deeply shared, and something we all have a responsibility to protect.
Ready? All right, if you can please find your seats, we're going to get started shortly.
And I'm looking at you, right?
Yep, right here. Okay.
5, 4, 3.
So it's very encouraging to see how brain health is being elevated into global health agenda.
The brain is the most complex organ in the human body, but the least understood. It's the command center of human life, the source of our thoughts, our memories, our emotions, our creativity, and above all, our relationships. The brain is the engine behind humanity's greatest achievements, but also its greatest failures. It makes us who we are as individuals and as a species. And yet, despite its central importance and despite the huge burden of disease, brain health has been historically overlooked.
Well, we are here to bang on a drum that I feel very passionate about. Value-based care is really a key pillar to the brain economy transformation. We have got to do a better job of bringing high-quality healthcare that brings value to people receiving it in order to really boost their brain health.
That's why the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative is increasingly taking the view that we need to study the brain from birth and indeed in utero through life. Because you're born with the same brain you die with. And so we have to basically think across the lifespan and across the globe, because otherwise we're not going to defeat this beast.
For too long, we have separated how we think about brain health from our physical health. But actually, these things are extremely integrated. Whatever you do to take care of your heart is taking care of your brain.
It takes a village to educate a child, but it takes the world to cure the brain.
There are things that people can do for their brain health, and they don't have to know it's for their brain health. They can know that it makes them feel good. They can know that it helps them help other people.
We want to make sure that members and patients are getting the right care at the right time and the right place. And they're doing that every single time. And that obsession with making sure that people are getting the right care at the right time, at the right place, happening every single time is core to what a value-based system is. And that drives quality, drives outcome, focus on prevention, the right care that people need to get.
If we are really serious about brain health, brain capital, the brain economy, we are going to have to fix the healthcare system.
If the model only succeeds in the wealthiest countries, those with the most resources, then we're not creating value, we are selecting for it.
Innovation doesn't always need to be high tech. It doesn't need to be something that has not been thought of before. About 2 years ago in North Carolina, we took on something called the Healthy Opportunity Pilot. And we said if we took our most vulnerable Medicaid patients and gave them access to free nutritious food and other stress and behavioral health tools, what would happen to their healthcare spend? We actually showed in about 12 to 18 months, when you make that investment, you get a reduction in use of about $96 per beneficiary per month.
We launched a set of North Star goals about 2 years ago that's 90, 90, 90 by 2033. So 90% of people screened for mental health and substance use, 90% getting the evidence-based treatments they need, and 90% moving towards recovery by 2033. So really we're shepherding the movement around that while we're doing a lot of the policy and economics work to make that happen.
If you think about global GDP expenditure on healthcare, if we can bend that cost curve down, which Catalyte is articulating a strategy for and mobilizing other big players around, that's great for global GDP to reduce the expenditure and then to drive better brain performance and brain capital in societies.
I read a statistic that 1/3 of the economic growth in advanced economies over the last century has been due to health improvements. And that for every dollar we spend in health improvements, we get 2 to 4 in return in economic productivity. But in reality, there's a lot that we have to fix to make this work.
And we can't afford not to fix it.
We have all these leaders gathered today. What is the one message? What is the call to action that you have for global leaders around healthcare?
Well, the critical message is we have to do this right, not just because it's morally right, but because it's right financially. And that is why we're reframing mental health in the terms of brain capital and brain skills, because now this is not something we can just leave to chance. We have to be intentional about the kind of skill development to help people live their most optimal lives and not just in the health area, but overall in society.
Everyone across the world, whether you're a political leader, a business leader, or a family leader, needs a brain economy plan. We need brain economy plans for the world, for nation states, for cities, for businesses, and for families. So everyone should get their thinking hats on and think about what is their personal or professional brain economy plan.
But it can be solved, and it doesn't require heavy machinery, high technology. It just requires a willingness to be able to do it.
We can do this alone. We can only determine what we can control and get as good as possible in it to become attractive to others to work with us.
That's on us to be able to prove to governments, to societies, that this investment in innovation is going to create a health and economic return.
Our shared goal is simple and profound: to enable every person in every country to achieve their full cognitive, emotional, and social potential. If we succeed, we will not only reduce suffering and disability, we will strengthen societies, we will accelerate innovation, and we will unlock the brain capital that the world urgently needs at this moment of rapid change. Together, across sectors, disciplines, and geographies, we can transform the future of brain health for all people everywhere. I thank you. Thank you. Thank you again.
So that was beautiful, very inspiring. Can everyone hear me? Yep. So we have a really lovely lunch for you prepared, and there's some space in here. You can bring your plates back in here, but if you'd like to enjoy some of the California sunshine, I know some of you are from other places. It's a little bit warm outside, just warning you, but stay hydrated. But you're welcome to sit on the ledge or even enjoy some of the high tops right outside. So, and we'll be back at 1:15. Okay, thank you. And try to network. Find people that are outside of your comfort zone. Say hello. Find people outside of your specialty and say hello. We really encourage that.
So you're this panel, the art creativity? No.
No. The two brain health. Yes. That's
Okay,
one.
225.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keith?
Apologies. It's actually 12:45. Sorry. Just kidding. Tomorrow's 1:15. 12:45. Okay. Sorry.
You were right.
I tend so.
Hey, Helen, I'm just checking my slides. Just want to make sure.
15. Sorry, I don't know how they name this.
Not AM panel.
This, here it is. Okay, so yours,
Did they put it all together?
Lee, over here.
Oh. Okay. All right.
You have a clicker here if you need to.
Here.
It's not gonna work now, but
Oh, you can.
well, not sure if you want. You can.
Oh, I have a cue. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, I have that many slides? Okay. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah. I only have
Okay.
5 minutes, I believe.
Okay. And right here.
Okay. Very good.
You're welcome. I don't know why I have this. Should not be here.
Is this how it is? We will be back at PDT?
Pacific Daylight Time.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Pacific Time Standard. I don't know.
No, because we are in Pacific Daylight Time. We're not in Pacific Standard Time.
Oh, standard would be like.
Yeah, it would be PST. Yeah. Why is there a black slide in here?
It'll be from there.
Why is there a bunch of black slides? I don't know what's going on. There's like 5 black slides in this presentation. And then there's, in a folder, there's the name of a person who's not supposed to be on that panel. It's just, I cannot do this. I cannot do this. It's not all in order. The role. Oh, really? Is it going to record? Make sure they're recorded. So next we have keynote over here. Okay. How are we doing on batteries? What? Just doing it. Just working on it. I don't think it's gonna fit. So. No, it's not gonna fit through here because of the HDMI cable. So just come up this way. Thank you. A step for.
Right here, another step. The person's a little shorter.
If
you don't worry about it.
Do we have a case for somebody to step on?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we only have soft cases. All right, I got to go to the box.
Oh, for that.
Yeah.
You got kicked out? All the little details. Yeah, all the little ways. I know, exactly. watch movies, all residents get together and watch a movie, and then like everybody sit down, learning, so if you learn about dynamics, learn about diversity,
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Just talk to the bloke down the back. Go speak to him. Come in. What's that? Yeah, good. I told you we'd figure it out.
All right. Can you hear me? Excellent. All right. All right, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session for the first day of the UCLA Brain Health Summit. I'm Chris Giza. I'm the Chief of Pediatric Neurology and Developmental Behavioral Pediatrics here at UCLA Hospital. And I have the great pleasure of introducing our first speaker for this afternoon, Susan Armiger. Susan is the CEO of what started as a small nonprofit and has turned into a big organization. You saw the video before lunch. It's called Catalyte. She worked originally with Easter seals. She created then Catalyte, which has been a disruptive and productive force in the field of providing care for tens of thousands of children and families with neurodevelopmental disorders. I'm not going to belabor the long introduction because I could easily take up lots of her time. I also just want to mention that she recently has become a doctoral student, and I'll let her tell you a little bit about that. So with no further ado, Susan Armiger.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that very kind introduction. I am, as we've just discussed, I am Susan Armiger, and I'm the CEO of Catalyte. And I'm also a doctoral student, and I want to bring that to your attention because everything that I'm going to talk about in the next 10 minutes or so is supported by the academic literature. My dissertation topic is probably not surprising to some of you, value-based care. So I have done a deep dive into the literature on that, and that's what you're going to be seeing today. And also we at Catalyte are all about breaking down. We're about radically transforming the autism journey by addressing biases and barriers in healthcare systems through equitable, timely access to care, and we operate under a value-based model. So also, I have come about some of this opinions, thoughts, knowledge through our lived experience with the families and individuals that we treat. So value-based care is what I want to talk about, and Harris mentioned earlier today that we all need to find our on-ramp to the brain economy, and value-based care is ours at Catalyte. We are deeply concerned about how it connects to the brain economy, and if you take nothing else away or you remember nothing else from what I say in the next 10 to 15 minutes, please let it be this. Value-based care is critical in the transformation of brain health. And if we are serious about brain health and the brain economy, and I know that many people in this room are, or you potentially wouldn't be here, we also need to be serious about value-based care. So why? Why value-based care? Well, there isn't a really globally recognized definition of it. I'm sure many of you are aware of that. But there are some key points that I think there's some agreement around. And again, I'm going to use a phrase that Harris used this morning. So this is a strategic simplification of value-based care. So if we go back to the work of Michael Porter and Elizabeth Teesberg in 2006 on value-based care, it's value over cost. And it's value for the patient, but I'm going to talk about its value for everybody in the story. And we have to also contain cost. So, but for every dollar spent, we should be bringing value to the people in the healthcare system. It's also about integrated care. And there's been quite a bit of conversation about this, as opposed to somebody going to see different specialists. This is care that's designed around the condition or the diagnosis and is delivered in a very holistic way. And then this is very important to us at Catalyte. It must address equitable, timely access. So you could have the highest quality healthcare delivery system in the world. If people cannot access it, and if they cannot access it equitably, then they will get no value from it. So this is a very important part of the work that we do. So why are we so interested in value-based care? Because generally speaking, there is consensus in the academic literature across business publications that healthcare quality in the US and globally is poor. And poor quality healthcare negatively impacts brain health. And how do we know this? Well, we know it because it's all over the literature and in papers that have been authored and co-authored by people in this room, that there is a direct connection to value-based care or the elements of value-based care and brain health. For example, providing efficient access to healthcare acts as a preventative measure against deterioration in brain and physical health. I don't believe anyone's going to be disagreeing with that statement, and we have some peer-reviewed literature that's backing it. And thank you, Helen. We have another statement that says social factors such as access to healthcare can profoundly affect brain health trajectories. Another paper, brain health is contingent on a continuous complex interplay between interconnected determinants and equitable access to quality healthcare services. So in this one, we have integrated care as well as quality and access. And then timely access to effective care matters across the life course. And lastly, current barriers in the healthcare system that need to be overcome to support brain capital include increased funding, rethinking and harmonizing the architecture of primary to tertiary healthcare across the world. So I think we have a general agreement that poor quality healthcare impacts brain health and the brain economy. So in addition to that, healthcare is also costly and unsustainable in the way that we are delivering it today. $10.6 trillion was the global expenditure on healthcare in 2025. About half of that, from information I have, was the cost in the US. But that 10.6 trillion is 10% of global GDP. If you then add the cost to the brain economy of poor quality healthcare, and because of the adverse effects of that on brain health, I'm not sure that we can calculate that cost. And I think it's very important that we think about these things. If that wasn't concerning enough, so we have poor quality healthcare being delivered, I also want to step back and say there are some wonderful examples of excellence in healthcare, but generally speaking, the system is not delivering for us what we need and should expect. So in addition to the quality, the cost, we have a self-defeating cycle. So poor quality healthcare, as we've just established, negatively impacts brain health and the very brain skills we need to address the global polycrisis we find ourselves in. So that's adaptability, empathy, and complex problem-solving skills. And part of the global polycrisis is our need to address healthcare systems, increase the quality, increase equitable, timely access. So we are continuously eroding brain skills that we critically need by not investing in the disruption of this cycle. So this begs the question, certainly to me, are we all investing in high-priced, brain-negative healthcare? I think yes. I see some of you nodding. I think yes, we are. So what are we going to do about it? Well, obviously I have something to say about that. There are three people in this story that I think there are many people in the healthcare story that can make change. But let's talk about purchasers, funders, and providers for a moment and look at this, what we have now in healthcare. So purchasers, by that I mean employers who buy health benefits for their employees. So by and large, they are passively purchasing health benefits and not demanding brain health positive outcomes. I'm an employer who purchases health benefits. I have never asked my health provider if they could demonstrate to me the metrics that show positive brain outcomes for my workforce, but I'm still buying their health care. So because they're not, employers like me are not actively pressuring funders to do anything different. Funders are not collaborating with providers who deliver those services to create value-driven solutions. Why would they? What they're doing today works. What they typically do is push down cost cuts, is what a lot of people experience in the healthcare system. And then providers, therefore, persist with their fee-for-service business models, which they often consider clinical care frameworks. And this is very concerning to me, particularly in the field that we work in, the autism and intellectual disability, developmental disability world. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to redesign healthcare delivery, and we need to bring mutual value to all the stakeholders. So who are all the stakeholders? Well, we at Catalyte believe it is the patient, of course, which we need to center everything around, but it's the informal caregivers supporting that patient. It's the healthcare workforce who joined healthcare to do good in the world and make people feel healthier. It's the purchasers that we've just talked about, the employers who buy health insurance. It's the funders who engage in arrangements with providers to deliver that care. So these are the groups that we need to bring mutual value to. So this sounds like a great idea, but what is getting in the way? Well, the barriers to brain-positive healthcare are many, and they won't surprise you. Some of them might actually surprise you, but we'll see. So lack of patient centricity. We do not build healthcare delivery systems around patient needs. For example, the healthcare system tends to build healthcare networks to deliver services around capacity of the healthcare clinicians and physicians. So if we don't have enough of them, then we limit access. We don't think about how we would build something around getting people into services within, for example, in California regulations, 10 days. If you are a child or a family who has a family member with autism. I'm not sure what you'll think of the next one, but the academic medical model is currently a barrier to brain-positive healthcare. It is designed around specialties. I mean, that's a wide sweeping generalization, but it is designed around specialties, not integrated care models around conditions. So there's work to be done there. It is still predominantly volume-based care, so fee-for-service, right? So the more services we deliver, the more we're going to get paid as providers. There is lack of trust between funders and providers. This is certainly documented in the academic literature, and the academic literature suggests that there is good reason for the lack of trust, right? Neither group is really doing what they should be doing. There is a lack of understanding of how to create new financial models. Value-based care contracts and arrangements require a deep understanding of the business and budget drivers that both deliver value and reduce cost, and how they work together. And we need to work on that. I think that is one of the most significant barriers. I think there's probably more willingness to change some of the other elements if people could be shown or supported in developing new financial models for value-based care. There's no current measurement system for well-being outcomes. Now, we talked earlier about the Brain Capital Index. We need to be thinking about what some of these well-being outcomes could be. And there is also a great deal of academic literature around asking patients what they are. Now, people, I think, sit on both sides of that, but if we're going to believe that healthcare brings value, we probably want to ask the person who should be receiving that value what they think that is. But as I said earlier, I believe that everybody in the healthcare story needs to receive value, because increasing the value of healthcare, I believe, always reduces the cost. That might be a bit bold, but it's certainly they work together longer term. So then there's bureaucracy. Health systems are bureaucratic in nature. I'm not sure that that's ever been advantageous in systems change. And then legislative support. We had a wonderful comment earlier that there's not a translation of the science to legislators. There's not storytelling. Thank you for that comment, about how we could make changes in legislation. And then we were talking about how film does that, right? When people can see a story they can relate to, they can start thinking how they would change legislation to support what needs to happen. But if we're just talking about a scientific article on something, it's much harder for the average person and legislators, I'm not sure if that's a good thing to say together, how they can translate that into something that they can turn into action. And lastly, there's just across the board a lack of financial incentives to change to a value-based care system. And that is partly because we don't know how, and partly because if you think about healthcare systems, and I'm in one, everyone in it is financially incentivized based on the current system. If you change the current system, you're going to have to work out how to incentivize everybody differently and for different reasons. And I think that's hard for people to think about and for people to do, but it's very important that we do it. So what would a value-based ecosystem look like? So we would have academics leading the research and education of the medical and business community. We would have physicians, and we know some of these things are already happening today, physicians and clinicians who would be rethinking the model of care and reimagining patient outcomes. Legislators, they would be developing value-based legislation that would be informed by the excellent stories that were told to them from academics, physicians, and families, and healthcare workers, everybody in the story. Purchasers would be challenging health plans to demonstrate the brain positive outcomes they would be delivering to their employees. And funders would therefore need to partner with providers to develop value-based solutions that delivered those outcomes that the purchasers of their health plans were looking for. And providers would have learned to operate, or would be learning to operate, under value-based principles that drive positive brain health. So today we stand at a defining crossroads. We are not facing a crisis. We are solidly sitting in the middle of the vortex of poor quality healthcare that costs a great deal of money and impacts the brain economy. And we need to choose a path that leads to value for everyone in the story. So, in conclusion, as I said at the beginning, I want to end where I started. That value-based care is critical in the transformation of brain health. And if we are serious about brain health and the brain economy, and we are serious about creating a blueprint for California or any other state that we're in, we must be serious about accelerating the transition to a value-based care healthcare ecosystem where everyone in the story wins. Thank you.
We're all positive. Yeah, I'll just make a comment.
I just wanted to make a comment that many studies show that if you put the legislator in the film, it increases your chances by many hundreds of percentage points of getting policy change.
Thanks very much. I really loved what you had to say. And there is a little bit of a theme in it that sounds like healthcare reform, which has been tried before and has been terribly difficult. So I wonder if you have any thoughts about this in terms of, we tried it starting from the state level, and it went pretty far in Massachusetts, where I know I was part of it. And it went someplace here, but then it kind of stops at the federal level, and we only have a couple of years in between legislation of, between the elections. Any thoughts on how we actually make that happen in this country?
Yes, I do. So part of it, we've talked about this a lot this morning. Value-based care needs to be situated under the umbrella of brain health and the brain economy. I think a number of things do. I was talking last night about climate change. There's a lot of things, or place-based brain health. These things all need to be talked about together. If we're going to impact brain health, brain capital, the brain economy, we need to be working on all these things simultaneously. I think some of the reasons why we've not been successful at a number of things is because we silo them. And then we also split attention across them. But if we say, this is what needs to happen to support the brain economy, and we've got a financial argument for that, because there are some people who want to do the right thing in the world, we know that. Many of you are here today. And some people who will want to do the right thing, but not until someone produces an economic argument will they do it, because they can't get support for something often just because it's the right thing. So if we're starting with the economic argument of brain health and the brain economy, then my purpose today was to say we must talk about healthcare, and we must make changes in the healthcare system, or we are continuing that self-defeating cycle. So it's embedded within something bigger. Thank you.
So we have a last-minute change to the schedule. Cara Ultimus, who was planning to join us, is not able to make it. She's sick. So we have a replacement speaker. Harris, you're going to do the honors of the introduction. Okay. This change in schedule is taxing my brain health, but here we go.
Yes, Cara Ultimus sends her apologies. Cara is wonderful, and she just got struck down with a stomach bug, and so we're sending her ginger ale and whatever, and keeping her in our thoughts. So where is Varun? Here, come up. So the speaker, maybe we can bring up his slides. Varun Renjan is partner at Putnam Associates. He's essentially a life sciences strategy expert, so a big player in central nervous system life science industry. So I thought it would be very helpful for you all to hear from Varun. We've talked about many things today, but there is this industry sector, the private sector, that we need to think about, that's critical to the future of the brain economy or the state strategy. This means big biotech companies, big pharmaceutical companies, big diagnostics companies. And it's fascinating that there's actually a renaissance of interest in the brain from that industry, which is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. And so there's really no better person than Varun to explain sort of globally what is happening in terms of developing new trials and assets. And so consider Varun, he'll be here for the whole time to talk about how do you engage effectively with industry, which is something that we're not only comfortable with as academics or as institutions, academic institutions. But anyway, Varun is here, so hopefully that's a good warm welcome for you. So over to you. Testing. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So very excited to be here. Just I want to talk about what industry is doing in CNS and why it's such an opportune time to be looking at from a brain health economy. By background, I am a physician. I did move over to strategy consulting 15 years ago. And people ask me, what do you do as a strategy consultant? I help companies think about, and this is when I say life science companies, pharma, biotech, device, diagnostic, digital therapeutics. How do you develop your next generation therapeutic? How do you develop it? What is the differentiation? What is your competitive strategy? How do you win in the market? What do you invest in moving forward? And that's really what brings us to CNS. Every 15, 20 years, the pharma industry goes through a bit of an evolution. So in the 80s and 90s, it's all about small molecules for big diseases, hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol. Then it became very much about orphan diseases. Then it became about targeted oncology, immunology. And right now in this massive immuno-oncology boom, there's all these amazing PD-1s on the market. But if you look at clinical trials, there's 3,000 plus trials. So invariably the industry is thinking, what's next? So I looked at where there's really unmet need, emerging science, where VC funding is coming back. And I really saw there's a bit of a renaissance coming in neuro. A lot of the big pharma companies, the Pfizers, the Lillys, the Novartis, had all exited, but they've all come back quite strongly over the last 5-10 years. In fact, publicly, J&J, Roche say this is our golden age of neuroscience itself. So it's really exciting to see how much renaissance there is. But I think there's a lot of trends that have really kind of shifted where they're going, what they're going towards, and where they're going moving forward. So Putnam is basically a boutique consulting firm. We work exclusively with life science clients, and I do lead a lot of our neuro work itself. So just taking kind of a step, we do talk about neuro, and we talk about things like mental health, dementia. It's an incredibly heterogeneous system of diseases that are treated by a variety of doctors. Certainly we talk a lot about psychiatry, neurodegenerative, a lot of monogenetic pediatric disease itself. There are some things that PCPs do touch upon, like migraine, orthostatic hypotension itself. So it's incredibly heterogeneous. And when we think about what do we think about CNS investment in brain health, I think it's good to take a step back and anchor and realize it's incredibly diverse, the types of doctors and practitioners that are touching upon this itself. So what has been the challenges that have really existed in the CNS market, and what are the challenges that companies are looking to overcome itself? So big one, why we're all here, clinically focused, the clinical aspect. There's a multitude of disease mechanisms. We think of dementia as being Alzheimer's, but now we're certainly realizing how many different etiologies and pathophysiologies lead to it itself. What are the different etiologies within mental health and things like depression itself? How do you actually design a clinical trial? We do see often drugs are successful in phase 2, but when you get to phase 3 itself, they all fail. And that's been a problem again and again in an industry that they're trying to get over through itself. From a patient journey perspective, certainly some of the treatment administrations, getting access to things like the new amyloid antibodies, finding treatments that cross the blood-brain barrier, thinking about how do we find better diagnostics and biomarkers. Only today we heard about the DSM thinking about like new biomarkers. Do you look at things like classic biomarkers? Do you look at phenotypic biomarkers? Do you look at some maybe things like inflammation and the role that plays in treatments itself? And then from a product perspective, it's good. There's more competition coming. There's a lot of biopharma companies, diagnostic companies investing in this space, but it means you have to think about how do you continue to differentiate itself? How do you integrate with novel tools? We heard about how people have their smartphones, their smartwatches. There's a wealth of data, but what does that mean when you think about how do you develop a therapeutic? How does that apply to real-world therapeutic? How can you apply that to the efficacy of real-world therapeutic in the real world? On market access, we just heard the talk about, certainly thinking about like some of the equality that we need and how do we actually get that. There are thoughts about developing new kind of like market access models to ensure that there's reimbursement for patients. Is it evidence-based? Is it going to be based on like outcomes? That's something companies are thinking about, especially in neuro. And as I mentioned, the risk, that the risk is there. We do see a lot of phase 2 failures that I mentioned going to phase 3 and they do fail. So thinking about how do you overcome that itself is something that CNS companies are thinking a lot about. Getting back to what it means for the people that are dealing with this from a day-to-day perspective, patients and caregivers, the patient that is going through the neurological disease, the caregiver that's coming taking care of them. Having seen 3 of my 4 grandparents having severe dementia, the 4th one having neurodegenerative disease, the challenges that were trying to take care of them, my grandmother understanding why my grandfather was screaming at her, why my grandmother was saying, I see people outside trying to take me in a prayer, why there's a fire in the house, my parents are struggling, what does that mean? Why is she doing this? Just not able to understand itself. From an HCP perspective, we don't know often what causes the diseases. Often in neurology, we're just throwing treatments and hoping something works. We're trying to see how do we actually diagnose patients. We heard in the talk earlier that you may have brain changes in Huntington's, but you may not see symptomology for 30, 40 years. And that is something we see in a lot of neurological diseases itself. And then from a society perspective, we are getting older as a society. There is aging. There's a lot of stigma associated, especially with neurological disorders like mental health. Maybe something good have come out of COVID to start to destigmatize itself. And we've heard so much about the cost of trillions of dollars of value of society that we need to really overcome itself. So what are some of the big things that the industry is looking on? So the first is mental health. If there's anything good, as I mentioned, coming out of the post-COVID world, is that I think people recognize we need to treat things like depression, PTSD, schizophrenia, bipolar a lot more aggressively than we have in the past. We have seen greater access to mental health treatments, whether it be pharmaceutical, available therapy itself. There are novel modalities, and certainly been a lot of excitement about some of the psychedelic-like treatments. Looks like the first one may get FDA approved this year. It's a psilocybin for treatment in depression. And then greater number of stakeholders. We're seeing more NPs and PAs also helping to deliver the care just as society ages and having perhaps a paucity of healthcare providers itself. From a dementia perspective, we have had a couple of now antibodies approved for amyloid specifically. We do have now CSF and blood-based biomarkers that are available, reimbursable, that are available itself. Greater triangular pathophysiological processes. And if we could just take a step back on dementia, I look at it as being like what lung cancer was 20 years ago, where we just threw chemotherapy at everybody. Now in lung cancer, we have targeted treatments for EGFR, ALK, PD-1, ROS1, and I think that's where we're going to go in dementia. So we're very much in nascent stages, but I think as we understand the diseases more broadly, we'll have to really move those treatments moving forward. Digital AI solutions, the availability of digital therapeutics, AI solutions to help monitor your patients, to deliver new ways of giving treatments for patients who would have not otherwise gotten treatment itself. Technology expansion, this is an interesting one. And when I talk about technology, I'm not talking about actual technology, but things like gene therapy, RNA editing therapy itself for many of these monogenic diseases. In diseases like spinal muscular atrophy and SMA, we're getting really durable responses for these 2-3-year-old kids who have had nothing otherwise. And now 5, 7, 10 years later, they're surviving, they're thriving itself. And then precision medicine. And I know we do talk about that often in the dementia perspective, but I think it does have to come more broad. We did hear about precision medicine and psychiatry itself. It's, again, still very oncology focused, but I do think it's coming in neuro itself. And across these trends, there's been really a lot of life science investment from a therapeutic diagnostic perspective. So in the last couple of years, some of the biggest M&A deals have been Novartis acquiring Avidity for the gene therapy platform, a couple of big M&A deals in the mental health space, J&J and Intracellular, BMS and Karuna. And actually, these have become bigger than the oncology deals right now. So it just shows that it's really an opportune time within CNS, and the industry is really thinking about this a lot. But they don't think about this in the greater context of the brain health economy. They think, I have my therapeutic, I'm going to bring it to the market. I have my classic regulatory endpoints. I'm going to think about my classic evidence generation. I'm going to use my classic scales, my ADAS-Cog30, my PTSD scales. But they're not thinking about evidence generation, and they don't think about the value in a greater way. What does this mean for society? How can we leverage academic research? How can we work more holistically from a public partnership perspective? How can we think about other solutions? Can we generate evidence to show that while we're treating a disease itself, we're providing all this incremental benefit to society? It actually makes my drug or my therapeutic or my diagnostic a lot more powerful than I would have thought of it historically. So we're in incredibly nascent stages. And I think what I'm really excited about is, because the industry has really come back so heavily into the CNS role now, thinking about how do we partner with them really from that global brain health economy impact is really an amazing opportunity that perhaps wouldn't have existed otherwise. So I'm just really excited and just look forward to all the work everyone's doing in this room. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions or comments? Sahib, do you have a question?
No, I just want to thank you for filling in at the last minute. Very much appreciated.
Yeah,
and I think we'll keep
Absolutely.
moving. Thank you.
As a life scientist consultant, I live my life in PowerPoint. I was told 30 minutes ago I'm speaking, and my neurons start firing. Oh my God, I don't have slides. What do I do? Luckily, I found a couple of.
No, you did great. Thank you so much. Oh,
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, advice for the higher ed sector, whether faculty or university executives, to engage with life sciences in these sort of growth opportunity. But how do we do collaboration? Any tips and tricks for folks?
Absolutely. So a lot of universities and academic centers often have like scouting centers or licensing centers. So I would say look at ways to develop those a little bit more holistically. I mean, here in California, in the Bay Area, we have a huge life science sector, a lot of VC money. Companies like Merck and J&J send local scouting teams. So I would say reach out to those companies and see what kind of innovation they're looking for. They're going to be often the ones who are going to fund some of the research, and then they may look to help bring your therapeutic forward, how to commercialize it, how to develop it further. So that is absolutely something that is critical. And I will say like MSK and CHOP have been really good about this from an oncology perspective. That's what brought the CAR Ts to the market. And I think that's going to really help also from a neurological perspective as well.
Hi, Chris Giza from Pete's Neurology. Great talk. And my question is, what's your perspective on finding new uses for old drugs? Like that is completely inhibited by the current system of drug development. Are there going to be opportunities to, sort of find new uses for old drugs, which might be much more efficient?
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing some of that happening quite a bit in the industry itself. But I think of another way of looking at this. I think often we think of therapeutics, we often think of them as being like disease modifying. But I think from a symptomatic perspective, there's an absolute ability to repurpose old drugs. So just give me an example of depression. We think of all depression being the same. But if someone has had COVID and develops depression, or if someone has had longstanding epilepsy and depression, perhaps they're different biological processes. And is there a way to maybe repurpose some of those old therapeutics from a symptom perspective that could bring additional value itself?
Hi, we've been talking a lot today about how the ecosystem is dealing with the massive shift and loss, I think, of federal funding, and how to respond to that and continue to drive innovations and improve care. How is the pharmaceutical biotech industry sort of thinking about it? Are they thinking about it at all? Are they thinking about, because in a lot of ways they are the recipients of so much of this investment that has come from the federal level, philanthropic and state level. And if that upstream feeder system is no longer working as it was before, is industry thinking about how to protect their own sort of economic and business value over time?
That's a phenomenal question. That is something I'm talking with my biopharma clients on a regular basis. Obviously, I think it's unknown how things are going to evolve, but I think what I'm hearing from them quite clearly is that we need to find new ways to partner with industry and with academics and fund the academic research itself, and then help them think about how to develop those therapeutics. So I think they're realizing they need to be the ones providing the initial funding itself for the research to help move it along in the pharmaceutical industry life cycle.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yep. If there's no more questions, then please give Rune a round of applause, and we'll move on to the next. So the next panel is called The Role of Philanthropy in Funding New Brain Science. So from commercial revenue generation to philanthropic revenue generation. If we could have Alice Lowe Clayton come up, Nancy Keach, Kelly O'Brien, and our moderator is going to be Kana Inamoto. So.
Great. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Alice, for teeing up the question about what is the role of philanthropy in neuroscience research and brain health research. We are at this new era where government funding, which had been the mainstay, has been disrupted significantly. So for some people that has progressed unabated, and for others it has shifted quite a bit. And some of the folks who have come through these times most unscathed are ones where there's actually a massive philanthropic endowment. And so it begs the question today of what is the role of philanthropy in this space and in advancing work, and how has it changed from where it has been in the past. So I'm Kana Inamoto. I'm a partner and director of brain health at the McKinsey Health Institute, and I'm also an alum. So go Bruins. Thank you for having me here today. Although I did tell somebody I have 5 siblings and 2 parents, and all of them went to Berkeley. So, boo, Cal. No, sorry.
You're the favorite.
I was a rebel. So I am joined by a tremendous panel of folks who have such interesting and actually varied backgrounds, each of you. So, I'll give just a little bit of background so you can understand the perspectives that they bring. So first to my left is Alice Lowe Clayton, who is a neuroscientist, who is CEO of the McKnight Brain Research Foundation, as you heard earlier, but she also has had a significant career at the Sergey Brin Foundation as well as NIH. So she has public sector funder as well as private sector funding background. Kelly O'Brien is currently with West Health, a philanthropy based in California that is focused on advancing health for older adults, but really she is the executive director of brain health. So she has a comprehensive view in her portfolio across mental health, neurological health, and substance use, and came from Us Against Alzheimer's before that at the Kennedy Forum, focusing on mental health, and before that CDC and the Hill. So again, public sector, private sector, mental health, and neuroscience or neurological health. And then Nancy has like this dream career for me. I was like, oh wow. So she's SVP at the Bright Focus Foundation, where they are looking at Alzheimer's, macular degeneration, and glaucoma, all of which affected my family. So I was like, wow, this is like perfect. But then before then, she was at Alzheimer's DDF, Drug Discovery Foundation, and global business. She did global business development at the American Museum of Natural History. And prior to that, she was a lecturer at the Cloisters. So very fascinating career that has spanned science and the arts, as well as public sector and private sector philanthropy. So I think it's a really good conversation. And my question to lead off our conversation today is, how is next generation philanthropy different from the philanthropy of the past, where, it was sort of, you have grants, and so You have a hammer, every problem is a nail. If you have grants, every problem needs a grant. But I think this new generation of philanthropy is looking more at impact, looking at measurement, wanting to have different kinds of accelerating influence over the things that they care about. So it's more focused than in the past, where there may be a social cause that a particular philanthropy supports without really driving toward a particular end. And I think today we're seeing philanthropists holding their teams accountable for achieving results and advancing things in ways that they haven't before. So I'm going to start by asking Alice. I will start with you. I'd love to hear your reactions to the opening framing for today. So what role do you see next-gen philanthropists and philanthropies playing in advancing brain health?
No, thank you so much for asking that question. It's such a great one and such a timely one. Having worked with a number of different philanthropies over the years, I definitely see that philanthropists now really want to be so much more engaged. And I think before, I think 20th century philanthropy was more keeping an arm's distance to how their giving was making change. I see philanthropists now really wanting to kind of get into the process or stay very close to the process and really understand not just the things you do like grants, but what is the return on investment. And I think that has both really positive aspects to it, but it also sort of reveals in many ways that science, at least the kind of science that I've been in sort of biomedical and neuroscience, is really can be difficult to measure in terms of the impact. And so I think one of the real opportunities with like the brain economy movement is that that's a tangible sort of infrastructure in which you're trying to now measure the economic impact of changing brain health. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So Kelly, this is now like the table is turned. You are now on the other side. You've previously been looking for funding. Now you are the one in the.
I'm just here to listen to Alice so she can tell me how this all works.
You'll be sitting here for a while.
Sure. I thank you, and I appreciate the question as well. And it also is refreshing, Alice, to hear your perspective on this as somebody who's been working in philanthropy for a while. So I'm only half joking because I am relatively new to West Health. I'm leading a new brain health portfolio. But what Alice was talking about in the way that philanthropists, and actually I'm going to even stop using the word philanthropist because we don't really think of ourselves that way. We don't issue grants. So I'll come back to that in a second. Is exactly what she's saying. For West Health, West Health was founded by Gary and Mary West a number of years ago. They are spending down their wealth and in service of successful and affordable aging. And by affordable, we mean not just for people, but the U.S. healthcare system, making it more efficient, more effective, which means we're looking at things like efficiencies in the healthcare system that can be gained through AI and technology. We're looking at the things that cost the system and people the most, like brain health. We're looking at, in general, at policy issues around affordability. But the foundation created two entities that we think of as a family of organizations. So there's the West Health Institute, and we're based in San Diego. And then there's the West Health Policy Center, which is based in DC. And we very much collaborate, think of ourselves just as West Health. But in some ways, it's very apropos for my background because it is in some ways operating like a nonprofit advocacy organization that is trying to impart change and working with partners. So we consider ourselves a partner, not a donor. And we are looking for partners that are actually doing some of the things that Alice said, which is, developing strategies that deliver measurable change, that can be scaled, that are accountable, that make a long-standing difference. It's not just about the organization, but it's about this strategy, which we are deeply engaged in developing. So it all rings very true to me, your comments. And I think that for me, the just to put a pin in it, I think in my experience as an N of one at West, we think of ourselves as partners, and that is a very different way of thinking than I had been used to, which is you are a donor and I'm going to apply for that money. I think we're singing the same tune.
And Nancy, to you, how are you seeing philanthropy evolve? And actually, how are you seeing it evolve from like the arts to the sciences?
Oh gosh, that would take a few hours, but I will touch on that. And I will also talk about Bright Focus Foundation specifically, but I wanted to start with some framing. So I was thinking about this. So the NIA was established in 1974. So it's 50 years now that we've been studying aging as a life course process, as well as individual disease-related studies. And in the 1990s and early 2000s, we saw the initiation from several countries of large longitudinal aging studies. And those were funded and are funded primarily by governments with academic institutional support. And those longitudinal aging studies that were emerging in the 90s and 2000s are meant to, and I think are sharing data, sharing impact measurements, outcomes, and harmonizing the data. So that's all good news. Then in the early 2000s, we saw venture philanthropy taking off. Really, I think we'd say starting with Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, a lot of people use that as the first example of impactful venture philanthropy. And in our field, in dementias, and neurodegeneration, maybe we can say Michael J. Fox and Alzheimer's Drug Discovery Foundation led that charge. I started with Alzheimer's Drug Discovery Foundation in 2009 before I was at Bright Focus. So I've been with philanthropies for about 20 years that fund Alzheimer's disease, and then at Bright Focus also the vision diseases of aging. So then after venture philanthropy, I would say the 2020s usher in the convergence of investment in longevity biotech companies, larger disease-specific funds, and large-scale mission-driven capital pools, which I'm calling investment philanthropy, if you can call it that. And in our field, that would look like Dementia Discovery Fund or Diagnostics Accelerator, just as examples. So where I think we are emerging, is that the philanthropic funding field broadly is evolving, this is my optimistic take, into a complementary ecosystem in which governments, academia, industry, venture philanthropy, investment philanthropy, and traditional philanthropies like Bright Focus each contribute different capabilities that fit together and advance global brain health and global brain capital economy. And in this, I'm going to call it also a collective impact model. We have parallel goals, we share data and metrics, and at least to some extent, we try to coordinate action across sectors to benefit a shared cause. And so I think that's sort of the North Star someone was talking about earlier. In terms of a traditional philanthropy, there's still a critical role, I think, for next generation philanthropy in traditional charitable organizations like Bright Focus. Bright Focus Foundation is 52 years old. It started as the American Health Assistance Foundation, and it funded everything like Salvation Army for Health, and then coalesced pretty much anecdotally into dementia, glaucoma, and macular degeneration. But that allows us to look at neurodegenerative diseases and brain-eye connection and do novel things that we couldn't if we were just Alzheimer's or just vision. We raise about $40 million a year from 630,000 donor households across the country, so we are very grassroots. And especially with the funding cuts, we are really focused in on funding emerging researchers within 12 years of their PhDs, and also a postdoctoral program. And we fund everywhere in the world. We funded, I think, in like 29 countries now. So we continue to fund discovery, but there are sort of next generation trends even in discovery. Somebody mentioned, we used to look for many, many years specifically at individual disease-associated proteins and pathways. Now we're looking more at whole cellular interactions and biological system actions and how the biological systems drive both neurodegeneration and resilience, like the centenarian studies. and behavior and cognition. We're also, for example, in some of the basic core granting, recognizing the need for human models of disease. Animal models have been invaluable, but they really don't fully capture the complexity of disease. We know that because we've cured Alzheimer's in mice a million times. So we're placing a stronger emphasis on human-based models. And I'm going to conclude with this idea of real-world impact, an example of real-world impact. And I'm going to use LASI, the longitudinal aging study in India, which I think UCLA has been involved with from its inception. So the longitudinal aging study in India, or LASI, is a nationally representative 25-year survey of over 73,000 older adults across all states and union territories of India. And then LASI DAD started in 2017, and the DAD is Harmonized Diagnostic Assessment of Dementia, which is the component of LASI that looked at cognition tests and then opened up into a much broader array of testing to look at dementias in a population of about 4,000 people over age 60 from 18 state and union territories across India. So this was initially funded by the Indian government and other governments with academic support. And in 2023, with data and samples collected, Bright Focus contributed about $600,000 just to start methylation analysis and to conduct a validation study. Then the NIA gave an additional just about $3 million to further ensure scientific method and analysis there. And then when the PI, Jin-Cook Lee at USC, came to us in 2024 to ask for an additional $1.2 million to add retinal imaging, we brought in Gates Ventures. And they ended up funding the ocular component. So I'm just using this as an example of real-world impact across all of these different types of philanthropic and government funders. So to conclude, my thesis is that we're in a space and time when complementary ecosystem or collective impact models are on track to robustly support the movement towards larger and more efficient investments in brain capital and global brain health. Concluded.
I just I wanted to make a comment because I thought your statement about if your hammer is a grant, everything looks like every nail looks like a grant. That's all you use, and I think that is so traditionally. I love that there are some wonderful exceptions now, but I do think large part that is absolutely still true. And even pulling back from whether it's a grant or not a grant or another kind of sort of financial product. Really thinking about, you know, an organization like does their RFA, they put it out, they get their applicants, they fund it. And I would see, you know, even working in NIH, working at different philanthropies, how much duplication there was, or actually how difficult it was to even put together who were the funders, what their funding opportunities were, and the potential applicants, where the overlap in the sciences, where the overlap is with coordination of the pipeline, whether you're talking about basic science, translation, implementation services. It's just there continues to largely be very little crosstalk, and even where the opportunities are and coordination at that level. I think I think that's one of the places where I almost see AI and actually business development is creating more of an open marketplace where funders and scientists and researchers can come together and say, you know, I'm interested in this topic. Maybe we could actually partner upstream and then put out something that broadly is seen by many, many people. So I think it's almost like it's not even it's low tech in a kind of way, right? Because right now we all sort of run in these parallel RFA funding progress report kind of way with a few really notable exceptions. But I think given where the federal government is now, I think there needs to be a much more kind of a hub and spoke kind of model where there's more coordination on where does money want to go and who is able to take that money and do really great science that has impact.
I make a comment on that?
Yes.
I mean, one of my early jobs, I guess when I was 5, because I've had a lot of jobs, was at United Way in Chicago. And I remember that one of the things that Chicago did, I'm sure other cities do this too, but was the mayor would pull the philanthropy together in the city when they had a problem they needed to solve. Right? Like the city's got a problem here. We need to figure out how to solve it. How can we work together to solve this problem? Which I think is kind of what you're talking about. Like, so I think in some ways that does happen. I just want to raise a concern, which is that, the title is about funding science. The West doesn't fund basic science, and obviously it's a great threat, the loss of federal funds. But if you think that philanthropy is going to fill that gap, the answer is absolutely not. Like that is not it. I heard a doctor once say that when somebody was coming to him to prevent Alzheimer's and asking him about supplements, his first question would be, have you gotten off the couch lately? And I would say that if you're an academic medical center or an academic center and you're worried about your funding and you're coming to a foundation for funding, I would say, when's the last time you called your congressman?
So like go to Texas.
Yeah, I just think like that is an advocacy and a policy problem that philanthropic contributions can't fill. So I just don't want to, I think the concern about the government, like I think it's great and necessary, but I think the biggest flag is like, it's not okay to say that this is instead of, or right. So.
No, I couldn't agree more. There's no way that philanthropy can sort of plug that hole. And I do also, having come from the federal government, it's different. It's going to be different for a while.
Yeah. Chuckles. People chuckle.
Just to be optimistic.
No, I mean, I 100% agree that we can't look to philanthropy to solve this problem. I think even philanthropy can't, philanthropy needs to look at itself as well as what I'm hearing. At McKinsey Health Institute, we partnered with Wellcome Trust, Clinton Global Initiative, and Kokoro, which is a collection of high net worth individuals and other private funders, to talk about, and Africa Venture Philanthropy Alliance, because we wanted to create this coalition for mental health investment. And it was not a new funding entity, but really a group of folks who wanted to look at the different financial instruments that were currently in use and helping to create more nuance in the conversation between private sector funders, public sector funders, and sort of everything in between. Because the part about everything looking like a nail, right? Something that is discovery, drug discovery, is very different from Friendship Bench in Zimbabwe, is very different from a new coalition or new clinical intervention in an AMC in the United States. And so we are kind of expanding our vocabulary for funders of what type of asset or project are you funding? What stage is it at in terms of the value chain? Is this discovery? Is this application? Is this implementation, translation, wide-scale adoption? And then what are the financial instruments that are appropriate for each of these things? And so there's a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but there's also Gates Ventures, there's also Pivotal Ventures. So when is it that we bring in VC? When is it that we bring in PE? Which things are going to go private sector route and which things are going public sector? And then what are the different types of tools that we could use, like P&L relief, like social impact bonds, like sovereign debt exchange, right? There's different things that can be different tools. And I think in brain health in particular, we're behind. So HIV, maternal child health, immunization, those are areas of global public health that have really availed themselves of different tools. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to look more toward that. I think if we're staying right at UCLA, we're having this neuroscience conversation. I'm going to come back to Nancy actually. So if one of the conversations has been, if researchers, there's an ask to fund research, but researchers are talking amongst themselves, and there's this yearning for philanthropy to have a broader impact. How can we address that? What are some avenues to that you're seeing?
I'm so glad you asked. We've been funding scientific researchers, as I mentioned, for 52 years, and we funded Dave Holtzman when he was young, and then when Randy Bateman was a postdoc student in his lab. We funded Randy Bateman. So there are very few researchers in the field at this point that didn't at some point get a Bright Focus grant, or their team did. And so somewhere along the line, I also mentioned we have these 630,000 donor households. We decided we should be connecting those researchers to the donors and trying to translate what the research is telling us to people who are in need. Because I can tell you that patients, a patient would just be crying in the back of the room at this conference, because they're just so lost. And many providers are lost, really, too. So we, 3 years ago, with the funding from Lilly, Biogen, and Genentech, I started this program kind of just, oh, let's try this, called Zoom In on Dementia and Alzheimer's. And if anybody wants, we have, which was monthly. We take Jeff Cummings and get him on, or Randy Bateman, and have the public submit questions in advance or ask questions live. And so in less than 3 years, we've now had over 6 million participants on this show. And we're starting a podcast, and it's just like growing like crazy. So I just want to say the need is so great. And Javier, I was so excited about your talk. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, because getting this information into communities has become kind of like my life mission. And also James and I, I met James when he was doing the Glenn Campbell I'll Be Me film. We met in 2012. That was released in 2014 and went on CNN in June of 2015. This is also for you. And the first night it showed, 2015, an octogenarian with Alzheimer's disease, 5.7 million people watched the first night. So, and that showed Glenn, from mild to really probably moderate, late moderate over the course of these 2 years of his doing concerts. So films, virtual programs, podcasting. Also, I'm going to talk, and James is going to talk about it tomorrow. And with each of these films that we've done, last year we did Taking Care with Seth Rogen and his wife. This next year, Andre Royo from The Wire is doing a 15-minute film, which we're going to bring into Black and Hispanic communities. He's African American and Cuban. With each of these films, we go into communities and do hundreds and hundreds of screenings in classrooms, at conferences, on the Hill, wherever we can get. Taking Care, we did 488 screenings of and seven films. Yeah, we've done 7 now. And in the summer, he's releasing Greg Allman, The Sound of My Voice, and Greg had early childhood trauma, addiction. So with each of these films, we make sure that there's a really well thought out impact campaign associated with it. We know what the goals are. We know what the calls to action are. And we have Spanish and English educational kits, and it's kind of down to a machine. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Nancy. So Kelly, I appreciate your exhortation to the audience to get off the proverbial couch. But that's right. But advocacy isn't always something that's easily funded if you're also a researcher. Can you tell me a little bit about what are the tools in the toolbox of philanthropy, of the kinds of partnerships that you're talking about that people could look for in terms of advancing the work or advancing the issues that everyone here cares about?
Thanks. Yeah, I do think one of the things that I love about West is that there is a policy component to what we do. And they have very intentionally, as I mentioned, set up a policy center in Washington, D.C. And we work with just incredible bench of both analysts and experts and coalitions and you name it. And the reason we do that is because if you're going to move systems change through, and what we do is less, as I mentioned, bench science, more implementation. A lot of that depends on policy. It's related to what happens at CMS and the regulatory world and on Capitol Hill. And so it's only sort of half the job, right? So one of the cool tools in our toolbox is thinking about how can we help the field identify the things that are needed to achieve what they're trying to achieve, get them the resources and the data and the analytics and the numbers, the economics of it to make their case on Capitol Hill so that, if there's a challenge we're trying to solve, we can do a really good research brief that kind of provides the case for action on this. And we hope that those tools and resources help the community actually leverage more data and support that they can use in their advocacy on Capitol Hill and in the agencies and in the states. So I think that's one really exciting thing to do. I think the other tool we can use that I think is really important, kind of harkens back a little bit to what Alice was saying, is bringing people together. So there are a lot of, as kind of reference, I mean, our work is both in mental health, behavioral health, neurological health, addiction. And, I think about that like you all think about, it's brain health, right? Like this is all brain health. And I think, one of the things that we can do is to help get those communities to talk to each other, like this meeting, right? Like, how can dementia leverage what we've learned in mental health and in collaborative care model, for example? Or how can we understand what other disease conditions have learned, not just in the actual bench science, like at NIH and some of the work that you're doing with your researchers, Nancy, but in the actual system itself. I mean, we don't probably need a whole different system of care per disease. So if you go have dementia, you go that way. If you have mental health, you go that way. If you have cardiac disease, you go that way. I mean, just talk about a nightmare. So trying to find ways to, and in the spirit of more affordable, efficient healthcare, how do we think about the person and what happened to that person as opposed to the disease? So that is another tool that we have in our toolbox, is to think about how do we bring the right people together kind of in a different way, not around money, but around the kind of issues and problems you're trying to address in the system, to learn from each other about how you can leverage that information.
That's awesome. So thinking of bringing people together, just show of hands. How many neurologists do we have in the room? Handful. How many psychiatrists do we have in the room? Yeah. How many neuroscientists do we have? Psychologists? Social workers? Nurses? Architects? Investors? Nope, he's right there. And other who? Educators, artists, shout them out. Entrepreneurs. All right, great. Okay, so we have a fairly diverse group here, and that's actually, folks are to be commended. You are the open-minded ones. But I have been in some settings where I had a group of neurologists and psychiatrists who were like, we should come together. And I had the people from WHO saying like, no, we like to keep it separate.
I was at dinner, I shouldn't say this, but so I hope I don't offend anybody, but I was at dinner last night. I was sitting between a psychiatrist and a neurologist, and we were talking about dementia. And one guy said, we can do dementia, they're not so great at it. And the other one said, we can do dementia, and they're not so great at it. And they didn't hear each other, thankfully. But, it's kind of interesting, right? I mean, it goes to your point. Like,
Yeah. So Alice, as our great unifier, how do you see the opportunity and the future of investing across these different dimensions of brain health?
Oh gosh, that's such a hard question. But I mean, I think, what I do love is that what's happening here, I think, is the development of potentially a shared language and also a shared kind of value system where it puts together both the economic value, but also sort of the ethical value, in a way where they don't feel like they're at odds with each other. And I think that's part of, I feel like the further along I get in my career, the more my job is about trying to get people with different opinions to actually agree on something. And it's kind of easy to bring people to the table. It's very hard to keep them at the table. And so you constantly have to be looking from the perspective of what is keeping that other person at the table or organization. What is their incentive structure? And so this may sound, a little bit, I don't know, but like the feel good part, that's the gravy. Like you can bring people there, but they won't stay there for that. what stays there is sort of like, how does this help me in my situation? And so I think in order to really be practical in a long, lasting way, is that we need to be able to develop shared language and common frameworks about what we're working with and understanding this is the perspective of an industry. What is driving their motivation? What is driving an academic's motivation? And finding where there are places we can meet in the middle, because there always have been. And I think now there isn't, it's almost like there isn't an excuse anymore, because no one is going to come fix it all, right? And we know that this is more important than ever. And so I would just encourage all of us to remember it's a shared responsibility of understanding not just things are hard from my sector's perspective, but that at the end of the day, it's about a shared understanding and a shared empathy for how we're all trying to get along.
That's great. Thank you. Does anyone know Harlem Children's Zone? Geoffrey Canada. He had a film, Waiting for Superman. Right? When he was a child growing up in Harlem, he would just sit on the corner waiting for Superman because surely someone was going to come fix this problem. Right? And then he went up the chain all the way to the president. No one had a solution for the problem. And he knew he had to become Superman. Right? So he fixed his own neighborhood. So we've talked about how things are evolving. We've talked about how can we both advance science, accelerate change, and then achieve real world impact. But we're at the nascent stages of that, right? We're still seeing people kind of crossing their fingers and hoping someone's going to save their grant or change a policy or scale their business. Where do you see us in 10 years? If we're the UCLA first Brain Health Summit, and then we're going to be at the 10th Brain Health Summit, what is the conversation about philanthropy and brain health and neuroscience and psychiatric research?
I mean, this is less a comment about philanthropy per se, but I think that maybe it's the neuroscience research enterprise overall. We've known for a long time that the way we train our workforce is out of step with biomedical research and the needs of society. We've known a long time that the incentive structure of academia is also out of step with the biomedical ecosystem and the business of science. And so I guess I would ask everyone to sort of really think about, changing our own incentive structures so that what we've always kind of known for a while that we need to do, professionalize the role of certain scientific jobs, right? Staff scientists, the never-ending postdoc, let's not make it that. So I think there's certain things that, the time is now that we need to think about how to change these structures and make it and essentially sort of professionalize aspects of our system, because that's how they're being used. And the bigger that gap grows between thinking about it as a pure training place, and then all of a sudden somebody will pluck it up and put it in the business sector and just use it like business, is just not true. And so as there are really great organizations here trying to make those connections, I think the underlying parts of the system, meaning how we sort of grow our workforce, how we operationalize these systems, needs to come along with it and think about how essentially management systems and business and operations systems need to be incorporated in a more professionalized setting so that we can bring the value of science at a level that is on par with the rest of other sectors.
That's a really good question. I mean, so it's interesting because when I first started working on the brain economy issue with Harris, Us Against Alzheimer's, me, others, we didn't do this because it was an interesting concept or an economic question. We did it because it was a framework that could actually lift up a conversation that helps actual human beings. Like, I'm in it because I don't want to have to phone a friend to figure out what to do when somebody has a mental health crisis in my family. I don't want to have to phone like somebody's mom to figure out how to deal with Alzheimer's and what that journey was like. I don't want to have to ask everybody what supplements I should be taking, or like, do you think I'm going to get Alzheimer's because my dad had it? Like, that's why I'm in it. And I think the brain economy conversation is, Harris, I think I'm right about this, right? But it's a way to get other people in the conversation who aren't having it, right? Like, we want businesses to see that this is their interest as well, like in the spirit of aligning incentives. We want government to understand why this is in the interest of the government, like of the debt, of the, why it's good for growth, right? But it's really, it's like it's like a Trojan horse in some ways. I mean, it's an important conversation, but it's a way to accomplish something that cares about people. So I guess in 10 years, I hope we're having this conversation in a school, not in an academic medical center. Hope we're having it in a park. I hope nobody has to call me when they have a mental health crisis. I hope government gives it the priority that it deserves. I hope we all have some goals that we're going to set and achieve, that we can work together, both philanthropy and government and others, to actually get there, as opposed to just thinking through the cool things we could do. Let's get somewhere together. That's what I'm thinking about.
I think with shout out to Helen and the whole leadership team and Harris, this is a great beginning, and I hope in 10 years this is still going on. I don't care whether it's here or at a school, but I would love to have more employers, the nurses, just keep getting cross-sector instead of so siloed. And, just to say something that is alluded to but not said, there's so much unnecessary competition, like Berkeley versus UCLA versus USC. And the same is true in philanthropies. Like, it's so stupid. We compete with each other instead of assisting each other. So I think everybody should reread Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People, because it's about try to take a sincere interest, is what you were saying, in what the other person wants to achieve, and then make it a win-win. So that's one thing. Number two, investor, we all need your number. The one investor in the room. So we need more investors in VC and that sector to join us. When I had originally looked at this question, I thought 10 years from now, what would look good? Destigmatizing brain disorders. It's just a huge issue. Stigmatizing the acceptance of disparities. Unfortunately, I think we're going in the wrong direction right now, but we have to stigmatize these disparities, and I'll just stop at that. We need a better understanding of neurodiversity and how the brain works. I think I'm going to steal James's line, but I used to work with Neil deGrasse Tyson at the museum, which was a really great job. And when we were doing the movie Turning Point, we asked him, what's more complicated, the brain or the universe? And he said, it's not that the brain is so complicated. He said, it's just that we don't understand it yet. And he said, we used to think it was tough to find a needle in a haystack, but now you just know you need a big magnet. So better understanding. And really, I also think we know enough now about how lifestyle interventions can impact risk. I don't like to say prevention, but risk reduction or delay of onset. But lifestyle, I think in 10 years, within 10 years, we should find a way for lifestyle interventions to really become part of daily life. Not like, oh, you have to exercise X minutes or you have to get X hours sleep, but that somehow it gets really integrated into our lifestyles. And I know there's been some really good work on that. So those are a couple of the 10-year goals, and then retirement.
Nancy's going to be on a beach somewhere. She's not going to be in the conference room in 10 years.
Correct.
No, that's great. Thank you. So just if everyone would join me in thanking our panelists for.
For
some questions to the audience. So we'll open it up for questions for the audience, and I'm going to start, take the prerogative just of asking the first question. And so one of the comments that sort of struck me was this idea of trying to find a match, right? Of philanthropists as partners with researchers, and a number of us, or many of us in this room, are researchers and looking for funding, et cetera. The way that you find a partner has changed over millennia. Used to be partners were arranged for you, and then you found somebody by luck and you fell in love and everything worked. And then now we have things like Tinder. And so you know, of course, like the governmental structures and you applying for funding, et cetera, but the way that you match people based on their interests has changed. And so my ears did perk up in terms of the concept of using something like AI, large language models, et cetera, where you can, if everyone buys into the ecosystem, you can find streams of interest where I, as a funding partner, have an interest in, and here is a pool of people. Of course, is anybody building that? I know that there are companies that are building LLM-based ways of trying to connect people to communities. I was at a conference last year where one of those kinds of platforms was debuted, and I logged in and I created some interest, and it wasn't for funding per se. It didn't really work very well. I don't know if they were still working out the kinks, but it was this idea of trying to connect people through an invisible interstitium, really. So there's obviously a lot of need for buy-in. There's also need for transparency in the equity of how those connections get made. And then, of course, in any of these models, there is some degree of competition. What happens when you can't get a partner, right? Does that mean that the value of your interest is zero? And so I'd be curious as a panel to hear you reflect on systems that you're aware of that actually are either in the conceptualization stage or in more the implementation stage. And if they're not, what would you like to see in that regard? A little bit more texture there.
So I think I may have been the culprit of that question or the prompt for it. Yes, there actually, I can't think of the name of it, but there is actually, it's not-for-profit companies that are thinking about developing marketplace, and they are the coders. They're the front end and back end software developers, and they want to do, they want to do good. And so they are sort of scraping the federal data, particularly, as many of you are probably aware, people are documenting which grants have been terminated. And so it's using some of those basic tools of kind of trying to create a kind of grassroots marketplace. And so I think so suffice to say, I think that it can be done, right? We know these are tools that we use on a daily basis in our professional lives, or business folks certainly use in their professional lives. The development of a marketplace where people can see from a funding perspective, shared interests, shared, place and career stage, shared interest from the grant receiving side as well. But I think it does, for the prototypes that I have seen, it lacks a real depth of understanding of like how funding happens. The science of the science of science funding is like Byzantine. And so it takes people who have kind of been in there in the trenches and know it from both sides from a long time. But I think it's entirely doable. It just is starting to get there.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, my name is Ellen Ito, and this has been a great conference. It has my brain on fire. I'm thinking about current care models are driven by what is paid for, what is reimbursed, and how clinicians are paid. We know that there are solutions that, if there were the will to educate and create these lifestyle conditions and practices, we know that's there, but there's got to be a will to fund it. These are kind of long-term challenges. Right now, there are innovative solutions that go against the current care model, that are disruptive, and need an opportunity to be able to prove this out in the clinical pathway. How do you suggest, when there are very low cost, accessible interventions that are evidence-based, have research against them, how do you suggest these organizations go about finding those clinical pathways to prove out that commercial model?
I mean, you're asking like such a big question, but I mean, one, I just had a call this morning with our policy team because, you know, CMMI is coming out with like a new model every 5 minutes. It feels like that they're testing these kinds of things, including around lifestyle, you know. So I guess one piece of good news about what's going on right now is that CMS is actually looking at different ways of funding those kinds of things. And they are particularly looking at ways to integrate lifestyle into their payment models as a way of proving out what you're talking about. And so they're looking for applications right now. You probably know more than I do, but there's like 20 different acronyms out there: Embark, Access, Lead. I can go on and on and on, but all sorts of different ways. Kana probably knows a lot more about that, but I do think there's a movement for that. And that is the kind of thing that West is interested in, is trying to think through, like, what can we prove out in the healthcare system and where are the actual incentives? The tricky part is that just because you pay for something doesn't, like, we don't want to increase the cost to the healthcare system either, right? So like, it's not about making a healthcare system, pardon the healthcare system people in here, richer, right? It's about making people healthier and the economic system more effective, right? So efficient. So it's a sticky wicket. I'm not an expert, but you may know more.
Well, I love the question. I think what you describe is essentially all of the psychosocial evidence-based interventions in behavioral health, for sure, right? So dialectical behavior therapy, coordinated specialty care, right? There's so many, and task sharing. So I just landed from Santiago, Chile this morning at 9:30. I came here from the airport, but I was in Santiago because we have a project doing task sharing with older adults and as well as with adolescents that we supported 2 municipalities to do an evidence-based task sharing in mental health, which is, you know, a model which is robustly evidenced, like hundreds of, you know, peer-reviewed journal articles, many RCTs across multiple investigators, and yet it's not reimbursed in the United States. It's actually not really well reimbursed in Chile either, but we're working on it. I think we're moving towards that, and I would agree with Kelly that it is about some of it is about that the investigators who are developing the models also need to stay with them, right? I talked to one investigator. He's very esteemed. It was one of my professors when I was at UCLA. He was like, "Yes, we've just translated our model. Like, we're going to like implementation." I was like, "Oh, like how are you doing that? Are you doing technical assistance? Are you commercializing it?" It's like, "No, we posted the 6 PDFs on our website." Right? So like so there's some bridging of science to practice that I think our academic system could reward more, right? So some of the change has to come from within academia because there's not a ton of incentive to get some of these really robustly evidenced models into practice in a way that is viable. Right? So then I also work with some academics who are promoting their models, and you know, I bring a McKinsey team and we're like trying to figure out how to do pricing, how to find efficiency, and they're like, no, you can't do that because, right, like we're not changing the world. We have to change the whole world. We can't just like change this one thing. I'm like, well, for now, can we just change the one thing and see if it makes money, and then we'll change the world. But so I think there's some flexibility that's needed. Like we have to meet in the middle. Right. And then I think we also can be creative, right? Like we're not going to create a bespoke code for every single model. And even when we do that, it usually doesn't work, right? Like, so we have the expert codes, or we have it's collaborative care code, et cetera, et cetera. It's too many codes for people to use. But if we do CETA with the peer support specialists, well, that can already be paid for. And there's no reason why we can't train peer support specialists to do that model. So I think or within our 1115 waivers or whatever, you know, like there are many places where things can be done and we just don't have the translation happening. It's a policy issue.
I just want to say one quick thing, or two quick things. I think what Susan and Catalyte are doing is like if you can coalesce more people around you. Obviously, this is a wonderful beginning. But I think kind of to what you were saying, academics and healthcare professionals are not marketers. And I think that that is a problem. You know, you can do codes and stuff all you want, but to get blue zones, while I wouldn't call that a scientific series, probably did more to raise awareness of, even if it's just the tip of the iceberg awareness. And but I think there have to be, we were just talking about Yul Brynner's campaign to stop smoking back in the day, for those of you that are my age and can remember. But, you know, I think we also have to create demand and awareness that there are these low cost, more effective interventions than just going and paying for a bunch of tests, and combine efforts with organizations like Catalyte.
Yeah, thanks for an amazing panel, and I really appreciate all of your insights. And I appreciate that philanthropy will not, plug any holes that, are left by federal funding gaps. But I'm wondering if you're looking at changing priorities in what federal funding covers to address those gaps. So, for example, changes in the support for studies that address health inequities or health disparities, right? So I'm wondering if there's any attention being paid to shifting priorities on what's being funded, and if you can't take care of the amount.
You mean to say if the federal government is not funding health equity, that philanthropy should pick up that piece? Or what?
Paying attention to what they're not funding. So for example, I think there was mention of, focusing on emerging scientists and postdoc, like basically trying to address those sort of topic or funding area gaps, and if not being able to cover the amount that's typically funded by the federal government.
So I can speak a little bit, I mean, because I think we fund kind of different areas. I can speak to the more basic science, translational science part of it, which is there is a loose philanthropic group of about 70 or 80 philanthropies that have gotten together, and we've been emphasizing partnerships surrounding two topics, early career researchers and data preservation. So it's less about, that it's being deprioritized. It's just like, now, what does this just, this incredibly disruptive time, what can we not get back? Right. So let's preserve, like, you're not going to be that data and the early career researchers, how can we preserve those? So I think that philanthropists are, at least trying to say, okay, we can't save everything, but are there specific topics or areas for which we know we're never going to be able to rebuild for a very, very long time?
Okay, we'll have the last question here.
So thank you very much. This has been really enlightening. I worked in a research environment for a very long time and was constantly frustrated by the process. And I'm very curious, two things. How would you, as people and institutions that plug into this system, how would you redesign the system, not change a piece or, but maybe change either how you manage your relationships with the system or change the system entirely and redesign it from the ground up?
Easy last question.
Guys, can you make your questions a little easier, everybody? You mean like the application system, or like what do you mean by the system?
So I was the vice president for economic development for a giant institution. And I constantly was in the battle between raising money through grants and raising money through philanthropy and creating partnerships with industry. And they could never come to the same conclusion. They could never compete. They were constantly in competition. And so my question to you is either how would you change your insertion into the system, or how would you want to see the system come to you?
I would say I love the question of the AI model of matching. I think that maybe that would be helpful so that it's more efficient, that you're being, if you had to wait, and I think McKnight, and I think you two should build this, and Bryn could be your advisor. But maybe that would make at least the funding process more efficient. Because I know in my days, because I have to fundraise as well as give grants, I used to go through the foundation directory. It's not even called that anymore. I don't know, remember what it's called, Candid or something like that. And you'd have to go through thousands of foundations and go by, okay, the keyword. And I mean, it's so Byzantine. So I don't think we have an answer to your question, but I do think we should be able to create more efficiencies now, at least in who funds whom. No.
No, I mean,
Alice is-
yes, we should. We should.
Alice is-
Absolutely. I mean, it's almost like it needs like a real proper systems analysis by like McKinsey or somebody like that to look at it and say, you know, where are the bottlenecks? Where are the inefficiencies? And then start to develop or deploy, even not even develop, but deploy the technologies or the expertise there so that you are unlocking some of these bottlenecks, because some of it is really like just basic stuff. Like I'm just not aware, or they, you know, like I said, everyone is sort of running along these parallel tracks. And then at the end of the day, they're like, well, there's not enough money. There's not enough researchers. Why did we only get this response rate? And it's crazy, right? Because we're all like running in parallel rather than being able to work together.
Just on that one, I would advocate for more collaboration across different types of funders to align on what our expectations. I know that, federal government, we'll talk to one grantee and they'll say like, we have 19 different systems that we have to input our outcome data into because we have 19 different funders and everyone wants something different. I think as we have thought about this panel, I think there's willingness, right? This is where we're talking about next generation philanthropy. I think there's willingness of philanthropy to invest in how do we make systems work better, as well as how do we advance the science. And I would encourage you to kind of raise those kinds of questions to say, hey, can you bring the other funders to the table and can we align on a set of outcomes, a set of reporting criteria, et cetera, so that it doesn't make it impossible for us as investigators to do this. But overall, again, thank you to the panel. Thank you to all of you for your engagement. This has been great.
Now we are off to healthy brains, healthy brains, healthy behaviors. You could stand up and stretch for now.
This is not my slide deck. No, this is my slide deck, but it's not the one I sent you.
You know what? So there's a new one.
God, this is all screwed up.
No, I replaced just this.
Oh, I didn't want you to replace it.
Oh,
God.
don't worry.
I do worry about it.
It looks good. I replaced the first slide.
Hey, Josh. I think hi, Xiaoping. You guys can sit down there. There's no need to sit up here and try and sit there. And then it's going to be Gina and Josh.
Together.
No. You don't want them. No, why should they have to sit there and come? They can sit there and
Yes. I
This is
know,
not the
you
slide
told me.
that I gave her. I don't know what
Oh,
she
that's
wants.
sweet. Oh, thank you.
These are not the slides?
This is not the first slide. The first slide had this, none of that, and then I was going to pull it up as I talked about it.
All
Now
right.
I have. She screwed up the slide. She changed it. It's on my left.
You are? I figured somebody would. Yeah. I'm actually I just wanted to see if I could. Yes. I'm not. That's why it's Xavier was talking earlier about hey, he must know about this data center. Yeah, I don't know. Not always know. But be illuminated. Yeah, exactly. So do I look better with the
That doesn't.
That doesn't happen.
Yeah. Are you and Helen both going? Or are you okay.
I didn't put it as a symbol. Then again, I didn't.
It was actually all the way back to the South Bay. Like we put plans down there. It takes like an hour and a half. Can't be late. I know. This what didn't end up in my calendar. It just a bad conflict. Try. I was strategies, and so sometimes get them mixed up, right? Like you have to think about they all have their systems for their strategies for all that takes a longer time.
That's going to move the needle, I hope.
I think you'll be fine. If you need me to help you rewrite.
Well, you've been in this for a while.
Why start now, right? Well, I'm going to go see if I can say hello.
Okay. I'm thinking about it.
Nice. Yeah. Get your stuff. We'll be good. Every discussion is so spirit, like, with devotion and meaning. That's how we like that. But as they say, it's easy to break them around. How they say, but I think it's just a kind of portion of that. But it's not the solution. I don't know. Jack doesn't go well with upheaval. Any ability to go low. So he's in shambles right now.
Okay. Because I don't know. I don't think that anyone's on.
All right.
We're good.
Don't talk to my slides.
I didn't.
No, Helen.
Well, yeah. Okay, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, a chance to come back in.
Yeah. Do you want? Or you want to just start?
I want everyone to
Okay.
sit down.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, everybody. We're gonna get started. Everybody, please take your seats. We're gonna get started. Please take your seats. Okay, we're going to get started. Please take your seats. Okay, we are now going to get started with what can you do about brain health? Modifiable lifestyle factors across the lifespan. And to kick things off, I give you Jack Feldman.
First, I'd like to thank the organizer. I'd like to thank Helen, Sahib, and Indu for helping me organize this session. If there's one thing I want you to remember from this session, it's this. Brain health is not something that we fix when it breaks. It is something that we build every day. It can help us feel better, and it can help us delay or perhaps prevent it from breaking. Our panel focuses on 5 actionable things we can do. We can control breathing, we can sleep, we can exercise, we can eat properly, we can meditate, and then we can put it all together, which Zeldy Tan would do. Together, these domains act over many time scales. A lot of the things we talked about today occur over slow time scales. But you know, a single breath can be calming. I've been having to take a few of them just now. And it did calm me down. It reflects our brain dynamics. Some things take hours to days, like sleep and meditation can recalibrate our attention, our mood, and our cognitive performance. And other things act over years. Nutrition and physical activity shape the brain's long-term structure, resilience, and our vulnerability. Because of the time constraints, each of the talks today is highly condensed. We'll have a Q&A after each session. I will begin with breathing. Breathing is the only vital rhythm that is both automatic and under voluntary control. It links brainstem circuits to emotion and cognition. I will discuss how breathing is generated in the brain and how breathing can influence our emotional and cognitive states. I'll be followed by Gina Poe, who will talk about sleep. Her work has been central to understanding how sleep supports memory consolidation, synaptic plasticity, and the balance between stability and change in those circuits. Josh Goldman will discuss exercise. His work has clarified how physical activity influences brain function through vascular, cellular, and systems-level mechanisms with clear consequences for cognition and mood. Xiaoping Li will address nutrition. Her contributions provide a principled framework for how the brain processes information efficiently and how metabolic constraints and diet shape those computations. Firdous Zaidan will speak on meditation and breath work. His studies have provided mechanistic insight into how these practices regulate attention, pain, and emotional state, linking subjective experience to measurable brain function. Finally, Zeldy Tan will close the session by integrating these domains. He will offer a clinical perspective on how the factors interact to support brain health across lifespan. Taking together, these talks converge on a simple point. Brain health is dynamic. It is continuously shaped by what we do, how we breathe, how we sleep, eat, move, and how we direct our attention. If we want to reduce the burden of mental illness and cognitive decline, these are not secondary considerations. These are foundational. So let me begin with breathing. Oh, it's up there already. So we normally think of breathing as regulating oxygen, getting oxygen in for metabolism, blowing off CO2, and by that regulating the acid-base balance of the body. However, breathing is involved in many other things. We use the airflow for speech, holding our breath, when we sniff, when we spit. If you're a rodent, we use our whiskers, or they use their whiskers. It's controlled by breathing. Swallowing and chewing has to be coordinated with breathing. We have reflexes that are important for protecting the airways and maintaining lung health. We sigh, we cough, we sneeze, we yawn, we gag, we sniff. All these are happening within the same network. It has to do all these different things. Now, breathing itself is modulated by our emotional state. When we laugh, when we cry, when we sigh, if we're nervous, we hyperventilate, when we gasp, and if you're a cat, when we purr. These are all emotional modifications of breathing. But it also goes the other way. That is, depending on emotional state, our breathing pattern can change. When we're calm, we tend to breathe slower. When we're anxious, we tend to breathe faster. When we're in panic, we tend to breathe very fast. But it also goes in the other direction. And I think this is very interesting and actually actionable and important. That is, by changing our breathing pattern, we can become calmer, we become less anxious, we can become less fearful, we can help moderate panic, and it can improve our cognition. Now, where is this happening? Well, we discovered after thousands of years of contemplation by many individuals and cultures about where it was happening, we identified a region in the brainstem which we named the prebutzinger complex that has about 5,000 neurons. So in your brains right now, there's two small populations of neurons about 1 millimeter in diameter, which are generating this breathing pattern that you don't even have to think about, thank goodness. Now, there's this other aspect of breathing that has to do with how it affects our emotional state. And we've known about this for thousands of years, and this has lately become something that more and more people and in the normal world have become aware of. Deep breathing can help keep us calm, and I will talk to you in a minute to tell you that we're not the only ones who can use our breathing to control our emotional state. Now, one thing that is very interesting, and this is something that we've only realized in the past decade or so, is that breathing rhythms are everywhere in the brain. It's not just going down to the respiratory muscles, but it's actually going up to our cortex. So here is an example of the human hippocampus, and at the bottom in red, you see the oscillations, the activity in the human hippocampus, and in the top, you see the breathing pattern. You see how the hippocampal activity is driven by this respiratory movement. If we look in the piriform cortex, which is very important in emotional control, you can see that the breathing rhythm and the activity in the cortex is synchronous. Now, this is important because we use these oscillations to help process signals in the brain. And when you're breathing now at 12 to 15 times per minute, and I change that, or you change that to 6 times per minute, that's going to modify the way your brain processes signals. And what effect that has, it makes you calmer. In fact, it's not a placebo effect. We taught mice to breathe slowly. Now, we were curious to do this to see, one, if effects of slow breathing affect the behavior of mice, and two, to develop a platform to try and understand what the mechanisms are. So let me talk about breath work. What works? Slow breathing, going from maybe 15 minutes to 6 per minute. You only need to do it about 5 minutes a day. And if you do it for 1 week, you get noticeable changes in your measures of your anxiety, your cognitive function, your physiological state. Now, how is this happening? Well, if we look at the human brain here, and we have the prebutzinger complex, and we put the surrogate here for where in the brain emotion might be, we can have direct effects from the prebutzinger complex projecting to regions involved in emotion. We can have projections to a region called the locus coeruleus, and when we change this projection, we get a change in the state of emotion, the emotional state. We can have it going through another region called the parabrachial nucleus. We can have signals from the lung, because the lung is inflating and deflating with every breath. Those signals are coming into the brain via the vagus nerve. Those can influence our behavior. We have volitional control, which we use when we're controlling our breathing. We have olfactory signals, which are oscillating with the inflow and outflow of air. We have blood gases, which we can change when we hyperventilate. We lower the CO2 levels. That's going to affect the pH in the brain, which will affect behavior, attention, and of course, there can be placebo effects. Now, we can even see an effect in mice. So what we can do is we can get mice to breathe slowly for 30 minutes a day, awake mice. They're calm, they're okay with this. We do it every day for a month, and then we test for whether or not they exhibit manifestations of fear. And if you look at the left side in red, those are control animals, and you can see the freezing, which is a measure of fear. And then we look at our animals that we've slow breath trained, and you can see that those animals have significantly less fear as measured by freezing. So this means that this effect is not simply limited to human, it's probably present in all mammals. And I'm happy to discuss afterwards or at the discussion section what this might mean. But it's certainly not a placebo effect. So what's the relevance of breathing to brain health? We have sleep apnea, disruptions of breathing during sleep, which can have profound effect on brain function. We have genetic disorders. We have things like Rett syndrome, central congenital hyperventilation syndrome, single gene mutations that affect breathing. We have the terrible public health tragedy of opiate-induced persistent apnea, which can cause fatalities. I think last year there was 70,000 deaths due to opiate overdoses. That could be blood gas dysregulation. And on the mental health side, things like depression, anxiety, panic, stress reduction can all be positively affected by controlling our breathing. So I'd like to encourage you to consider that as something low cost, something easy to do, and I can assure you that for many of you, you'll find positive effects. With that, I'd like to turn the platform over to Gina Poe, who's going to talk to you about sleep.
Thank you, Jack. That was a great talk, and it certainly is low cost, easy to do. We all breathe and we must breathe, and I also have taken several deep breaths in preparation for this talk. So thanks so much for all of you for being here. And so I'm going to talk about sleep, another thing that's super easy to do, at least for most people. Thank you so much, Jack. So why is sleep important for the brain? I just picked a few things because there are a lot of them. It's really important for attention and cognition. So right now, if you're feeling sleepy after lunch and you really don't want to attend to what I'm saying, maybe take a few deep breaths and try and concentrate a little better, and or get up and walk around. Our next talk is going to be about exercise and how important that is. And so it's really good. So I want to just go back one more second. Studies have shown that if you spend 9 hours in bed sleeping or trying to sleep, your attention, your cognition on this psychomotor vigilance task here on the x-axis, here, whoa, this is weird, performance, you don't have any lapses. It's good. For a week more, you never accumulate, but any less time in bed, just 8 hours time in bed, which means you're getting about 7.5 hours of sleep, which is what we all did. Over a week, it's fine, but it starts to accumulate. You start to have more and more lapses. You might be having lapses right now. 7 hours time in bed, even more. 6, 5, look at 4. 3 hours time in bed, you're going to accumulate lots of lapses. It's actually something like driving drunk. If you're driving on 3 hours of sleep, it's your attention lapses are as bad as driving drunk. So it's really, really bad. So we need it. We also, many studies have shown that if you go to sleep in line with your circadian rhythm around 10 o'clock at night, if you get up in the morning with the sun, then you'll have a big release of growth hormone, a big bolus of growth hormone, which we know growth hormone is important for growing. So all growing people, it's also important for repairing and also important for, just all the various things that your brain needs to do. Growth hormone is really important for that. And that's in the first half of the night that you have that deep, slow wave sleep that allows for that big bolus. And if you don't get that first half of the night, if you don't go to bed till 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, you will miss this bolus of growth hormone for that night. And there's no way you can make up for it except the next night. Also, people have shown several studies that beauty sleep is real. So if you are rating the looks of someone who's had a full night's sleep versus someone who's stayed up all night, you will find the ones that have stayed up all night, even if it's the same person, you're less willing to socialize with them, you find them less attractive, they look less healthy, and they look more sleepy. So that makes sense, right? So sleep does all kinds of things for us that we can't tell, emotional and skin and, glowing of youth. Maybe the sleep industry and the beauty industry need to get together. The beauty industry we know is huge in the world, so maybe they need to work together and see what can be done. And then emotional stability. Less sleep is associated with more anxiety, and more sleep with less anxiety. High school students do not sleep enough in this country, and probably all over the world, and that is associated with anxiety. If you pay high school students to sleep more, like 9 hours a night, they will report after a month that they feel better, less anxious. Their parents and their teachers will report that they are doing better and they are just happier in general. Unfortunately, when the study ends after a month, they will revert back to their old patterns because the pressures of society are huge to stay up all night. But teenagers need more sleep than you do as adults. So this is the association between anxiety and slow wave sleep. But that's the thing, you get the first half of the night as well. So it's a huge relationship. So what can you do to improve your brain health with respect to sleep? Well, one is sleep at the right time. The different things, activities are optimized at different times of day. And when you sleep at night and you sleep at the right times of night, that's when you're building your muscles, you are repairing your brain, you're consolidating your memories. If you sleep in the middle of the day, a nap like right after lunch, that is actually good for some things, not all of the things. It's not good for that growth hormone big bolus, but it's good for consolidating memories. If you take a nap long enough to include REM sleep, a cycle of sleep is about 90 minutes. And if it's long enough to include the REM sleep at the end, which is about 15 minutes at the end, then it can be as good as a whole night for consolidating the memories. We should build sleep into our classrooms, right? So if we teach students 5 classes in a day and expect them to wait all the way until the night to consolidate it, and then they're not going to bed till midnight, well, they're not going to do a really good job, right? So why not build naps into the middle of the day? Why does that have to end before kindergarten, right? So that's some things to think about. So yeah, sleeping at the right time of day in relation to your circadian pattern. So this is our circadian propensity for wakefulness in light blue. And this is our buildup of our homeostatic need for sleep, which maximizes around 10 p.m. And so at that time, our propensity for wakefulness drops and our propensity for sleep is increased. So if you ride that wave to sleep, you're going to get the best night's sleep. So, and how do you know you've got the wave coming? Well, there are simple ways to tell. One thing, when melatonin is released, and what our body does when we're trying to drive ourselves to sleep is it vasodilates so that we'll cool our core body temperature. So when we vasodilate, our palms will get warm. If you wait until 2 a.m. to fall asleep, your palms are probably cold, your feet are cold, and that's not the right time to go to sleep. You should have gone to sleep several hours earlier when your palms were still warm. So there are probably some pretty easy ways to tell. And then how much sleep do you need? Well, studies have shown repeatedly that if you give people ample time in a room with a bed and nothing else to do every night, 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, people will settle in to sleep 8.5 hours per day. And that varies by 15 minutes either way, but 8.5 hours seems to be the right time. You can't oversleep, in fact. You won't oversleep. If there's absolutely nothing to do, you won't out of boredom sleep. You can't. You just sleep until the job is done and then you'll wake up. So that's what you should be doing. All right, so what does this mean about policy and what we should be doing for ourselves? Well, really, policy can really powerfully improve our sleep. We're doing a study right now at UCLA in concert with the Dana Foundation. It's the Dana Center for Neuroscience and Society. The Dana Foundation gave us $5 million, not just to do this study, but to actually change the way that neuroscience is done to better incorporate the community and what the community wants and needs. It's in concert with the Charles Drew University. We are partners in this, and we are targeting, in one of the many studies that we're doing, how do we sleep in Los Angeles? We're launching a sleep survey in Los Angeles, and we're also targeting noise and what interferes with our sleep in Los Angeles. It ends up that, if you didn't know this, Los Angeles is the most heavily policed by helicopter city in the entire world. And I don't know how many of you live in Los Angeles right now, but You've probably, if you live in Los Angeles, been awakened at night, 2 in the morning, by a helicopter circling over your neighborhood for 20 minutes. And that is a threatening sound, and it's a loud sound, and it comes, waxes and wanes. Well, sleep research doesn't even really know about that, but if you just do 2 seconds of noise and see how much that awakens adult humans, and this is a non-threatening noise, not like a police helicopter, you find that no matter what stage you're in, and no matter what time of night, if it's loud enough, like if you have an open window and there's a helicopter, it'll wake you up out of even the deepest stage of sleep. That's that N3 stage when you should be releasing that growth hormone. That's the deepest stage of sleep. So what does that do to our health? We know that sleep is important for attention, for cognition. What does it do to our students that are trying to learn? What does it do to people who are just home from the hospital trying to recover from surgery or whatever it is that they're recovering from? If they're being awakened many times at night, what does this mean and what can we do about it? This is a noise map of Los Angeles without the helicopters in there. This is LAX, right? The airport, and this is South LA. So you can see the noise is really, really high. I talked to a man who moved from Altadena up here in the hills where it's nice and quiet after the fires destroyed his home this past year. He had to move to South LA, and he said he had nightmares of airplanes and landing in his backyard, as you can imagine. So there's a real, and this map over here on the far right is the circling of helicopters over housing projects here in yellow, and it happens, all year round. Interestingly, we are releasing some of these data. It's been published in the paper, and LA City Council is considering what we should do about this. But before they had the bright idea of maybe banning helicopters at night, in fact, the terrible accident, the tragedy that happened with the helicopter and the airplane crashing in DC together caused the FAA to ban helicopters in the flight path of airplanes. So even though South LA is still noisy from airplanes, there are now no longer, from this day forward, going to be helicopters until who knows what policy changes will occur next. All right, so that's basically what I wanted to say, and thank you guys so much for listening, and I hope you sleep well tonight. Need to go forward too. Come on up here.
Thanks. Well, thank you guys for attending on a Friday afternoon, and thank you to Jack and the conference organizers for the invitation. You're probably wondering the same thing that I am, which is why is a sports medicine doctor speaking to you at a room full of brilliant neuroscientists? And the answer is exercise. I've heard throughout the day this repeated message of medicine currently treats pathology but doesn't prevent pathology. That's where we are. And as a sports medicine physician, I have the good fortune of working with organizations who think about prevention. It's just as important to them as treating the pathology. So I serve as a team physician for the Los Angeles Chargers, for UCLA Athletics, and at the Red Bull Athlete Performance Center. And they ask the questions, not only how do we take care of our athletes when they're hurt or they're injured, but how do we keep them healthy? And then they ask one gear further of us, which is, and can you make them go faster, right? And as we work with the Red Bull athletes, it's like, make the car go faster. Well, we need to do that for humans, and they figure the doctors know how to do it. And so I've been given the time and the space to think about that problem that we don't traditionally get to in our normal American healthcare system. And it's led to a lot of exciting work for us and our team. Today, we're going to talk about exercise in the brain. And I think we typically think of exercise by show of hands. How many exercisers do we have in the room? Some kind? Perfect. Almost unanimous. I love it. We think of exercise as good for heart, lungs, muscles, physique, maybe skin. But we don't think of it as a brain intervention. And so I hope after my 5 to 10 minutes here that I leave you thinking about it not only as a tool to keep your heart and lungs healthy, to give you strong muscles, strong bones, but that it's also actually benefiting the brain and not as just a side effect from the other stuff. And so first, I want to talk about exercise as a brain intervention, specifically with neuroplasticity. And this is what I think some of the most exciting research is coming out of. When we exercise, we upregulate a hormone called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. This is something that Chris Giza and the Brain Sport Group and I think a lot about in concussion recovery, because we want to get our athletes back to exercising early. It's going to increase this BDNF. It's going to help speed our concussion recovery. but it has lots of benefits when we're healthy. And so when we exercise, we increase the promotion, the creation of this BDNF, and this actually is increasing neuroplasticity in the brain. We know this with a number of studies, one in particular looking at hippocampal perfusion, right? We exercise, we expect maybe some changes in perfusion, but we actually see changes in hippocampal volume, which is amazing. Next is the vascular pathway, and I think this is more common and more logical for us, right? We exercise, this does something good for our vascular system, and we see that. We see that when we exercise, we have improved blood flow to the brain. But there's two other side effects from a vascular component. One, we see better endothelial function, right? The pipes themselves get healthier and happier. And two, we get better energy delivery. So the brain is a very inefficient organ when it comes to energy utilization. It needs a lot of energy. And the more energy we can send to it, the more efficiently our brains can pull energy out of our vascular system, the better they're going to perform. And when we exercise, we see an increase in that energy absorption and utilization. Next is the psychosocial pathway, and we've talked about this a lot in other realms today as well. But when we exercise, we feel better, right? In addition to the breathing components that Jack was talking about, and breath may be a component to this, but when we exercise, and the side effect here though is short-lived, you exercise that day, you feel better that day, our affect is better, our anxiety goes down, our stress goes down, our mood goes up, our sleep quality goes up. And if we have time in the panel, we can talk about when should we be exercising, because when is equally as important as what you're doing. But when you exercise, think about days you exercise and those you don't, you sleep better that night. And these effects are going to last for 24 hours, so you got to keep putting your deposit in the exercise bank. And lastly, this is some exciting new information, is this emerging clearance pathway. So we're learning more and more about the importance of the waste clearance system. Right? For those of you who ever lived in New York City in the summer, when waste management goes on strike, it gets real bad real quick, right? This is what happens in our brain. If we're not actively clearing away waste, it can build up very quickly. And if it's inefficient, we see depositions of all kinds of things that we don't want in the brain, and this is probably linked to some of the neurodegenerative diseases that we're seeing later in life. Excellently for us, when we exercise, this lymphatic and lymphatic flow improves. And so we're seeing better brain clearance of waste, waste removal, probably has some implications for long-term neurodegenerative diseases. But what about today? We are a society that wants our cake now. And so there are effects on your brain when you exercise today. And I think this is really important, especially in the right now generation, including my two young boys, is like, well, how does this help me now? Great, when I'm old like you, maybe it helps, but what about today? And first is cognitive effects, right? We are a caffeine-driven society, but you get lots of cognitive benefits from exercise as well. So we see with a single bout of exercise, improvements in executive function, it enhances our working memory, it improves our inhibitory control and our cognitive flexibility, all really important for us, especially in academia. Mood and mental health, we talked about this, but we have shown that exercise shows moderate antidepressant effects. It reduces anxiety, it reduces stress, and it outperforms SSRIs, our go-to medication for depression. We can outperform our medications simply by exercising. And last is neurochemistry, right? That BDNF. This happens right away. So when you exercise, you upregulate that brain-derived neurotrophic factor. We see enhanced catecholaminergic arousal. And lastly, lactate. So do I have any runners in the room? Or cyclists? That quad burn when you hit the lactate threshold? Well, it's not great for our muscles, but it turns out that lactate actually crosses the blood-brain barrier, and it probably has some neurotransmitter effects that are likely leading to some of these downstream improvements in cognitive function. Okay, but what about the long-term brain health, right? Because I think this is really where we need to be thinking. We've sold you on it because you feel better today, but long-term, this is where the data is really exciting. So structural brain effects, we're changing the structure of the brain with exercise. Really nice study. 2011, they looked at older adults with 1 year of aerobic training, and they saw increases in hippocampal volume with associated improvements in their memory. Pretty spectacular. What about cognitive outcomes? So they've shown that exercise improves cognition, memory, executive function, even with light intensity. And we're going to talk about intensity and different types of exercise in a second. And then dementia prevention. This is a big problem for us with an aging population. And physical inactivity is an absolutely modifiable risk factor. We know that exercise acts in a dose-dependent manner via many of these pathways, vascular, metabolic, inflammatory, and that being active in midlife and later. So I feel like a lot of times we're told, well, when you were 16, you probably should have started doing this. Well, the horse is not out of the barn when you're in midlife. So if we can get our middle-aged folks to start exercising regularly, we can reduce all-cause dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and vascular dementia. So what type of exercise matters? In my world, I get this question a lot. All right, I'm going to exercise, but what do I do? Do I run? Do I lift? Do I swim? And the answer is a different benefit for each one, so you probably need a little bit of everything. So first, thinking about aerobic or cardiovascular activity. So going back to the crowd, who are my runners, cyclists, swimmers? Great, and you can pick many, you don't have to just pick one. So this has the greatest benefit when it comes to memory. So that's where our strongest data is, that memory, those hippocampal effects. We have improved cerebral vascular blood flow. We see the enhancing of our neural networks and that neuroplasticity, probably because of BDNF. All right, how about my gym rats, the strength trainers? Okay, this is where we need to do the most work. I think we've really sold America on exercise is good for you, go for a run. I think we need to do a better job of telling people that strength training is important. And beyond the scope of this talk, there's tons of data looking at long-term health outcomes, and strength seems to be one of those independent predictors over and over again, but also good for your brain. The strength training component seems to be most beneficial when it comes to executive function, cognition, and there's a couple different pathways by which this works. So one is the metabolic pathway. We see increases in insulin-like growth factor 1, and we see improved insulin sensitivity in the brain, so probably using energy more efficiently. We also see decreases in systemic inflammation. So I think many times we exercise, we kind of feel sore, we think of it as an inflammatory intervention, but it really overall has an anti-inflammatory effect. The brain benefits as well as the rest of our bodies. Okay, how about the yogis in the room? Yoga, Tai Chi, some kind of flexibility, meditation type work. Great. This works from a couple different mechanisms. And again, not trying to steal other speakers' thunder, but part of this is stress regulation, right? We're going to talk about meditation. We already talked about breath work. When we do these activities, stress goes down. We also see improvement in some of the emotional components, right? Some of this engagement and emotional regulation. And lastly, sports participation. Who in the room is still playing some kind of sports ball? Excellent. And this is what tends to fall off with age. Kids, we're doing a great job of sports. We got more kids playing sports than ever. But as we age, we see engagement in sport going down. And so there's a couple key benefits to being involved in sport that go beyond just traditional exercise. This is really more around cognitive function, right? Sports are complicated. So when you go for a run, yes, it's a complicated neurologic process, but not as complicated as tennis, not as complicated as basketball, what we call open skill activities. So an open skill activity is something that is not predictable. In general, going for a run should be fairly predictable. Riding on a stationary bike, fairly predictable. But when you play tennis, you don't know where the ball is going next. When you play basketball, you don't know what your opponent's going to do. And so these open skill activities are engaging you from a cognitive perspective in parallel with all the other benefits we talked about from the pure exercise. The other side effect of sports is they usually involve friends. And I think social networks are increasingly important. We got lots of data, again, beyond my scope, that show that community is important, social engagement is important, companionship is important, and sports inherently give us those. And so I think in addition to doing a little bit more strength training, we need to find ways to keep people active in sport as long as we can. So my key takeaways for you in clinical practice, I call this your brain health framework, is one, you got to move regularly. Consistency is key. Consistency beats intensity. As you saw in some of those citations, it doesn't have to be super hard. You're not training for the CrossFit Games. We just need to get you moving every day. Second, combine modalities. They all kind of help in different ways. And so thinking about a blend of aerobic activity, strength training, which have the strongest benefits, are really going to be that foundation. But adding in the cognitive and social components of sports, I think, is also really key. Lots of benefits beyond just those strength and endurance components. And lastly, think of exercise as your brain medicine, right? This is the pill you can take every day that's going to boost your cognition today, but really has some of those long-term neuroprotective effects. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm actually an internist by training, had a specialty training in clinical nutrition. We were talking about codes earlier. Last year, clinical medicine or clinical nutrition was added to taxonomy, and this year was added to Medicaid and Medicare billing. So we can have more tools, more time, resource to really teaching our patient about lifestyle. I'm so appreciate, and the last panel we're talking about the recognition and importance of lifestyle. So we have really the mission, our group at our Center for Human Nutrition is to study food, not just by food labels. What is a macronutrient? What is a calorie? What is a calcium? We actually truly want to understand why oranges is different from apple, right? And why is carrots, people don't like it as much as cotton candy, grapes, right? That's what we constantly making choices. What are those reasons? How that functioning or connecting with the brain? The other side, we also want to talk about how individual human being respond to food. That is where medicine started with. Let the food be the medicine and medicine with the food. And that is where we started. We truly want to go back to where it is. Now talking about control of our health. And we are so commonly point the fingers at our parents. Hey, I got bad genes, okay? And my parents have given me risk for dementia, Alzheimer, or whatnot. I mean, truly now with understanding genetics and understand dynamic of our genetics, and we now only can really blame them for less than 30% of the time. If we're talking about genetic sequence, all of us in this room are 99.9% identical. Why we're so different? Because only about 10% of them get transcribed to RNA, and then the RNA get translated to protein, and then the protein get modified, become functional molecules like neurotransmitters. And nutrition play a major role in each one of those steps. And that is the reason we truly say 70% of who you are, your overall health, is in control of your own hands. And what you are controlling are two elements. My colleague talked about exercise. I'm going to talk about nutrition. Talk about nutrition. Boy, everyone can be really expert. And we also can really get puzzled by our government dietary guidelines. We started with, on the right, in 1980s. That was our very first dietary guideline. Based on the observation of that, heart attack incidence was increasing. Autopsy showing fat infiltrate in our major vessels, and also showing the plaques in our coronary artery are also having cholesterols. There comes the guideline. We're going to decrease fat intake, we're going to decrease cholesterol intake, and we should solve all the problems. That is where the dietary guideline come along. Carbohydrate, and it is on the bottom because they have no cholesterols, very little fat. Fast forward now, what we have seen is that in spite of advantage of treatment, drug, or procedures for heart disease, that remains the #1 killer for human being. Number two, obesity prevalence increases year by year. We thought we control fat intake, we'll control energy balance. What is happening? Now, fast forward to about 2 months ago, we have our new dietary guideline. And it seems like flipping upside down and compare with the first pyramid. What truly delivering messages are following. Number one, we got to go back to our fundamentals, how human beings have evolved from single cell into fish, amphibian, and who we are today, based on plant-based whole food, natural whole food. That is the number one message on this pyramid, natural whole food. The second message is looking at what can we leverage what we have today and compare with the time we only can find, vegetables, vegetations, or berries, and that is a protein intake. And we start to recognize the dietary guideline recommendation for protein intake, 0.8 gram per kilogram, was based on preventing people getting into protein deficient malnutrition. That was not meant for optimal health. That is the reason the guidelines are recommending, actually from 0.8 to 1.2. That's a significant increase protein recommendation. The other reason recommending that is because we also learning, along with aging, with everything else, we are less efficient to digest protein and utilize the protein. It's called anabolic resistance. When we're getting older, it is now we need to take in less protein. We probably need to give ourselves a little bit more to achieve the same amount of metabolic effect. And the other thing is not necessarily showing in the dietary guideline. We start also talking about it is activity. When you talk about nutrition, particularly what translated into your body, your first step is what you put inside your mouth. But the second step is important for your body to go anywhere. That is, you have to have the driver. That is the functional demand, activity, including brain activity, so your brain or your organs can use the nutrients, assimilate the nutrients, and truly become part of you. So that has also become essential when we're talking about nutrition. Now, we heard a couple of people mentioning supplement. Man, God, our brain not in good health, and you look at the infomercial everywhere. You got to take this, you got to take that. What do we know about this? The truth is, nutrition science are pretty much based on pharmacological kind of study model. That is, we study one single compound and control everything else. And that is on the very top called single nutrient. We know something about vitamin C. We know something about calcium, magnesium, omega-6, omega-3, standing alone. But who's going to need nutrients, single nutrients all day long? No one. Lunch, we just had not food. How much do we know about orange, like I said? What makes orange different? Or what makes the vitamin C in the orange functioning differently in your body versus you drink a beverage with vitamin C, or you taking vitamin C pills and not the same thing at all. And the next level is about what we eat at meal, like lunch. I don't see anyone just pick up one single food. No. Do we know much about when all this food combined together, how our body respond to it? We hardly know anything. We don't know much. And now we're talking about dietary pattern, meaning each one of us, how we rotate 7 days a week. We need a lot of work to understand that. We do not know well. Now come to, we all try to find one solution for everyone. That may actually have led us to down the wrong path. And the truth is, we are all individually so different. We respond to the same food in a different way, and same food in a different meal, different way. We responded to it in Los Angeles is different from we respond to it in New York. And looking at, when we're talking about metabolism, we used to think about, okay, genetics, calories, physical activity, the blue ones or purple ones, we stop there. And today you have heard a lot involving our brain, our stress, our mood, and the environment we live, including the noises. And we actually have done that study looking at nutrition metabolism as well, but also social relations and sleeps, and all of those, and make us to be who we are. We're completely dynamic as well. As a physician myself, and even I'm practicing clinical nutrition, what we need to do, or actually to reflect what we are doing today, is practicing. We are far from knowing exactly what we need to do. And we are now leveraging technology like metabolomics and to know all the molecules in our body, and that including, not only the neurotransmitters, all of that we ourselves make. We want to know the gut microbiomes, not who they are, but what they contribute to our body. Inside our blood, all the functional molecules, now we know up to 40% are bacterial metabolites. The gut microbiome released them. And that it really can tell nutrition interacts with small bowel for the nutrient we absorb, and go to the large bowel, then working with our microbiome, then have the second wave of molecules released into our body, interface with every single organ of ours. Now we also have gadgets, including our center, try to monitor not just glucose continuously, not one marker at a time. We measure simultaneously sugar, fatty acid, amino acid, cortisol level, insulin. We try to understand who we are as each individual. We are far from procedure in any way, but we're sure trying to make every single step forward at any given time. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? Do you guys want to stand up real quick? Why don't you stand up and take a deep breath, as my colleague Jack Feldman would say, if you don't do that every 5 minutes, you die. Or is that sighing? Sighing. If you don't sigh within every 2 minutes, you die. But go ahead and sigh. I want you to stay awake and alive. You could stay standing. I don't care. Okay, so my name is Fadel Zidan. I'm a professor of anesthesiology at UC San Diego. And I'm going to be talking to you about some of our really new work that's currently under review on the effects of mindfulness-based meditation on chronic pain. Chronic pain is considered and characterized as a silent epidemic. It affects 1.5 billion people worldwide, over 150 million Americans. Chronic low back pain is the most prevalent chronic pain condition and is literally the primary cause of disability. In fact, if I ask you, since we're in the mood of raising hands, how many of you guys have and or know someone that has chronic back pain? Yeah, that's almost everyone. And if you don't, okay, I won't make a bad joke. Okay, so it's quite catastrophic. And if you combine the prevalence of cancer, heart disease, and diabetes, you still won't even come close to the prevalence of chronic pain. And that is because pain is complicated. It's esoteric. It's hard to even define. It is constructed and modulated by a constellation of interactions between sensory, cognitive, affective factors, rendering it almost impossible to treat reliably. So what we've seen is that intrathecal injections, spinal surgeries, things of these nature don't do much for anything except make a lot of pharmaceutical companies a crap ton of money. But there is no cure for chronic pain. We don't have that. So what we've seen as of late is that certain behavioral interventions, mind-body approaches, can be quite efficacious in the treatment of chronic pain. And they do so through really unique mechanisms, which I hope to get into here in a bit. In particular, mindfulness-based meditation, 8 weeks of training, manualized interventions like mindfulness-based stress reduction, etc., have been found to be quite impactful, beneficial for the treatment of chronic pain. And so, mindfulness, if you don't know what it is you can go from one lab to another lab to another lab to get a definition of mindfulness. They're all going to be different, and naturally my lab's definition is the correct one. And we define it as non-reactive awareness of the present moment. And we can cultivate this construct through the practice of focusing your attention on the changing sensations of the breath over and over and over. And no, the point is not to quiet your mind down or to stop your thinking. That's called cardiac arrest. The idea here is to cultivate awareness of your mind when it drifts away from the breath. Not if, but when it does so. And when it does so, you're taught to acknowledge that discursive thought, feeling, emotion for whatever it is, and then to gently bring your attention back to the breath. Repeat over and over and over. And what we've seen, similar to what Dr. Goldman's eloquent speech was about, is that the brain is much more malleable than a bicep. And the idea that we don't focus more on mental training as much as physical training is because you can't necessarily see the brain grow like you can a bicep. No matter how many times a monk or a meditator would tell you, no, I feel clearer, I feel better, I can regulate, I don't use my middle finger as much. All these wonderful things happen, but we can't really believe them because we don't necessarily have the objective evidence, which brings us to what we do, which is using functional neuroimaging to show potentially how the brain changes as a function of different mind-body interventions. Now, we, to date, have not been able to demonstrate this ability of mind-body approaches to alleviate movement-evoked chronic pain. So, chronic pain is characterized as having pain after an injury for more than 3 months. And the biggest predictor of chronic pain is the inability to regulate movement-evoked exacerbations, low flexion movements, bending over, walking somewhere, even getting in the car, if you work with patients that have chronic pain, can be not only painful, but also embarrassing. So there's a psychosocial component to the experience of chronic pain as well. So there are no known clinical trials using randomized placebo approaches that have found any technique that can directly and immediately attenuate movement-evoked chronic pain. So challenge accepted. So what we did, and this is what I'm going to be showing you here, is we just finished this clinical trial that was funded by the National Institutes of Health. This used to be an organization we had when we wanted to get our research funded. So rest in peace. And we ran this intervention where we randomized folks to a very brief mindfulness meditation intervention, only 6 days of training, 20 minutes a day, because the 8-week interventions, in my opinion, are incredibly expensive and really only are, specific to people that like shop at Whole Foods, right? Folks that just have money and the time and the availability to go practice an hour and a half once a week in formal training, 45 minutes to 1 hour a night with daily homework. And then, yes, there's a silent retreat, and it costs on average about $600, right? So if you're a single mom, or I don't know, you have a job, that can be difficult. So what we've done for the last 20-something years is to kind of appreciate if a brief mental training regimen can be efficacious for pain. It is. But we haven't done this work in patients in the context of A, functional MRI, and then B, appreciating if mindfulness can directly evoke low back pain. So you might be wondering, how can you evoke low back pain and get it passed through the IRB in a research way, in a research setting? Is this the clicker? Oh, I went backwards. Right. So what we do, and we pay well, is we evoke lumbar radiculopathy by performing a maneuver that most people that go to medical school is one of the first things they learn. It's called the straight leg raise test. And so here, you evoke pain. Is this going to be a laser, or is it going to turn it off? Yes, laser. So what you do is you lift the leg up, and anywhere between 15 to 70 degrees of lifting the leg, it will elicit the shooting pain from the back down the leg, down the sciatic nerve. So you have disc herniation, spondylosis, some kind of leaky gelatin that's infringing on the sciatic nerve. And when you flexion the leg, it compresses said nerve and then creates this incredibly ecologically validated feeling of pain. And what we could see is that doing the straight leg raise test evokes pain, increases pain by 30%, which is clinically meaningful. And what's really surprising, to me at least, maybe not to you physicians out there, is that their pain was at a 4 out of 10, and 10 is the worst pain imaginable, just lying in supine, right? So I mean, this is just remarkable to me. And so let me move on. Oh, bummer. So this was supposed to be updated. Okay, well, it's okay. So I'll move on. So what we found was that that when you after the interventions, you see that there's this is a book listening control group that listened to a book on tape called The Natural History of Selborne, which is a small town in England that many of our participants also considered a pain manipulation. And you can see here that from the first half of the scan to the second, there was a relative reduction in pain. But then in the mindfulness group, we saw a 90% reduction in pain. So what we show here is that mindfulness after brief mental training can be used to immediately and directly attenuate a pain flare, which we believe, and we have to test this work, we believe will increase with greater practice. In other words, and inhibit the chronification of pain. We believe that if you can self-regulate a pain flare, that chronic pain will eventually go away. We haven't tested that. It's just an assumption that I'll likely be wrong about, but that's my theory. So mindfulness works to reduce pain. And this is the first time we've shown something like this. And let's get to the brain, which is so fun. Right, slide. So we ran a regression model. I could bore you with all the results. They're really cool, by the way, but I can bore you more with it. But what we did is we ran a regression model where we looked at the change in pain with the change in the brain in functional MRI. And we use a really cool fMRI technique called arterial spin labeling, which is like a perfusion-based fMRI technique that's like a PET scan without injecting people with radioactive isotopes. And what we found was, if any of the reviewers of this paper that are in this room, a potentially novel biological mechanism for analgesia. You know why it's novel? Because higher pain-related activity predicts greater analgesia. In particular, the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex, the parietal operculum that dips into the posterior insula, and then there was another area, a secondary somatosensory cortices that I didn't put in these slides to keep these parallel because my OCD was acting up. But basically, these are areas that we over and over see activate when someone's in pain. What we also found was that greater deactivation in brain regions like the default mode network, which is associated with self-referential egocentric appraisals of an experience. The greater the deactivity here, the greater the analgesia, and the greater the deactivation of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which again is another area that generally is active during pain relief because it's showing inhibitory control. But what we think's happened, and this is what we wrote up, is not very different than what contemplatives have been saying for thousands of years in the context of the anatta. And the anatta says, and a lot of people misconstrue this, they say that there is no self. But what the anatta says is that your experiences are not who you are. They don't comprise of who you are. And for many of our patients that have chronic pain, they only identify with their pain. Their pain becomes who they are. So why is this cool? Because in mindfulness, they're fully appreciating the experience of the painification. They're not ignoring it. They're not trying to distract themselves. They're fully embracing it. However, they're decoupling egocentric appraisals of that experience from the noxious stimulation. They're not entangling the concept of self in that context of the feeling of pain. So there's a separation here that we have never seen before in the literature. So perhaps the way that we reliably treat chronic pain isn't by simply removing the pain, because chances are these people are going to be in pain for the rest of their life. Physiologically, anatomically speaking, they should be in pain because, you know, they basically have all this kind of compression on a nerve. But what they could change is the relationship they have with their pain. They could change how they interpret and integrate said experience into this feeling of self. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you. I have the unenviable task of summarizing these 5 excellent, insightful talks in 10 minutes. So thank you, Helen, for this challenge. But I will try my best. Okay, so we learned a lot of things today. So for example, we learned that slow, deep breathing is essential to brain health from Dr. Feldman. We learned about the emotional, the effect of breathing to emotion and our health, the effect on breathing on brain rhythms, especially in critical areas of the brain like the hippocampus and the piriform cortex, as well as how breathing affects attention, emotion, and volition. From Dr. Poe, we learned that 8 to 9 hours of sleep really improves psychomotor vigilance, attention, as well as concentration. We learned about the critical effects of growth hormone after a good night's sleep, and as well as the effect of sleep and our appearance, memory, emotion, and stability, and also why it's important to take advantage of the circadian rhythm when initiating sleep. And finally, the policy changes that we could all be part of to improve collectively our sleep. From Dr. Goldman, we learned that exercise is a brain intervention, and it acts through several mechanisms. First is neuroplasticity through the release of BDNF. It improves cerebrovascular blood flow, it improves endothelial health, and improves cerebral energy energy delivery and efficiency. Also affects our psychosocial pathway through decreasing anxiety and stress. And finally, clearance mechanisms through the lymphatic system. From Dr. Lee, we learned that genes is only 30%. I really like the 70-30 split. 30% of our brain aging is related to our genes, and 70% is under our control through lifestyle. And how the changes in dietary guidelines have really been critical in our diets and in our knowledge of what we should be eating on a day-to-day basis. We also talked about how brain and physical exercise are really drivers. I really like how Dr. Lee looked at physical and brain activity as drivers to the effect of nutrition to our health. And it's really fascinating when she talked about the sensors, AI, metabolomics as the future. And finally, Dr. Zaidan talked about chronic pain prevalence as affecting 30% of our population, and the effect of mindfulness, meditation, and attenuating pain and perception. Okay. Not sure. It's not moving forward. Oh. Yeah. Oh, there you go. So looking at this from the perspective of 2 of the greatest challenges or threats to our brain health, and that's stroke and Alzheimer's disease. So stroke affects 8 million Americans, and it's one of the most devastating illnesses that we can have. It's the fourth leading cause of death in the United States, and Alzheimer's is the 4th leading cause of death in the United States. So both of these diseases are actually very important when you think about brain health. And I think when you look at these things that we could do to reduce our risk for stroke and Alzheimer's disease, I think you'll agree that our excellent speakers have covered this very, very well, from the effect of sleep and stroke risk, nicotine exposure from cigarette smoking, control of midlife blood pressure, blood cholesterol, diet, physical activity, controlling our blood sugar through diet and exercise, and our weight as well. And of course, this is also not the updated slide, but you can see here in the midlife, you can see how when we get to midlife, that is when we accumulate a lot of the risk factors for Alzheimer's disease, such as high LDL, lack of physical activity, diabetes, smoking, hypertension, obesity. So these are all important things to think about as we think about the effects of lifestyle and brain health. So there are several things that we still don't know, right? So for example, what are the mechanisms that link the breathing rhythms that we learned from Dr. Feldman to oxygenation and cognition? What are the effects of exercise to our neuroplasticity? What are the mechanisms that link exercise and neuroplasticity, cerebral blood flow, and other healthy effects? The interaction of foods and in terms of our genes, our phenotype, gut microbiome, and the exposome, and the effects of long-term meditation and psychedelics on the brain. So these are some of the things that are still left to be uncovered by research, and so that's why we are actively doing research in all of these aspects. So with that, I think we can open it up to Q&A.
Yep. All this. We have time for some Q&A, so folks in the audience who have questions, please raise your hand and we'll get to as many as we can. Questions? So remember to identify yourself and who you're asking the question to.
My name is Stacy Simmons. I'm a psychologist, and I have a question for Dr. Zaidan. You mentioned that in the pain study that you saw that it seems that the patients are separating from an egocentric perspective of their pain. I'm wondering if you see that replaced with anything, like you mentioned DMN deactivation. Is there something that's like a non-ordinary state of consciousness happening like in meditation, or is there something else happening, or is it just the deactivation of the DMN?
Yeah, so thank you for your question. So we see that what's unique is that we're seeing that areas in the brain that generally are responsive to a painful stimulus, higher activity in those areas are also predictive of pain relief, which is unheard of. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen it. And then we've never identified the default mode network as an analgesic mechanism either. We've seen it be predictive of depression, anxiety, all these other types of, more quote unquote psychological disorders. So we saw those in the same analysis. Okay, but in what I didn't have time to show you was what quote unquote the main effect of meditation versus not meditation. And there we saw similar areas as the regression of predicting pain relief, but also other areas that are involved in reward, feeling good, like the putamen and the ventral and the dorsal striatum. So they were not predictive of analgesia, and that's okay. It was just highly active, higher cerebral blood flow across the board during the state of meditation. So last point is, the brain mechanisms are remarkably consistent with the principles of contemplative approaches that have been described for thousands of years of how mindfulness works. They've never said the pain goes away. They just say, you're not suffering. It doesn't bother you anymore. Thank you.
So as an educator, it's my job to take everything that you do and try to get it to the community and the kids and the families. Quick two questions for you. Default mode network. Sometimes I hear different things. Default mode network, it's good for creativity. You're thinking to yourselves and everything. And sometimes I hear that's bad because you're ruminating, you're worrying. So it's like, well, what is it? There's that one. Second one is for Joshua Dr. Goldman. Going back to the part where we're siloed, once again, I'm an advocate for the arts, so excited for the panel coming up. But you have exercise, but there's so much research coming on kinesthetic cognition and how dance, she's a professional dancer, so she should probably be asking this question. Dance is even higher than that. Would you have your football players doing the ballet? How would you bring in dance, or how would you advocate for dance? Because there's so much research on dance and dementia. She was talking about things that they're doing with Parkinson's disease. How can we bring dance more into the conversation across the lifespan? So that's two, default mode network and dance. Go for it.
I kind of want to hear Dr. Goldman first, but I'll be super quick. You're absolutely right. Default mode network is a neuroprotective network. It's there to mind wandering and daydreaming are awesome things. And before we had iPhones and all those things, that's what we did. That was our iPhone. In the context of chronic diseases, it's the content of your mind wandering that could be maladaptive and negative. And that happens to also be registered within the default mode network. So my only advice is don't just interpret blobs in the brain, always covary them with a behavior.
Okay, to the question of dance and football players. Number one, I spend a lot of time in locker rooms. Their dance moves are pretty good. The post-game locker room is pretty good, but they can always be better. But I think the performing arts, dance especially, is incredibly good for our brains and for our bodies. And so I think they often get excluded when we think about sport, but I would absolutely argue that the performing arts are sports as well. And I think they're great for our bodies. You pointed out something in terms of youth development. So one of the epidemics we see, this is brain aside, with youth sports is we have lost our inherent neuromuscular control. And so we're seeing injury rates rise more and more in youth athletes. And it's because they've stopped climbing trees, running around in the woods. Playgrounds have started to look like retirement home ramps. Like it's just, we're not challenging our kids in a neuromuscular way. Dance does. Dance is hard, right? And so any sports activity that really challenges the neuromuscular system for young little people, right? These are 2, 3-year-olds need to learn to move and control their bodies in space. And then by the way, you're going to keep growing till you're 16 or 18. So every year you're going to have to learn to move your body in a different way because your limbs got longer and your muscles got more gangly. And so we're seeing this epidemic of sports related injuries in these super specialized kids working with pitching coaches at age 6 because they've stopped just playing around with their friends, doing 17 different sports, going to dance and karate and basketball and soccer. Now they're on 3 different travel teams for baseball and they're going to be the next pro baseball player. Well, they're not going to make it because they're going to get injured. They're going to burn out. And so neuromuscular diversity and complexity is really important for our kids. And I think dance is a great piece.
I just wanted to add, actually, each individual is different. It doesn't have to be all doing one over the other. Science is really advancing in a very fast speed to identify what is the best for a given individual at the current time. So that would be the real future, and to know what to do, how long, when, and what kind of food you should eat for that. I think that is coming online very quickly, and that within next 10 years.
My question is for Dr. Lee, and thank you. This is a great panel. So many people don't have access to fresh food and healthy foods. I've had Crohn's disease since I was 12, and I'm finally accepting I have to eat low fiber. I can't eat a lot of vegetables. Can you compensate for not having a good diet?
Okay. First of all, I wanted to say it does. Good nutrition does not have to be expensive. And fresh fruit, vegetables are great, but frozen ones are not far as to nutrition value, but much, much affordable. The second thing I would have wanted to say, it is also about replacement. And you use frozen vegetables, it will be more powerful if you replace your morning cereal, let's just say. All right, infuse water like we have outside, replace the Cokes and beverages. That's another step. As to the question you have just said about supplement, yes, supplement definitely play a role. We're literally trying to understand for a given individual what is missing, who need to be supplemented. Not everyone need it. By the way, I would like to see you probably separately. What do you have just said about IBD not to have fiber actually proving not to be scientifically sound at all? We have 3 IBD trials ongoing right now. They actually all including different carrier, we call whole food versus supplement, and or you call it prebiotics. That's like a more one major part of fiber. I think more to come and very exciting time. We needed to leverage our educators to get the right information out there. There is so much misinformation online about nutrition, about superfood, and about what is necessary to supplement. If you ask me to answer the question about superfood, the superfood would be diverse food and natural whole food. Human being has color vision. Why? because that we, like a bird, using color to tell what food are ripe and ready for us to consume. And red color, like a tomato, is a rich representation of lycopene. And resveratrol give the blue and purple color, and beta carotene gave the orange color. And that is what we gained capability during evolution. We need to consciously use that. Superfood will be rainbow color, natural whole food. You try to do it, not necessarily every meal, but maybe most of the time during the day, or definitely through the week. You make sure you have all the nutrients your body has been relying on through the evolution.
All right, I'm afraid that's all the time we have. You've earned a coffee break. Please thank the panel. So you may dance, breathe, meditate, but don't sleep your way to the coffee. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Black coffee, that has been proving the most important and natural substance to keep your cognition and alertness. And just don't dress up with everything under the sun.
But don't drink coffee to make you stay up at night. In the morning. Hi. Thank you.
Oh, it's under the music panel? Okay, okay, okay. I see now. Okay. Okay. Because we're on a break.
The music panel has the second slideshow, so this is brief, and the next one will go to.
Yeah, it'll go to the brain health, right? This. That's what it's on.
Can you just stay there?
Yeah. So this is the music panel. This is
Okay, so this is intro, and then this.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is
My
this.
name, I just realized I didn't put my name. Is it can I just add it and put my name on my
Yeah.
my slide? I don't have to. I don't like to do this.
So this is your slide?
Yeah. My name there. I'm checking now. Did you run yours early today? Okay, I'm just gonna add my name real quick. I just realized I didn't have my name. Sides, oh, not that. This PC is always a little tricky. There is text size, yeah? No.
They feel like they are like the government, and so anytime you can
I know, right?
associate that identity with whatever you're suffering from, and have them be not crucified or crucified, I think really I can address things. I don't know enough about the neuroscience of it, but certainly from
36.
about teaching people how to live better.
Much harder than I thought.
I think it's translatable to a lot of diseases because for so much time, just the psychosocial component of chronic disease can just really exacerbate. But I wouldn't have necessarily gone down that path with the
Why don't you check yours first, and I'll do mine later.
All I need is to make sure the video is very, I think,
why don't you check?
Layered have a reactionary factor to this that is hugely embedded from the beginning with, I think, affective issues that make it hard to sometimes even, and it's so subjective from the observer. You can't tell how but it seems like Parkinson's
It looks like it just had a buffering, but I can just talk. Okay, I'm good. Okay, wonderful. I just realized I introduced you guys, but no one introduces me, so I have to introduce myself. Oh, I thought you were just
yeah. I know that things are going to be okay, and you're not defined by the fact that we're the same person yesterday as you are today. Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Nice to see you. Yeah. You're sort of that identity. Right. It's very, and then we also are finding from our, so we can predict who gets Parkinson's by a certain pretty high percentage from things like behavior surgery, the cognition, and so you give people the risk score of getting Parkinson's. And people are like, yeah, this is great because we can tell people to do all this exciting stuff, possibly in theory, or participate in research. But what we end up finding out is that patients and people either cut themselves well or not. And so once you give them a risk thing, even if it's genetic or whatever, they actually start to really get reasonable. It's actually not a good thing. So I think trying to understand
You have to have affirmation. That what they're suffering has to resonate with you. But holding that space. Hey. Good. Yeah, getting there, but I was wondering if Rail. I don't feel bad. Yeah, that's awesome. I'd like to do things that way. You have 2 weeks to turn it around, and then you give a talk for 15 minutes, and then it's all okay. You're a collider. I have a collide. I designed it. When it's next, I'm using facilities. To be continued.
Yeah, the arbitration one is he's doing all the wearables. Yeah. But I thought we guys had that. Yeah, we're gonna have one in June. I think it's June 11th, but I'll send it to you. Okay, yeah. Whatever the mailing list is, because I think that, because I found out from Renee, yeah, she'll be back. Yeah. Around that time. Yeah. I think it's right around. It's fine. The other thing I've been okay, yeah. Oh, I like Carolina. Oh yeah, he's hanging out. He's the best. I saw him when he was here. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to try to find ways to work together. Right. I don't know if more cinematic. I mean, I would love to have a lot of passion. And with I would love to spend time for the country to strategy with me about but now the other needs better contact. I've asked to create something like this. I said, well, there's a connection even in terms of like he's not doing this guy. Yeah. That's sort of more like the because I do a lot of work. Yeah. No, I keep talking about this. Like, I want to find a way of like understanding that Anthony Hopkins, it's not there. Yeah. So it's not that I think that so many people working on it. I think if you blindfold still something not and even the other and nobody was like, there's still be something that I think part of that okay, like what that one was, but I think talking about the sort of spiritual aspect of so yeah, I mean, I guess
Here, so that's good. And then what? They would manage the Good morning. I couldn't sit in.
Okay, everybody, please take your seats so we can get started.
Yeah, no, it's a great session in the end.
You got it.
Okay. All right. Can everyone hear me all right? Shall we? Oh, test. Can everyone hear me all right? Wonderful. Should we get started? All right. So it's really a special, oh, the slide's playing, yes. Really a special honor to be introducing our wonderful speakers for this session. And it's about music and the brain. One thing that I always notice about great speakers is that they are great storytellers. In one of the sessions from earlier this morning, we learned about the importance of storytelling. Storytelling is the way we make sense of the world. Our stories help us understand who we are and what we do. And the most powerful storytelling often involves art and music. If you bear with me, I'm going to share with you the story I tell myself, since it is relevant for the topic of this session. When I was little, I actually wanted to be a concert pianist. Unfortunately, my dream was not meant to be, but I still play the piano as much as I can. There is this bucket list of piano pieces that I want to learn before it's too late. And of course, these pieces are very difficult, above my pay grade. But I derive meaning from my struggles at the piano, learning these pieces. So the story I tell myself is that I am an amateur pianist and playing the piano is important for my brain health. With that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Dr. Habibi is an associate professor of psychology and the director of the Center for Music, Brain, and Society at the University of Southern California. She's going to talk about why music training is good for brain development. Without further ado.
Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to be here. Thank you, Sahib and Helen, for organizing this. So I'm from the other non-rival campus across town. And my research program focuses on how engagement with music, whether singing, playing an instrument, or listening to music, can impact cognitive development, social emotional learning, and overall well-being across the lifespan. So I'm going to start with talking a little bit about childhood and music training, and then from there, transition to talking about aging. If you think about a child learning to play a musical instrument, it's a very challenging task. You have to learn to kind of make sense of these abstract symbols on a piece of sheet of music and translate them into meaningful sound by adjusting motor movement. You have to follow the beat and the rhythm. You have to emotionally connect with others and synchronize and pay attention to a conductor. And there is evidence of benefits of music training on development, especially cognitive development and language development. And in my lab, we're trying to learn more about that and investigate the mechanisms underneath these changes. So a couple of years ago, in 2012, we collaborated with Los Angeles Philharmonic and their youth orchestra program and followed children across their development between ages 6 to 14 as they learned music. They participated in an after-school music program 5 days a week, or about 2 hours a day. This is a free after-school music program that was offered to children in LA that typically do not have access to music education. So they don't have music at school, neither they have means to be able to go to private lessons. We compared them. This was not a randomized control trial. We recruited them into the program into the research after they have signed up for their music program, but before they had any training. We also compared them to age-matched peers from similar socioeconomic demographics, a group who were not doing anything specifically in terms of enrichment programs, and a group who was like an active control, children who did sports. This is every year they came to our laboratory. At the beginning, we established a baseline that there were no significant differences among the groups in terms of their cognition, their social emotional behavior, and their brain. And then from there, they come to our laboratory once a year, and we look at all of these measures, language, memory, attention, social emotional well-being, empathy, compassion, using both behavioral measures, questionnaires, and neuroimaging. So I'm just going to give you a couple of highlights of an 8-year data set, and happy to share more during the panel. So one of the things we began to saw was changes, not only in terms of sound processing capacities, ability to detect deviations in pitch and rhythm, but the underlying neural mechanism. So we saw changes in the morphology of the auditory cortices and motor cortex. It makes sense. They are practicing sound, so the area of the brain that is responsible for sound processing is changing. But that change was very specific in terms of cortical thickness of the right hemisphere auditory cortices in children who had music. Now, these auditory areas are not just used for music processing. It's the same area that you use for language development, for speech perception, for communication. So we think that changes in these areas can give these children a head start in terms of their language development and communication skills. We also observed changes in the connection between the right and left hemisphere. This is diffusion data. We looked at connectivity at the beginning, and 2 years later, the children who had in the music group had better and more robust connectivity between the left and the right hemisphere in sensory and motor areas, which was expected, but unexpectedly, the connections connecting the frontal lobe, the left and the right frontal lobe. And to us, that indicates maybe more integration of information, communication between the two hemispheres. They also started doing better on tasks that involve executive function, specifically inhibition and impulse control. So decision-making, planning for future. And when we look at their brain activity inside the MRI scanner doing these tasks, we saw more engagement of these frontal networks of the brain that are responsible for decision-making and executive function. Moving to aging and engagement with music. So we know that as the population is changing and we have more advancement in technology and medicine, people tend to age longer. But we also at the same time have this epidemic of social isolation and loneliness and challenges with hearing loss, memory impairment, and are causing older individuals not to participate in enrichment programs, community programs in their daily life. And we know that emotional well-being, no matter how old are you, is important for your well-being and overall health. So in order to address that, at USC, we do these community choir programs as a way of bringing music back to older adults' lives. These are adults age 65 and older who have had no music training in their life. They never been part of a choir. They never had to sing, and they participate in a study. The trial is called a singing trial, and people come and they don't want to sing at all. This is just a thing they don't want to do. But we bring them in, we test them with questionnaires and batteries of looking at social isolation and loneliness and connectedness to their community. We also look at their auditory perception and speech and noise perception using electrophysiology. And then for a comparison control group, we have individuals participate in what we call a music appreciation class, meaning that they don't produce music, they don't sing, but they learn how to listen to music, listen about like different genres of music, history of music. Both groups, they come to these settings for about 20 weeks and 2 hours a week, and then they have homework to do at home. So at the end, they have a performance and a celebration of the end of the trial. And the choir group has a performance, and I'm going to let one of the participants show you a short video of sharing their experience. This is at the end of the trial, the 20 weeks.
I feel relieved that it's completed. The project has been completed, and I feel good. I'm surprised that we really sounded decent. We sounded good, actually. And I'm happy for all of the participants and all the coordinators of the program. Like I said before, it's a journey. It has been a journey.
Please enjoy our version of Carol King's. Being part of this project was such a cool experience. I had so much fun. It was very uplifting to be around other people singing such wonderful songs. And our choir director, Andrew, made it a lot of fun.
It feels wonderful. It's such a joy to, most of them haven't experienced anything like this, not a choir itself, but a performance like this. And to have that joy and experience with them and to share that with them is amazing.
So again, these are individuals who did not want to sing at all when they first came, but at the end, they're really celebrating the skills. And in terms of what our findings are, is that we've seen increase in social connection, reduction in loneliness, and also reduction in anxiety. And especially these were true for individuals who have difficulty with auditory perception, specifically speech and noise perception, and social isolation. So we think that these community choirs are scalable kind of intervention for providing access to music engagement and enrichment activities for older adults. And finally, what if singing is not your thing and you like to listen to music and you're wondering whether music listening has any benefits? We are looking at specific intervention of music listening in relation to dementia and retrieval of memories, autobiographical memories. And for that, we are specifically looking at what we call nostalgic music. Nostalgic music is different for me. It's individualized from you. Every person has their own nostalgic music. That if I played about 30 seconds of that for you, the one that is meaningful to you, it takes you back to that place. If I played your wedding song, you'll remember what everybody's wearing, what is the color of the room. So it brings a lot of autobiographical memory embedded in it. And we use that as a way to see if we can assist individuals with retrieval of these memories. So when individuals come to our laboratory, we define and find out what is a nostalgic music for them, for that specific person. And then we also, oops, I think I went too far. We played the nostalgic music, but we also played them familiar music that is not nostalgic and unfamiliar music. And more importantly, we match all the auditory features between these different types of stimuli. So in terms of like arousal and rhythm and pitch, they are very controlled. The only ingredient of difference is that one type of stimulus is nostalgic and meaningful to that person. We have older adults coming to our lab. They go inside the MRI scanner. They listen to these about 30 seconds of each category of these songs. This work is really being done by my graduate student, Sarah Hennessy. And what I want to show you, this is the contrast between nostalgic music and familiar music. So activation relation in related to nostalgic music listening. And what we see is that increased engagement of areas that are responsible for self-processing, so default mode network that we just talked about, the memory regions of the brain that we know that are deteriorated in relation to dementia, and the rewards part of the brain. So this is not to say that listening to nostalgic and meaningful music is going to stop dementia. What I'm saying is that it can bring somebody back, connect them to a memory that is meaningful for them for a short period of time. But that short period of time can be very meaningful if you repeat it 3 to 5 times in a day, and it helps them to connect to themselves, but also to their caregivers, so people, to their loved ones, and kind of provide a robust connection between them. So I think we heard about behavioral change through exercise and relaxation and sleep. And I hope that listening to me today has inspired you to think that we can also use music listening or engagement with any musical activities as part of our menu of change and wellness and healthy behavior. And next time you go to your physician, you can ask whether participating in musical activities are good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Habibi, for that wonderful presentation. Music is medicine indeed. Now we are going to transition to our second speaker, Dr. Ken Wells is Director of the Center for Health Services and Society at the Semel Institute and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and the Department of Health Policy and Management at UCLA. He's going to talk about how art and music enable people with lived experience to retell their own stories. And this process becomes therapeutic, not only for the storytellers, but also for people in the audience. The stage is yours.
So I need to, sorry, where do I find this? Oh,
They can.
okay. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to really share a journey is what I'm going to be talking about and relate it some to music and health. So developing opera on mental health and the impact on connection and well-being, and particularly focusing on our program engagement and education through the arts. And you see some pictures there of some of our events. First point is that it's important to learn from others. And you see my grandfather, who was the first college educated in my family, and he became the vice president of Bell Telephone for Southern California and the choir director for Aimee Semple McPherson downtown LA, which had these big kind of opera-like religious projects. So from a baby and onward, it was like, okay, the people in my family do music and art, and in a serious way. But then how do you integrate that into your brain? And the other person you see there is my mother. And when I went to medical school, my mother went to college, and then she became a nurse, got her master's, was chairman of a department, and became a full professor before I did. Now, so how did she do that? She had a strategy that to change your brain, you do something every day for 20 minutes, no more, no less. If you try to do more, you're too frustrated because your head is not there. If you do less, you don't wake up your brain. And then after 2 to 4 to 5 weeks, you can do whatever. You can stop for a month. You can do it all the time because your brain is there. So I learned that from my mother, and that's how I was able to do the art and science. And that started particularly happening, well, I should say briefly, I did start my own choir when I was 14 years old, and we toured around LA as junior high and high school students. And then I started my next choir when I was a resident here at UCLA. And now here we are 47 years later. We had our concerts last weekend. But we did this randomized trial, and Jürgen Unitzer was part of it, and it was inspired by Wayne Caton to look at the effects of collaborative care on depression, and we found it particularly helpful for minority and under-resourced populations. So then I worked with community partners in South LA and downtown LA to modify it and expand it to a community engaged approach. And we talked about the importance of community engagement. And the community said, to do this work on depression, we have to include art and art projects with the community. So as one example of several that were done, they did a photo exhibit that was part of the Pan-African Film Festival that had photos that people in the community took of things that inspired them or frightened them in the community to affect their mood. And this is just some pictures, and there was this exhibit, and we did pre and post surveys with input from the community on what they wanted to learn. And you can see there were almost 700 people who took those surveys in 2 days at the Pan-African Film Festival. And there were, high responses. I would recommend this to others. It made me think about depression and wellness is important. the event made me feel about how my surroundings, are connected to music. And when this happened, I said, well, I should do the work I've wanted to do since I was 14 in writing operas and understanding its impact. And so that led to formalizing an infrastructure, healing and education through the arts, HEARTS, which was through the HHS of SEML. And really, the fourth point was to evaluate the impact. And we developed a whole approach working with Bob Bilder and others to evaluate the impact. This is a picture with Ellen Sachs and her husband Will and the cast from one of our operas. And then the HEARTS, and I won't go through all the details here, really focused on how do you develop, how can providers, patients, staff develop their own art projects on mental health from true stories, both on resilience and recovery. And you see examples, I Am a Thriver. So that was a poem that one of our partners, Loretta Jones, wrote, and then I did the choral work, and now it's on the National Academy of Medicine website because it won one of their prizes for arts on health. And others on recovery, The Center Cannot Hold Opera from Ellen Sachs's memoir, and then the Community Partners in Care Project, which was the randomized trial that was done with the community on collaborative care in this expanded model, and still is seen by the Cochrane Collaborative Review as the most evidence-based in any area of health internationally for the added value of community benefit over healthcare. And this is an example. The AIM Center, which was under Bob Bilder, and he passed away, and now it's under Ariana Anderson, and will be over this June, I think. So they have all of these innovative ways of looking at the impact of art on health, the brain, and so forth. And here's just one example. If you can imagine, how do you feel today? What would you touch about how you feel, during the conference beginning and end? And we use this and other examples from the AIM Center to look at the impact with pre-post surveys and also post discussions. And Veteran Journeys Opera, just using it as an example, this was based on interviews that were done of veterans around the United States as part of our Partners in Care study. And the veterans, most of them had a history of homelessness, PTSD, and their family members as well. And that was used for developing the Veteran Journeys Opera. And what we found using this approach, and you can see it was published with Bilder as the first author in 2022, it increased pre to post of seeing the opera in the willingness to engage with veterans. And it was similar for those who also had experienced trauma, because the VA actually had buses that they brought to the opera with veterans experiencing homelessness and trauma. And it was also correlated with positive affect and social connectedness and arousal. And the qualitative comments in the post-discussion were pretty positive. There were a few comments on it was hard to view trauma and the modern compositional style. And overall, that art can portray veteran experiences and foster hope for people. And I'm just going to share a 3-minute example. So in the story, there's this journey of veterans experiencing trauma. He almost lost his relationship with his wife. Then he got help at the VA, which was a true story. And he was able to recover his relationship with his wife. And they went out into the forest and looked at the stars and declared their love. So this is the duet from the opera based on that. Thank you, thank you. And, oh, sorry. And the journey continues. My third opera on Ellen Sachs, USC law professor with schizophrenia who won a MacArthur Genius Award. Her husband unfortunately died recently, and this opera will celebrate their marriage and also going beyond. It will be at Semel Auditorium, June 27th, 28th, 29th, and will also be live streamed. We'll start advertising it next week. There'll be a registration. It will be free by Eventbrite on the Semel HSS Hearts website starting soon. So anyway, that's my journey, and it's been very meaningful, and also to understand the impact. We have about 15 articles on the impact of the operas. So thank you very much.
How many minutes do we have for?
Any questions? Any engagement with this? Or?
Maybe just one question then.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting my exercise in.
Thanks.
Hi, I have a question on music intervention versus music therapies, and the use of music technologies as well, in terms of usage.
Yeah, so the work of music therapy has really been expanding in the last 5 years or so, I'd say, with the advancement of the initiative at that institute that Fadil mentioned that is deteriorating. The National Institute of Health had an initiative called Sound Health that really allowed music therapists to work with research groups to assess the kind of the impact of the work that they're doing. That funding is no longer available, but individual institutions are continuing. And I think in terms of integration of technology and AI systems for suggesting music, that is also coming into, I think, practice. I do think that you cannot take the human part out of it. I mean, as I showed you, is like if you don't understand what somebody likes, what is their musical background, what they listen to, where they're coming from, it's very difficult to prescribe music to them. Not everybody would like to listen to a piece of Beethoven, and it could be really not meaningful to them. So I think for efficacy, it's important to keep the music therapist or music teacher as part, even if there is technology embedded.
Yeah, and just to clarify, probably I should have said this. So the Veteran Journeys, as an example, we integrated music therapy with this. So what we did is we worked with the music therapy rehab group at the VA. And when I drafted the libretto, we had a meeting with veterans from the music therapy group to review what does this mean to you? What do you think should change? And that sort of thing. And the reason that they sent buses over was so that people could experience the opera itself as music therapy. So it's also possible to do an integration of, art for its own sake, if you will, with music therapy. It was a very interesting experience to do that.
One more question.
Hi. Hi, I am Celine. I am currently a matriculating medical student, and I'm also a neuroplasticity researcher at USC. So I have a question for the music therapy research. So sorry if this is a little bit too detailed or specific, but I'm wondering when you are presenting the data on music practicing music's effect on improving executive functions, were you able to use a positive control group that distinguish the effect of music specifically from just like the general like executive improvement from practicing? Because I would assume if you have a kid to like practice, let's say piano for 20 minutes each day, then that will like naturally requires a certain degree of self-management improvement. And let's say if we have a control group of like maybe their twin who does 20 minutes additional of math problem practice, was there something like this that was going on? I'm very curious.
Really good question. There were two control groups, one a passive control group and one the active control group of children who are doing sports. And the short answer I can give you is that when, in terms of skills that relied on sound, auditory perception, language development, auditory working memory, the music group outperformed both of those groups. When we go to more far transfer effects, such as executive function, the most distinct differences were coming from the music group versus the passive control group. So the sports group kind of fell in the middle, meaning that not all of it is music. Some of it is participating in something that is engaging and activating and motivating.
Okay, the show must go on. Please give our mini panelists a round of applause.
Good afternoon. We're in the home stretch. I want to practice a little call and response to make sure we're awake. So I start with a Ghanaian expression. I say, ago, which means I'm the speaker, can I have your attention, and you're going to respond, ame. So can we practice that? Ago? Oh, you're good. Okay. All right. So I want to start by grounding us in what the science actually tells us, because it's not a soft conversation about creativity being nice to have. In 2019, the World Health Organization published its landmark report on arts and health, the most comprehensive evidence review ever conducted on the subject. Drawing on over 3,000 studies, it found a major role for arts in the prevention of ill health, the promotion of health, and the management and treatment of illness across the lifespan. This report was co-authored by Professor Daisy Fancourt of University College of London. She's like my Beyonce. She actually is director of the WHO's Collaborating Center on Arts and Health and has a new book, Art Cure, which was just published recently. And she argues that engagement with the arts functions as a genuine health intervention. Drawing on decades of neuroscience, epidemiology, immunology, and behavioral science to position the arts as a forgotten fifth pillar of well-being, alongside diet, sleep, exercise, and nature. This is research that spans childhood brain development to resilience against dementia, from recovery after brain injury, and to reduce risk of loneliness and frailty. For today's conversation, we will explore how arts can support the management and treatment of neurological disorders. Arts are a potent neuromodulator and facilitate brain well-being throughout the developmental continuum. The two artists today on this stage are not case studies. They are practitioners who have lived this science from the inside. So I'll start by introducing Marjani Forte Saunders. Marjani is an artist in residence and visiting faculty at Loyola Marymount University, was previously at USC. She's a three-time Bessie award-winning choreographer, performer, and teaching artist, and a mother. She's a recent awardee of the prestigious dance magazine Harkness Award and Foundation for Contemporary Arts Fellowship. She has many other accolades, but in the interest of time, I'm going to pass the mic to her.
Dance is my first language, so. and they did not train me on this projector. So I press this when I need to go. I think. Or I just click here.
Maybe click the space bar.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. It's not very often that I get to present this way and be in conversation with a room full of scientists. Thank you also so much, Helen. And thank you, Erica, for your support in bringing us into this room. I want to offer that primarily, first and foremost, my first language, as I told you, is dance, and I am a choreographer. Why that matters is so that you understand that my introduction and my work in dance is not a hobby. It's not something I do on the side or I do to help me cope. It's how I earn a living. It's how I support my family. It's also engaged for me as a tool, not only for myself, but also for my communities. You see, I come from a community where dance, identity, our inheritance, and our wellness is integrated in our cultural expression. All of these things are critical to how it is that not only we cope, but we thrive. And I have been thriving. In fact, when I first went to go see my neurologist and they noticed plaques up and down my spine, I know I'm going to get there. My neurologist said, "You're still performing?" And I said, "Absolutely." I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2020. What does that mean for a dancer? For a choreographer that I said makes a living on their work. And so that meant that many things would need to happen. But also, what would happen, because I am an artist first, is I make a work about it. And so the work that you're seeing here displayed on the projector is a project called Float. And Float is looking at these deep intersectional conversations, and it's doing so through a couple of iterations. Again, my multiple sclerosis plaque-filled body is also still heavily articulate and really useful in me communicating the story. As you all have spoke about our wellness and your wellness, we know that sleep is important. We know that our diet and nutrition is important. We know that fitness is important. And I like to offer expression is important. I really appreciated, I think, the doctor who shared this with us about mindfulness. I appreciated that offering because indeed my meditative practice and my work in Zen Buddhism and understanding this process of clouds and water and understanding change is not only consistent to our realities across the board, but is certainly impactful in mine, has been critical to my sense of stability. And so indeed, a mindfulness practice paired with expression, paired with all of the things, well, I got to be careful about what I eat, can't have too much coffee during the day, all that stuff has also been really impactful to that. How do I click? Spacebar. You don't need my bio, you heard it. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm going to push forward. I have been most interested in connecting with scientists because one of the words my neurologist said is that you'll continue to experience micro regressions as the neural pathways in your body degrade from the plaque, right? But before she said that, I had already been feeling those micro regressions, a little less articulation on my left side or a little slag in my walk. The thing is, the thing that you may have noticed when I was up here moving for you, and that has been critical to how I show up for anyone, is that the dance, the expression is made masterful by its nuance. Nuance, maybe scientifically, might be articulated as microregressions. And so I'm not waiting to have a conversation with science until I'm in a wheelchair. I'm wanting to have a conversation about that slight kinetic awareness or that drop in attentiveness in my left leg. I'm wanting to talk about what are the things that can support me along the way. What are the ways that I can be attentive to the small, tiny changes? So I'm looking at lots of holistic measures and practices. Be it in medicine, I take something every month for my multiple sclerosis. Indeed, I must get 8 hours or more of sleep. It could also be used in the bundle of tea that I take every single month. All of those herbs are helping me. Meditation and all other forms of holistic wellness is like a holistic large circle that are critical to this process. Telling that story, telling my story, feels a part of the healing process and a part of a conversation I'm wanting to have with science and with my neurologists. Finally, with Float, I want to tell a story that is asking he left, but I really want to learn more about what the brain looks like in nirvana. I want to learn more about what the brain looks like when there is peace and acceptance. I want to understand a little bit more, and that understanding, I like to say, seeing is believing. In deepening that understanding, I deepen my own capacity to affect not just change, but to affect my own wellness. And with Float, this project, I can tell that story out loud for audiences who are wondering the same thing. I'm looking to collaborate with neurologists and scientists who will work with me in gathering this information. I'm working very deeply with my media designer and said neurologists and scientific community partners to help me translate fMRI and EMG data to a media design structure that can accompany the performance work. I would love to talk to you more. Finally, this cross-disciplinary, conversation doesn't just start and end with Western medicine. It includes a conversation with Eastern medicine practitioners as we look at things like meditation and mindfulness, as we look at the central nervous system at large, which is especially my question with multiple sclerosis, as we look at autoimmune irregularity and neuromuscular function. This is the heat of my work with Floats and my work as a choreographer. Thank you all so much.
Hey. Oh, thank you, Marjani. Next, we have Carla Diaz. Carla Diaz is an LA-based visual artist who received her MFA from Cal Arts in 2003 and a BA from Cal State University. Her works have been exhibited nationally and internationally, including at the Hammer Museum, LACMA, MoCA LA, LAX Art, Pittsburgh College, a lot. She's incredibly accomplished, and she's going to talk about arts as a tool for agency and healing. Her practice explores themes of healing, family, community, and social justice through socially engaged practice. Thank you.
All right. God, I feel so honored to be with you all. Thank you to Dr. Erica, and thank you, Dr. Helen, and everyone here at UCLA, and thank you all for being here. So I like to start off with a story and a memory, actually, because I'm a storyteller and a narrative painter. So let's see, I was about maybe like 9 or 10 years old, and I grew up both in Mexico and in Los Angeles. My mother's Mexican, my dad is Armenian. And at the time, this memory that I am trying to kind of tell you is when I was about 9 or 10 years old. And I remember in the living room in our house, my grandfather came to me and he said, honey, you see that painting over there? And I was like, yeah, this was like an old painting, of course, in my family, in my maternal side of my family. This is my grandfather on my mother's side. They were Catholic, right? So I was like, of course, there's this striking painting of, the Catholic religion, right? The Jesus on there. And of course, there was always something to do with that in the household. And he said, well, can you help me get that painting out and bring it down? And I remember looking at it and I was like, okay. And we didn't have a ladder, right? So I was like looking around, right? Where do I go? And I found this chair. And so as I'm trying to go and scoot the chair and trying to get to prop myself and put my foot up so I can get to the painting and get it down, my grandfather looks at me and he says, what if you didn't have a chair? And it was kind of like that Yoda moment, right, in Star Wars, right, where it's like, ooh, he would put these kind of questions in my mind where it would be like, what if you didn't have a chair? What would you do? How would you get that painting down? And I'd be like, what? No chair? Like imagine a 9 or 10-year-old, right? And I was like, oh my God, because he would always put these questions to me and I'll be like, who cares, right? What if I have the chair, right? I can see the chair there. But what if you didn't have the chair? And I'd be like, oh my God, right? So what my grandfather taught me, which I much later learned, right? Years passed, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but years, right? Is that he was teaching me really something useful. He was teaching me a tool, right? He was teaching me how to think. And way long time ago, right? In my early couple of maybe like 15 years ago, I was posed with this kind of memory again, this kind of question, because I had a stroke, right? And unbeknownst to me, I have a congenital heart disease passed down from my ancestors on my mother's side. My grandmother, my mother, my aunt all have this congenital heart disease, right? And so on my hobby, as a hobby, I was a thriving artist at that time in my practice. And as a hobby, I was a marathon runner. And all of a sudden, I have this stroke that debilitates me, that really puts me in a wheelchair. Imagine having that, right, from one moment to the next, like literally really blinking and passing out. And what I realized is that at this time, when I was in the hospital, right, when I came to, because I literally blacked out, and I was able to get to the hospital somehow, I realized that the first thing that I thought about, because I was listening to the doctors as they were saying, Carla, you may never walk again. Carla, you may never speak again. Carla, you may never paint again, because I forgot how to paint. I forget how to write. I forgot everything. I forgot my mother's language, which was very, a great connection to my culture, which was Spanish, right? So I literally had to really figure out, wait a minute, I'm listening. So when I'm listening to this, I remembered my grandfather's memory, right, as a child. And I remember what he taught me. If you don't have a chair, what would you do? And I remember thinking back, well, what did I do then, right? I remember thinking really hard, what was it that I did? And you know what I did that my grandfather would make me do? He would make me close my eyes and imagine. If you don't have a chair, what would you do? Can you close your eyes and imagine you having a chair and getting that painting down? So what he was really kind of teaching me was to think and imagine the possibilities of things. And I was like, wow, in my brain, there is that power to kind of resolve that, to imagine, to think, to visualize, right? And it was almost like I put myself in that position when I was in the hospital, and I said to myself, okay, I am going to imagine myself walking. I am going to imagine myself running again, because, oh, forget it. I could not have that, right? When they told me you could not run, I was like, what, right? It was like, I want to run, right? So I think being able to be in that memory, right, really impacted me. Okay, I'm going to know. So what you're looking at is me imagining one of those memories as a result of my stroke. Again, this is through this long journey that I, again, could talk to you much, much more afterwards. But I suffer from insomnia. And so the only thing that eases my insomnia and going to sleep is painting and drawing. And in this journey of recovery from my stroke, all of a sudden I felt like that painting and drawing could release a kind of portion of my head of all these ideas, of all these colors. It was almost like this suffocation of things that were in my head, that if I did not lay them down at night, every night, I still do my insomnia every night, then I could not go to sleep. So what you're looking at is actually a painting of me imagining as a child. We didn't have a lot of toys. And my grandmother would say, put this bag on your head and imagine all the toys you would have, right? So here I am kind of recreating this painting of myself. Is the tap one? There you go, okay, tap. So to me, is about thinking about, living as a stroke survivor and also with this heart condition, is asking these questions, right? Because I think as artists, right, in this kind of way that my grandfather taught me about thinking of possibilities, there's also the question of how artists, and my job is to ask these questions. How do we artists create agency? How do we create agency for ourselves? Because I really had to do that in a way, right? To kind of create agency and advocacy for myself, to heal myself, and as I continue to do that. And also agency, action on one's behalf or on behalf of others. And of course, this is much more than that. It's a healing, which I know now that healing, oh my God, healing is a process, right? I was telling my doctors, like, can't you just give me a pill and I'll take it and, just I'm fine, right? He's like, no, it's a process, right? And I was like, oh, it's like art. It's a process. I get it now, right? So that was me actually. The other image was me in one of the residencies that I did. I started to do embroidery to kind of get my dexterity of my hand. And I started to do portraits of my family members to kind of heal myself. These are just some of the other, how do I go back to this? I'm sorry. Is it this one? How do I go back to the next one? There we go, this one. Okay, this one. So what you're looking at is some of my first drawings that I did when I had just in my recovery, and each drawing marks a period of 2 to 3 weeks of healing. So this is me trying to recreate how I remember the American flag, and I would just give myself these kinds of goals, right? Like today I'm going to learn how to draw my grandmother's comb, or today I'm going to learn how to draw a pencil. I mean, very basic kind of things like that kept my mind going. I would do a lot of puzzles, right? Like Pictionary and all of these things. I would do a lot of word puzzles, crossword. I mean, I still do them. And what I really recognized is that color was really also a tool for me to be able to express myself. So what you're looking at, I always start my paintings in the background with a kind of pattern of my AKG and the color how I'm feeling and expressing the emotion of how I'm feeling and my heart is feeling. This is my mother in her like she had Parkinson's and she was in a hospice, and I painted her, but I wanted to paint her in a way that honored her. And so I didn't want her, being tied to a machine. I wanted her to be being fed with her G-tube to a flower that is giving her life, right? So life and death interconnected. And then again, I have some like this, with family members. But I also do murals and community work. My husband and I co-founded an organization in the Port of LA called Slanguage, and we've been in full-on organization for 20-some years. We do a lot of exhibitions and engagement with teenagers and workshops, etc. And so part of my practice also is to be able to connect with others. And this is a temporary mural that I did at the Santa Monica Library that we got an Andy Warhol Award, that we collaborated with 18th Street Art Center to make this happen, where I did a couple of workshops with the community there to gather their stories and also be able to paint this. So this is the kind of work that I do. I know that we're running a little bit out of time, but thank you so much for your time, and thank you all for listening to my story.
Any questions? Yeah.
It's not a question, but that was beautiful. Thank you so much. Really touching.
I have a question for them. Okay. So for this audience, clinicians, researchers, caregivers, patients who may not think of themselves as artists, what would you want them to understand about creative practice? What creative practice makes possible that medicine alone cannot? You can choose.
I think that one of the most challenging things as a patient with multiple sclerosis has been communicating how integrative my wellness is. So much about what I'm finding about the industry of health and medicine, about the sector, is that as it faces the drive and the push of capitalism, which is about productivity and numbers, there doesn't seem to be a lot of time for story and for me to discuss the specificity, the very individual thing that one of the other doctors who presented earlier it stressed the importance of is our individuality. That individuality for me is also deeply reflective of my community and the context surrounding my wellness. And so these kinds of integrative conversations about my wellness, I feel like, are the kinds of conversations that I hope to inspire in a room like this, where we remember we are not just our symptoms, but that we are also people with stories that have everything to do with our environments and our practices.
I have a comment. I think yes, it's about individual expressions and feeling like yourself, like you're still a human, although your brain may not be functioning optimally, but you contain this core of your authentic self, of your soul. And beauty is the language of the soul. I actually wrote a book about it that will come out shortly, Living from the Soul, the Neuroscience of Spiritual Awakening. And there I talk about how that's what makes us human. And the sense of beauty, the sense of your soul and your authentic expression is what makes us human, what makes it worth it. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Right. I was trying to figure out what that was that kind of connects us. And I think it is that humanity, right? That is touching us, that gives us that empathy, that gives us, that care, right? And I think for me, definitely it's at the core of that. I'm in trying to tap into that is, for me, I would call it intuition, right? Because I'm very receptive to intuition, to people's energy, and also myself in that practice that I'm doing, this kind of insomnia. It's very intuitive. And I never realized before my stroke, until after my stroke, that I could still tap into that because I had become so I was protective of that, right? Like, because I had all of these other barriers, or the critic on my shoulder that was like, no, Carla, that color is too much, or that thing is not, or you're not supposed to do that, or you're not supposed to really visualize this, right? So all of these voices of critique, of superimposed ideas versus tapping into your soul and who you are and your expression and your intuition, that keeps, I think, the artist also the playfulness and the curiosity at heart. Because I remember even as a child, even before, my family, I'm the first artist professionally to be called an artist. So I remember thinking that at the primary think of the core of that was that I was always a curious child, right? I was like, ooh, how is that made? Ooh, how do you make that? Ooh, like, how does that jump up there? And so I think that curiosity is what sparked my interest and engagement in how things are visualized and how I can render that. So I think that's at the core of my being, and curiosity. And that kind of soul and tapping into that soul. And part of that, we can also talk about it, and maybe Marjani can add to this, but also I'm a very spiritual person. And I think in the moment, for instance, when I had my stroke and I was alone at the house and there was nobody there to help me, I had to figure out in my brain, like, please, can somebody help me call the, 911, right? It's like, but you can't because you're so weak, because I couldn't dial 911. And when I finally got to tap to the dial to 911 on my phone, the 911 operator couldn't understand me because it was gibberish. It was like, ja, ja, ja. And I was like, God. So I reached out into a spirit world of being, please, I need help. And give me the strength to be able to call to get the help that I need. And it was almost like that kind of intuition of that soul of connection. I was like, I'm going to survive this. I don't know how to explain that, but I knew that I was going to survive this. I didn't know I was going to be with an amazing, like good looking, group like you all, doctors telling you all about this. But anyway, so yeah.
Okay, I know we're running a little behind time, but I have to give the last
Dr.
question
Callejas, sorry.
to my chair.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's not fair. Oh yes.
Not fair.
Our boss. Yeah.
Oh boy. So wow, just so touching and so beautifully said. And clearly both of you are using your artistry to uplift a much larger group of people, your communities and well beyond. So I just wanted to follow up on some things that were said earlier today. You remember the panel of funders talked about the fact that we academics need to get off our couch and really address public policy. And then I was struck by Dr. Habibi's study, which basically built off the fact that arts funding has been cut from the schools, the public schools. So I want to know, because I think artists are often way, way ahead of academics in thinking about how to activate, right? How to advocate and activate. I want your advice on what do you think are the points, the leverage points for getting much more in the way of therapeutic arts and community arts that are preventative, that really can uplift population health and populations, communities. Where do you think we should be working as academics and healthcare practitioners?
So one of the ways that I identify, thank you so much for that question, is I am a choreographer. I am also an educator. I am also a community organizer. And so I get to shake hands and partner with people who are asking and mobilizing around this particular question. And the thing at the center of the work is always about collecting story. That story is the greatest testament to who we are as human beings, and also speaks to not only our uniqueness, our individuality, but to the imprint of our communities on our survival. And so I would highly encourage that integrative practices really look at story being a testament to both the efficacy of the work that is being done, but as well as the unique signifiers of wellness or illness, dare I say, in these particular communities, so we can understand what is really impacting people.
Thank you. And with that, the story must move on. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, I have the great honor and privilege of introducing our next speaker, Dr. Jake
Broder, not doctor. I'm going to call you doctor. We'll give you an honorary doctorate today. Jake Broder is a musician, a playwright, an actor, a screenwriter. He's written musicals. He's done it all, and he's just really incredibly talented. I got to meet him when he still is a fellow, Atlantic Fellow of the Global Brain Health Institute. And he wrote a play that has been shown at the Wallace Theater here in Los Angeles and will be shown around the world. And he'll tell us about this play and what inspired it. It is just a beautiful play about the brain and about art and about the magical, beautiful, intricate interplay between the two of them. And the play is more than just a play. It's also a community event, and he'll tell us more about that as well. He is very famous for his participation in The Morning Show and Silicon Valley, his musical Miraval, and many, many other things that I won't go into for lack of time. But his hero is Wynton Marsalis, right? Yes, love it. He went to Tufts University and was also trained at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. And this play is called Unraveled, as you see on the screen. And I want to welcome you, Jake, and come tell us about it.
Hi. Thank you for that lovely introduction. It was amazing to hear your stories. I'm still just floored. Thank you to Helen and Gina for having me here. It really is a delight. All right, I'm going to get on with it, and I'll try to move this right along. This is a project called Unraveled. And we'll talk about the case, and then I'll tell you about the play, the outreach program, the impact, the future, and how to get involved. So, you might know, because this community often does, about Ann Adams, a 53-year-old doctor who I think she's a cell biologist at UBC, and she her dates are 1940 to 2007. And her early work was good, but it was very, she was a very good draftsman. She was a very good, she had good representation of things, but there wasn't a lot of creativity or interpretation going on. She did a lot of botanicals. She was highly skilled and highly organized. Then, around the age of 51, you look at this abstract colors start to happen. And the thing that really knocks me out about this is that if you look at her shoes and her jacket, they have the same colors on them. And she made sort of matching art clothes and shoes. And then she became obsessed with Ravel's Bolero. You know Ravel. Well, what's interesting about this is that she had this burgeoning interest in what we could call transmodal creativity. It's about taking something in one form and turning it into another. If you start at the bottom right, or the abstract symbolic idea of whatever inspired both the painting and the symphony, Bolero, that then, track it through Ravel. First, he must have heard it in his head somehow, and then that's auditory, but then he had to have the motor skills in order to translate that into scratchings on paper that other people could then play, which then becomes auditory again. Anne heard this work, had a visual image, which then was translated through her motor skills into something visual. Now, here's the painting she made at the age of 53 of she called it Unraveling Bolero. Yeah. Each phrase, sorry, we're up to 4. Each one is a, see? Okay, we could do this all day, but you get the idea. Okay, so the analysis of this is that each sound had a correlation. The volume of it, it went from PP, pianissimo, to triple forte. And you see the zigzag pattern that we established. Well, that goes across those two panels like this. And you saw the big bit at the end. And 3 beats per bar. And we went from the, in the zigzag pattern. Note the pitch of Anne's favorite note in each bar was represented by a different color. The quality of the note in the bar, texture, and the bass line is the shape, and the instrumentation, the timbre, is sort of the lower part of that figure. Another layer of information, which I can't share with you because it's 2D, is when you see the painting for real, she did a whole nother layer of embossed information. She sort of basically indented things and dots and shapes that was like a whole nother layer of information. The amount of information in this painting is off the charts. And it's both accurate, interesting, intuitive, creative, and it just sort of appeared like that. So later, she did the same thing with pi. This is pi to 1,440 places. And around it, I don't know if you can see, there are the formulae over 5,000 years of human existence contemplating this and all of the advances and developments that came because of it. It's pretty deep understanding of what this is. And so you're looking at not having an auditory input, that's why that line is dashed, but you have an abstract symbolic concept which then becomes visual, and then motor skills, and then visual again. Then later, she received her diagnosis of primary progressive aphasia. And this is arbutus leaves, and she went in through another phase of having, I would call it photorealism. She was really able to capture things at a very high level, which has 3 dimensions depth, which she didn't have before. It's a sort of the onset of a new skill in the setting of a neurodegenerative condition. And what we're talking about is artistic development and cognitive decline existing simultaneously. This is a brain scan of a healthy control and of her. Yeah, it's pretty stark. So here's the sort of the interesting bit, is that with frontotemporal dementia, which is what she had. I think she had the non-fluent variant. That a lot of stuff front left, you have degeneration there. But in the back, on the one on the left, the hot areas, orange, back right in the occipital lobe and other areas, had not only increased function, but more mass. They did a study with her next to about 30 normal controls and found that her back right occipital was literally off the chart. So this is about the asymmetry which exists in that area, not necessarily being something that's bad, but something that is extraordinary. So there's a play. And it was produced by Kath Britton and directed by James Bonus. And this is the story about Anne and her relationship with Maurice Ravel. Both, I guess, oh, here's the kicker, is that Ravel also had FTD. And he composed Bolero at the age of 53. And there's just sort of a symmetry. There's almost a mystical symmetry between these two people and the connection they had through different modes of art. And this is an immersive interdisciplinary performance which features 5 actors and 5 musicians, all sort of on stage the whole time, interweaving 35, 40 different layers of music. The finale of it, obviously, is that we play Bolero and we layer it so that it becomes this sort of big whoosh experience at the end. So we not only have the play, but we have a brain health festival. And the purpose of that is to radically change how society views, treats, cares for those with FTD. And we do it, we have 3 goals here. One is we want to change the conversation around FTD by reducing stigma and increasing awareness with the general public. But then we also want to support the FTD community itself by connecting caregiver dyads with critical support services, which exist like crazy, but people don't know about them as much as they need to. Our third goal has to do with medical education, and we're learning a lot more about where to target this work. People in this room, this is sort of preaching to the choir. This is about where is the edge of the donut? Where do people, PCPs, therapists, people who are actually the first people who encounter in the medical world, people like that, people with a diagnosis or who hopefully would get one, it's sort of finding where the edge of that is and trying to target medical education to those exact areas. So the outreach, our Brain Health Festival, we do our first goal through educational workshops and classes. Our caregiver roadmap, which connects recently diagnosed patients and families with local care services. When we did this at UCSF, we did it there. And then when we brought the show to LA, we worked with UCLA and Cedars to develop an LA version of the roadmap, which is handed out in clinic. And that's something that's going to continue. And then also lobby activations, which have activities for their thoughts, did a sort of a brain health museum inside there. Resources, tabling, and scientific talks. The workshops we offered are 8 workshops were offered by Global Brain Health Institute fellows in music, art, movement, and storytelling. And these workshops use transmodal creativity to enable communication without relying on words, thereby keeping channels of human interaction open longer and promoting resilience for both caregivers and patients. We also had a lot of talkbacks where one of them was Unraveling Bolero, the case that started it all. The next was What's Coming Next. And then a storytelling idea of doing better than diagnosis to death, which is the tragedy narrative, which we're trying to break and see what we could do better with. And so that was a collection of scientists and artists and pharmaceutical and advocacy, but put caregivers, people living with, putting those people together in the room and having that transdisciplinary approach, I think is a really important thing that I think can move the conversation forward quite profoundly. So in the interactive lobby, these are the pieces of that. The gallery, well, the interactive displays, these are some of the, we didn't measure this scientifically, but these are some of the results. 78.6% of our participants agreed with, I can empathize more with someone living with FTD after they saw the show and participated in the lobby. 81.8% of participants agreed that it helped me understand the difference between Alzheimer's and FTD. One of the big things here is that trying to help people understand that FTD is not amnestic, it's behavior. And that seems to be a real key to unlocking the idea that dementia is not just about memory, it's behavior, which that is a basic concept, which I think is pretty ill understood by the general public. And finding ways to really get that on people's screens is really important. The art gallery, there's the painting. People would come in and see the paintings and then see the show, and then they'd come out and see the paintings again and would flip out because it's like, oh, this is what it means. This is her art is interesting in and of itself in terms of just the artistic clarity of it. But I really believe that once you have a sense of the brain story and the hierarchy of neurocircuitry that is revealed by this art, and you're able to appreciate that and the story and the emotional reality of it, then you look at the art again and it just takes your breath away. We gave away a bunch of books, Bruce Miller's and Virginia Sturm's Mysteries of the Social Brain, and Emma Willis's The Unexpected Journey. We gave those away to the audience. There was tabling from a lot of really amazing local institutions and national ones, and they just had a great time there. And we did grand rounds where at Cedars, Dr. Bruce Miller, we spoke to a bunch of neurologists, but were able to really discuss developments in care and diagnosis and the implications of a case like this. One of the outputs that came from this was the caregiver roadmap, which I alluded to earlier. This roadmap, it happened because we had this outreach summit, in 2024, I think, at UCSF, and Emma said, God, when I had my diagnosis, the neurologist said, there's nothing we can do. And she's like, I don't want anybody to ever have to hear that again. If I knew now, it's 2 years later, she's like, if I knew then what I know now, God, I wish there was like a roadmap that people could, and then Bruce turns to me and says, let's make a roadmap. And so I was like, all right, well, I guess we're making a roadmap. So that's how that started. It started with a caregiver saying, ugh, come on. And the opportunity to get that done. So now we did it at UCSF, and now we did it in LA, and then we're going to do it again in Philadelphia, and then in New York, and everywhere we go, there'll be a local version of it. And so maybe someday a national one. And one of my favorite stories, there's a lot of audience stories, but this is one of my favorites about how the show sort of impacts the world. There's this judge, and she's in San Francisco, and she just got a diagnosis of FTD. And so Claire Clelland brings her to an early screening of Unraveled. She shows up, and then a couple days later, she buys some paints, and she gets some pencils, and she starts making art. And now, a couple years later, she has her first gallery showing, and she has sort of redefined herself as an artist. She's looked at Anne's story and said, well, why not? Me too. She never was like that before. And I love that. So this is a pivotal moment for us. In 2026, we're expanding our national reach with a goal of approximately 8 to 10 engagements a year. And we're opening in Philadelphia in October of 2026 with Penn Live Arts. And then we'll be in New York after that, at the Miller Theater with Columbia and Mount Sinai and the Dana Foundation. Every place we go, we gather a consortium of, a neuroscience partner, a medical partner, an advocacy partner, and an artistic partner. And we're gathering that. And this is our tour. The first 3 are booked, and we're working on the rest. So thank you, guys. And there's so many people who are, part of this organization that I can't even begin to thank them all. And if you want to get updated or get involved, that's our website. There's a QR code, but we'd love to hear from you. And thank you very much for your time.
All right, we have a few minutes for some questions and discussion. And so, yes, let's thank you, Jake, so much. While we get the first question, I just want to say that I hope we get something like this for every neurological and psychiatric condition, because it's so inspiring and can really change things for people.
Well, the next one I'm thinking about is about early onset Alzheimer's, the genetic form. I don't know if you guys know about the family in Colombia who has EOAD, and in Medellin. And that one's called the fortune teller. So that's the next one. But yeah, I think there's a whole world of sort of, there's a whole world of these stories.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So the passage of time helped me to formulate a more sophisticated question. As I was watching your presentation, which I loved, as a neuroscientist and a clinical neuropsychologist, I kept thinking about synesthesia, right? Yep. And here's an example of the brain in a degenerative state. Synesthesia is just a normal variant, right, of brain organization. It made me think about the dialogue between art and neuroscience. As neuroscientists, we're kind of obsessed with normality, what is typical, averaging across, trying to understand and generalize. What do you believe that art can help us to develop as neuroscientists in maybe shedding some of that? Because there are examples like the one you just showed us, like synesthesia. For those that don't know what synesthesia is, it's exactly that cross-modal communication. So if I see a number, I may see a color, or if I hear music, I may experience color all around me. It's a cross-modal phenomenon. How can art dialogue with neuroscience to help us move beyond our typical way of seeing, to see something more akin to meaning making, which is what the brain is all about?
That's a great question. And that's a great way to frame it. I think the answer to that question is neurodiversity, that art is not, some of the best art is not created by extremely well-balanced brains that are working in a very typical way. We're looking at things that are perhaps at the fringes of human experience, in all kinds of ways. And that there is almost an evolutionary imperative for society. There's a societal benefit for brains that are wired slightly differently, or are not symmetrical, or working in a compensatory kind of way, that their tremendous value is created. Bolero as a symphony is a function of FTD. It was created because of it, not in spite of it. And it's one of the most popular pieces of music that's played in the Western canon all over the world. If that's true, and there are millions of examples of pieces of art that were created by people who were that is of value to all of us, and we deaden it, we ignore it at our peril. I'm interested in sort of highlighting the value of what's on the fringes, because that it's incontrovertible, it's evidence-based. And so I think I mean, Dr. Bill Seeley has a great thought about how asymmetry is almost a new health paradigm, that it's a different way of looking at the brain. It's both desirable on an individual level, but it is certainly beneficial to society as a whole.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to also say I first learned of you from Ashley Feinzinger, who's the director of the Dana Center for Neuroscience and Society, and she's been in contact with you for a long time. So I really appreciate her bringing you to us, and for all of the artists that have come today, this afternoon, and just say that I know I heard from various people in the audience today that neurodiversity, brain trauma, traumatic brain injury, Alzheimer's disease, various things have touched all of us in one way or another in this room. And it doesn't have to be a story of trauma. It doesn't have to be a story of lack. Instead, it could be, like you have highlighted, a story of gain through our neurodiversity. So I really appreciate that. And again, I also wanted to say that the caregiver roadmap is essential. And I just hope that gets drawn out for every one of these conditions. So thank you so much for your work.
So I think with that, we'll wrap up. And it was just a beautiful day, I think, for the first day. And hopefully we've gotten some thoughts in your mind about now clarifying what is brain health, some really amazing stories and connections made, I think, already. But we hope that you can take this dinner hour and really enjoy some networking, some connection, find people in the room that you haven't met before. For those of you that are visiting us from out of LA, we're happy to give you some thoughts about where to go tonight and how to enjoy a beautiful night in LA. And we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 7:50. Breakfast is at 7:50. Okay. Okay, thank you.